Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps and I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, y'all know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he code switch focus. Staring down your team with a frozen ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. With my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather, I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a peace, man. I ain't got no time for a peace, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge by the evening. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beat, and they don't need anything behind at the evening.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating? If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a... When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. With my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, Godfather. I'm the kingpin.
Buddy, what's going on? What up? What up, real Josh? She said, "What's up, Pool C?" The interview Shaki Foster did today. No, let's look it up. Definitely look it up. I mean, I bet he said some shit. You know what I'm saying? Because Shaki Foster is a real one. He's somebody. Shaki Foster is somebody that can get you to keep watching boxing, bro. I mean, really, you don't even really have to watch. You don't really have to watch what Shaki Foster doing, man, because he's just real. He too real with it, man. He real with it. And that's what I wanted to talk about today. It's like, we got a lot of fans. We got a lot of boxing fans. But you said Fight Hub. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. And we'll just see that. Let's see, Fight. Excuse me. Oh, Shaki Foster. There you go. Let's see. Shuffle goes off on. Okay. So rips beef. Let me see. Hold on for a second. I found it. All right, I found it. Fight Hub. Let me see. Let me bring it up. Let me bring it up real quick. Let me see. See, the problem is right now, boxing sucks so bad, bro. It's like because these guys can't carry the sport, and it takes a lot. It takes a lot of star power, and it takes the right kind of fighter to carry the sport. And right now, Shakur Steve, they don't have it, man. They can't carry the sport. It's losing interest, because they're not the kind of fighters that you really want to see. Oh, let me share the screen real quick. So here's O'Shaquie Foster. And the problem is we got a lot of fake ass fighters that just want money and trying to hustle boxing. Even though they're highly skilled and they're highly talented, they don't have that real fighter spirit where they want to be the best. They just want to act like they're the best and until they can get rich and then they haul ass. And that's a problem. They hustle in the sport. Yes, they have, um, they're highly regarded. They really are highly regarded, man. But they're not true to the sport. And I think O'Shaquie Foster is one of those real ones. You could just tell how he take on challenges, right? Who he challenged. He only challenged the best. So, what I'm saying? Let's get into the interview and see what he's talking about. Because I only want to follow the real ones. I don't give a damn about views and I don't give a damn about attention. I don't care about none of that. I love the sport as it was, right? And I want to see the real fighters, what I'm saying, the ones who's calling out, what I'm saying, the real challenges, what I'm saying, to their claim to fame. What I'm saying? I think of Shaggy Foster, people recognize the real ones that are dedicated. What I'm saying? And that's why they don't really want to fight with him. That's why Fulton folded, what I'm saying, when he fought O'Shaquie Foster. But let's get
Just do
into
it
it.
tomorrow, whenever. Like we would get it in. Like no questions, no nothing. By the end of my career, that's who I need to put hands on. That's yeah, Shakur for sure. The friendly coming in my inbox trying to be friendly, but playing both sides with me and Savage. Just a lot. Then he played like he's so good, better than everybody. Talking about how much money he make and talking about like this and that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even after the fight, the fans was asking for the fight. Wooty woo. He go on Instagram talking about I make this mount. Oh, I go starve and all that like goofy shit. So I wanna humble him. I'm gonna show him.
So O'Shaquie Foster's, for a younger guy, he has that old school mentality. What's going on, Gabe? What's happening, bro? One of the 300, Josh with the 300 up in the building. Like I said, I'm going to be as passionate if two people is in the building or 300 is in the building because I don't care about the fame. I don't care about the clicks of views. I care about the way the boxing is going because everybody in here is a boxing aficionado as far as I'm concerned, because I can tell by what everybody's looking at, they know what they're looking at. You know what I'm saying? Even when people adapt, I mean, everybody knows the sport that comes to my channel. My 300 especially knows boxing. So it's not about the click of views, it's about what's going on. The sport is dying because these guys can't carry the sport. They're not fighting enough for one thing. They're not fighting enough. It's like, bro, it's like the sport. The reason a sport is a sport is because we have enough talented people fighting, right? You don't have to be the champion, but god damn, we don't even have great journeymen anymore. We don't even have the best journeyman in the sport anymore, right? To keep the sport alive. You know what I'm saying? Because these guys are so afraid of, and people keep blaming it on Mayweather. Mayweather is not boxing, bro. Boxing existed before Mayweather was here. Boxing existed before Mayweather, y'all. I know a lot of people don't believe that, but boxing was here before Mayweather. And so just because he made a whole lot of money, you know what I'm saying? And I can't say that because the people who get in, the people who try to take one part. It's almost like knowing who Martin Luther King Jr. is and Malcolm X. But you going with Malcolm X side, but you and you're disregarding Martin Luther King Jr. But shit, that man had to sit there and people had to get their ass beat, right? It takes more strength to do that than to motherfucking actually attack a motherfucker that's trying to beat you up. So we're not looking at the principle of boxing. You know, people just wanting to, yeah, let them fighters get their money. But bro, they haven't fought anybody up to this point. I mean, if we really look at it, are we going to reward Shakur Stevenson for just fighting Hearing and Zapata? Them are fuck niggas, bro. Them niggas are not that. I mean, you did not get that ominous feeling that they could knock out Shakur Stevens. Well, maybe DeSantos. But see, if he would have fought DeSantos in a defining manner to where he separated himself, to where we could say he went through enough adversity and beat this dude ass. You know, I ain't saying knock him out. I just said beat him in the Shakur Stevenson way. I'm not asking Shakur Stevenson to fight in a different way. I just want him to beat him his way, but confidently, right? To where his style is dominant, not escape. Because I can't look at you the same, right? You're not a Whitaker. You're not a Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I'm saying? You're not a Sugar Shane Mosley. You're not winning in a definitive way. You're winning in a weird, it's some kind of, escape by the chinny chin of my chin way. So how can I talk about you on my channel? How can I brag about you? Do I believe in Shakur Stevenson's skill set? Yes. But do I believe in his grit? No. I don't. I'm not saying I don't believe because he's not going to take the risk, y'all. He's not going to take the risk. The dude is hustling boxing, and I'm not trying to talk bad on Stevenson. I like Shakur Stevenson, but he's trying to do like a what's that? What was that left-handed heavyweight name? Bird. Y'all remember Bird? He was the same way. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to be, but even though even he took on better competition than Shakur Stevenson. What was his name? Bird. I can't remember. I can't remember. He married a white woman, heavyweight, black heavyweight. I can't remember his first name, but he had so much talent, bro. But he only wanted to do just enough to get by. This generation don't want to be no greater than that they can manufacture, right? They want to trick them. They want to hustle the public. They don't want to go out there and take it. Even though Shakur Stevenson is talking that shit now, he's talking that good shit now. He's talking that good shit now. Oh yeah, I just want to be a fighter that go out there and take the risk. Next week he'll be saying some shit else. Oh, I don't want to go out there and be like James Toney and can't talk, bro. You should never in your life mention. James Toney should never come out of your mouth. You're not the kind of fighter James Toney is, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's certain they just take liberties. You haven't even really fought a decent fight yet. You know what I'm saying? It's like they take liberties. This generation, they have no respect. They take liberties and it's just said and nobody ever checks them on the shit. And just because they in the ring doing what they do. Stevenson, tell you the truth, Shakur Stevenson, if you take the Zapata fight out, he haven't fought a Tank. He haven't fought a Devin. Those are the guys who are on his level where he's going to get credit. I'm not trying to take credit from, I love Shakur. I'm not one of these pussy punk ass dudes that just be saying that. I really do like him. But when I see Tank taking a side route or taking a back route, and then I'm just like, bro, what I can't defend it. I don't care what these other people saying. We see it with our eyes, right? We can't deny that shit, no matter how big a fan you are. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn. You got to see it with your eyes. Real Josh, what's going on? He says he's seen that Santos was not playing, so he played the safe zone. Exactly. But you know what I'm saying? But he's doing this before he has built his name. He's done it. I'm sorry. Damn, we ain't even let the video play. I'm sorry. I'm getting into these rants and shit. Let me let me continue with the what let's hear what old Shaki Foster is saying. and I know he's feeling kind of like I'm feeling. And let's get into what old Shacky Foster is saying, bro. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back to it. Man, it's been so long since the goddamn. Hold on. Let me see. I got to see how. Hold on. God damn. Hold on, y'all. Okay, there we go. Hey, I hadn't lost it, y'all. It's been so long since I've been on.
Live only on the zone, the Ring 6.
Got this music going.
Teofimo
Okay, there we go. Okay, let me put the sound back on. All right, here we go.
Whenever, like we would get it in, like no questions, no nothing. By the end of my career, that's who I need to put hands on. That's yeah, Shakur for sure. The friendly coming in my inbox trying to be friendly, but playing both sides with me and Savage, just a lot. Then he played like he's so good, better than everybody. Talking about how much money he make and talking about like this and that, like you know what I mean, like. Even after the fight, you know, the fans was asking for the fight. Woo woo. He go on Instagram talking about I make this amount. Oh, I go starve and all that like goofy shit. So you know, I wanna, you know, humble him. I'm gonna show him.
Live only on the zone, the Ring 6. Teofimo Lopez, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain.
My bag. I don't know why this.
He goofy.
Oh,
Like I
maybe
swear.
that was it. Hold on, cause these are some short clips. Hold on.
If I can fight this,
Yeah, I think that was a short clip. Might be a longer interview somewhere.
he goofy. He goofy. Like he goofy. Like I swear.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find a longer clip. I'll find it. But I'm sorry. I'm just getting back warmed up into all this shit. Okay, so you see, O'Shaquie Foster ain't playing, man. You know, I mean, my problem is when they find somebody real, they want to dodge them, and that just lets me know that Shakur Stevenson don't got that. You know, it's hardcore as he always try to come off. You know, like he's always trying to fight the best, and he's been saying that lately. But really, he's not. Really, he's trying to dodge the dudes that he know has that next level talent. You know, so somebody who put a pause in the feeling that he don't know if he could beat them or not. He don't want to fight them kind of dudes. Now, you know what I'm saying? I thought maybe that Andy Cruz had came into the situation. That things at 135 was going to get real interesting. Now I think Stevenson will be willing to sorry, I'm trying to text some people to come through. Yeah. So so that's what's like kind of like pissing me off about this. You know, why do we have to twist their arm, bro, to come to the ring? It's like he should be seeking out these challenges. I'm talking about Shakur Stevenson. He should be really trying to get these guys in the ring himself instead of talking about what kind of money he's making and what have they done. Nigga, you haven't done shit. And it's like I don't want to pretend, even though I'm a fan of all of them. I'm a fan of O'Shaquie Foster. I'm a fan of Abdullah Mason. You know what I'm saying? So it really, what's going on, Jay? So it really don't matter to me none. But the fact that they keep trying to cherry pick around the best, it shows me that they really not that dude. So how can you sit here and pretend that that's not what's going on? That these guys are trying to build their names on the path of least resistance, right? And it's like you hate to say that. You really hate to say that, man, but that's what's going on. And it's making this sport die because you can see it, right? These guys are not trying to stay busy. The guys who should be carrying the sport right now on their backs. Look at Virgil Ortiz. Look at Ennis. So Jerron Ennis. They're being moved strategically. And it's like, bro, you done been out the ring way too long to not have knocked out a couple of people. You should have knocked out a couple of people because not everybody at 154 that's at the top, can deal with each other. But yeah, we got to sit around for months and months, then the fight fall apart. Um, boxing is not the same. It's just not the same. We got a lot of channels that love certain fighters, and certain fighters. I mean, I'm cool with Tank, but then he showed what his colors are, and people still can't accept that shit. It's like once somebody show you their true colors of who they are, you got to admit that. You know what I'm saying? I've been on this channel and Jay can contest to this. He can contest. Hey, if I'm wrong, bro, say you wrong, real Josh. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I was wrong about Andy Cruz. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what is so wrong with black people saying that you was wrong? You can still show your face on here. It's just that boxing that got so crowded with pretenders, bro. People who don't really believe in shit, but they can talk the talk. You know what I'm saying? You can talk, you can say whatever you want to say, but when this shit make you feel some kind of way, I can't really talk about weak ass niggas. I can't talk. I can't brag. I can't pontificate on weak ass niggas that don't want to fight. That's why I haven't been on. I thought Virgil was bringing this shit back because it looked like he was fighting all the tough fights. You know what I'm saying? When he fought them wood choppers in Madronov and what was the other wood chopper he fought? I thought that it was on and popping. He got the fight started. All they needed was a little push to start the whole forest fire and get everybody fighting. Everybody was kung fu fighting. You know what I'm saying? All one nigga just have to do is a fucking back kick flip, nigga, and it's on and popping. No, that's not what happened. All of a sudden we went back to funny business. This funny, weird business of people can't make fights and get in the ring. And then we got these niggas that's experts in finding out information behind the scenes of why niggas can't fight. It's like I never had to worry about that kind of information because the fighters always wanted to fight the best. They wanted to fight the guy who was on top. And the guy on top wanted to silence the nigga that was everybody thought that could beat him, right? But now we got to have insider knowledge. Now we got to be spies. You know what I'm saying? To go undercover to figure out why these motherfuckers can't get in the ring. And I know there's some legitimate stuff when it comes to different, when we're talking about different companies, right? Different promotional companies. But we done got to the point where there's so little boxing going on that these promoters, they must put their differences aside. I don't go for that old bullshit just to make news. I mean, I can do it, but I got responsibilities in my life. Like Champside was saying, boxing is dying. You know what I'm saying? It's dying. And people who pretend that the sport is not dying, it's not because it's something you want to say to be salacious. It's because it's what it is. We don't have the stars to carry the sport because these niggas, they want to make as much money as they can. I think Aerosmith Jr. just joined Zuffa. I think it was another. They getting some stars over there. So one thing about, I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm not being crazy, but if they get under there, Dana White, they're gonna fight. Dana White gonna make them motherfuckers fight. And I hate Zuffa, but let me tell you something. If we can get the fights over at Zuffa, that's where I'm gonna see you guys at. We all gonna be over there because they're gonna be fighting the way they supposed to, right? There's not gonna be a payoff to the WBA. There's not gonna be a payoff to the IBF. There's not gonna be a payoff. You know what I'm saying? You know, I gives a damn about who being popular, nigga. Y'all know that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people be laughing and shit, you know what I'm saying? Cause they come up on my channel like, bro, you ain't no boxing fan. Because I never cared about that shit if you ever watch my channel. He says they have sense of delusion. You say honestly, the very tie to drama and fake people that care about the views and likes. I gives a fuck about views and likes. I can, bro. Y'all seen me. I mean, the people who stuck with me, y'all seen me. I could turn up. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a real boxing. I'm a real boxing aficionado, bro. I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? And I can't stand to see this sport dissolve the way it is. But you got people who like the gum beat about this sport. And they could talk about anything. They could talk about um Tank eating a hot dog. You know, I don't see people talk about Tank on the run from the law. You know what I'm saying? I don't see that. I mean, you talk about every other aspect of why he can't fight certain people. Well, shit. You know, I mean, shit. Is he ever coming back to boxing? You know what I'm saying? Or is he gonna have to do like Tyson and do some time in prison? Or will he ever come back? You know. But since he already showed us that he don't want to be competitive, it's like, bro, it's like where's his legacy? You know, where's his legacy gonna? You know, what's gonna happen to his legacy? He don't care. We care more than he does. That's what y'all need to understand. Y'all don't know these fighters, bro. We don't know Errol Spence Jr. Love him, but don't know him. You know, don't know what the hell going on with him. You know what I'm saying? Look how long he's taking to come back. Now he's going to Zuffa boxing. You know, and that's his career, that's his choice. But at the same time, you don't have to answer to the fans. But if people believe in you and buy your tickets, I mean, you know, what's up with that relationship, right? You know, it's like, do you supposed to hate your fans because they support you and made you a fucking superstar? You know, Tank said fuck his fans, right? That told me right there, hey, whatever he do, it is what it is. And I'm cool. I'm cool on that. You know what I'm saying? I enjoyed the entertainment that he gave me, but I'm not hating on the man, right? Because every fighter has a expiration date in this sport. Everybody has an expiration date. I've always said that from the beginning. And you don't have to become a champion if you really rock with a fighter. You know what I'm saying? You really don't. But at the same time, don't take off your insecurities out on the fans just because they have an expectation for you. Because boxing is a competition. It's supposed to be an expectation. That's where these motherfuckers get it twisted. They get this shit twisted because they're like, we're asking for too much. Nigga, we made you a superstar because you seemed like you was the best in the land at knocking out motherfuckers, right? So why you gonna look at me cross-eyed now that you done made it to the top, that I want to see you beat the top dudes in your division? Nobody say go to 168. I mean, 168 and knock out that nigga. Nobody said go to 150 and knock out that nigga. We said nobody told you to go up to 140 and fight Marius Barrios. No, we just told you to destroy motherfuckers at 135. That's all we asked. That's all we asked. And when Devin was there, and nobody said that Devin could beat you, we just wanted to see the fight. And you did everything in your power to make everybody look like assholes for asking for the fight. That's how we knew you were scared, nigga. And I'm not just talking about Tank. I'm talking about Shakur. You know what I'm saying? How many people he could have fought by now? You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, you don't even have to answer these questions if we're 5 years in a 10-year career and we still asking these questions. You know what I'm saying? So stop playing. Yeah. Stop playing. That's why I can't talk about these dudes, man, because they soft. He says, no true teacher of the fundamentals. Yeah, real Josh. Real Josh says, like guys can't even jab defense. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He said, is that EJ signing official? I don't know, Jay. I got to look into it. Somebody told me about that. But I think it's a good move for him because I think Dana White to get them boys popping. Either you're going to sink or swim over that Zephyr, right? He says PPC in the building. What's going on, Robin and Emily Jones? What's going on? He said, what's good, pool panel chat 300 stand up, show pool some love. No doubt. No doubt. Because all I'm going to do is speak the truth over here, whether I got 2 people in the chat, whether I got 1,000. Y'all know it don't sway me either way because we're going to speak the truth. And it's really, really sad that boxing has shrunk this small. Shakur Stevenson can't carry boxing, y'all. He's not a star yet. You know, Jerron Innocent, I mean, Jerron Innocent. Jerron Ennis is not a star yet. He's a star in our eyes because we know what he can do. They don't build the fighters like they used to. They're chewing them up and they spitting them out too soon. You know what I'm saying? We tasting you taste that pork rind. I don't know if you ever ate pork joe, you know what I'm saying, and put it in your cheese grits. You know what I'm saying? They taste good for a second, but you gotta let it marinate. You gotta let it marinate before you move on to the next level. And these guys, they fighting a couple of fights, and then they only fighting one time a year. It's like we not getting familiar. They're not building the fighters like they used to. And it's like the people are leaving the sport and they're leaving the lightweight guys who can't really the heavyweight guys. There's not enough talent up there to carry the sport. You know, the 175 motherfuckers, you got to cut on your audio, real Josh. Says connect not the gotta cut your audio on, real Josh. There you go.
Okay, you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm just
okay, yeah. It was I was struggling. My bad. But I was struggling trying to get on this. So, fi-
I'm frustrated. I'm like, bro, so many I don't know how these guys can sit up here and talk about nothing every day. There's
every day.
nothing exciting about Ryan Garcia. There's nothing exciting about none of these dudes. Shakur Stevenson, nothing exciting about it. Nothing. There's
It's just about
nothing, man.
money.
I could
It's money, viewership, likes, and attachments. Because when they lose, they're gonna feel something. They're gonna feel their stomach drop. Oh man, now I can't talk about him no more. We gotta talk about something else, a different narrative for something else, some lies they make up in their heads or something. That's why I said delusion. It's some tie. They're tied to these fighters, and the fighters don't even know their names, don't know who they are, don't even speak on them. They don't even go to the fights themselves. Some of these people that's on YouTube or just podcasts don't even know what boxing is. They don't even know what a jab defense is. They don't even know basic fundamentals. So it's just kind of like it's just this
for me,
celebrity fame.
it's not. I mean, those are things that shouldn't even be when we talking about the top elite guys. That's nothing that should even come into the conversation because we're supposed to be on the next level with these guys. But when you think about it, they haven't really proved themselves yet.
Hmm.
You know, we still waiting on Shakur to prove himself. Devin done put himself through a
In
gauntlet.
position.
So
Yeah, he
now,
put himself in
yeah,
position.
even though he took an ass whipping, he done took some adversity.
Mm.
That's experience. We see what he can act, what he's like when he in some adversity. We can't say that about Stevenson. We can't say that about Tank. We've been waiting for them to get into the Vietnam of the battle. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's been too long. And now when people
Mhm.
start putting the pressure on them, and then all of a sudden it's like, "Oh, y'all want them to, y'all, the fans are wrong. Let them get their money." And I'm like, bro, they haven't done shit yet.
At all.
I mean, bro, it is so amazing to me how people can bullshit and hustle boxing to the fact, and they haven't fought nobody. Bro, I'm
It's
not giving
just
them
it's
that
just a
credit.
money. it's just a money grab now. It's just a money grab. It's no old school fighting. Like I still feel. I want to say I feel some type of way, but it's like, why would you say that? Because you wouldn't even know certain things. Like Shakur Stevenson, he said something about Sugar Ray Robinson. He wouldn't even know what a peeling guard was if it wasn't for Sugar Ray Robinson. He was everything
bro.
these fighters doing now, basic stuff. Sugar Ray Robinson was doing way back then, way back in the 50s, 40s, and stuff like that. People don't even know that. Like
And
it's just
and
ignorant talk,
everybody's.
ignorant.
But the crazy thing is, once something become a trend that the other fighters, everybody start using it.
Yeah.
Everybody. I saw Virgil Ortiz knock out Eric Lubison, right, with a
Hmm.
peel guard, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Everybody start trending instead of you just learning your craft or you trying to, be ahead of the next guy. Everything is social media. Everything is a trend
Mm.
now. And it getting on my nerve, bro. It's like, can you have your own work ethic, bro? Can you do that? Can you try to be ahead of the guys in your neighborhood? Um, I'm just so see the reason I come on because it'll always be negative, right? I'll always be
Yeah.
talking shit about these dudes that I don't respect because they not really fighting like that. They're trying to limit the fights that they're trying to fight. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
Shakur done already said that he's not trying to fight that many fights. He's not trying to fight hard.
He's a 2 to 3, 2 to 3. Back then, they was fighting 6 times, maybe even 7, 6 to 7
Master
fights,
Khalid, what's up? Hmm. Go
six to
ahead.
seven fights, a year, 6 to 7 fights a year, and sometimes it'd be every 3 months, or even Sugar Robinson. He fought, I think, Jake LaMotta like 6 times. Like
Yeah,
Shakur would
six
never do
times.
that. Shakur would never, just never. He wouldn't probably would even fight. Like he talk a big game. He good. He's good for people that want to start boxing. People don't when it comes to levels and getting working on the craft and working range. That's why I say like Shakur is good to a certain extent. You have to have
Hmm.
range. Like a
Hmm.
Shaky Foster. People didn't know how good Shaky Foster was until he fought Stephen Fulton. He shows you range, not just range and distance, but range. He has different elements of his game, different
Well,
things
let
that
me tell you,
yeah.
it's one fighter can do one or two things good. But if they do those one or two things good on different levels, you know what I'm saying? If they could
Hmm.
do that against champions, athletic champions, if they could do that against lefties, righties, and they do the
Hmm.
same thing, it's like certain fighters can do a limited amount. They could do because of their timing or whatever it is that offsets the other fighters, right? It's like certain fighters like Sweet Pea. He didn't have all that kind of power, but he had defense. He was versatile,
The
right?
jab.
He had a jab, you know what I'm saying? He had other skills, you
His
know what I'm
body
saying, that
punching was
helped him.
crazy. His body punching
Yeah.
was
And
underrated.
sometimes it
Yeah,
was power, or
yeah,
he knew how to use the force of your momentum. He was a
hmm,
very cerebral fighter,
yeah,
but he was
charisma. He
also
had
athletic.
charisma. Yeah,
Yeah,
he had charisma.
he has athletic ability. He
Hmm.
could think the fight. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But he didn't overpower a lot of folks. You know what I'm
mm-mm.
saying? In the ring, he just used his mind to outbox him. But Sweet Pea was in Mayweather's. Those are special fighters.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
Those
that
are generational fighters. Those don't come
uh
too often. Those definitely don't come too often. That's why I want a Shaq Foster. Not saying he on that level, but skill wise, he's sharp, very sharp.
right.
People don't know that Roger Mayweather trained him when he first started getting to boxing. Roger Miller trained him with the Philly shell. He's so sharp at it because he got trained from that. That's where his system comes from. Bobby Bitten, his coach,
Mhm.
is coach Pernell Whitaker. People don't know that. So a lot of things that people don't know. And that's why he's so sharp on defensive end and offensive end.
Well,
Like how Shakur's taught my bad.
the reason he's sharp on defense is because he got the dedication. We got to get that first.
Hmm.
The
Yeah.
problem is we got so many fighters that are not dedicated. I'm talking when I say that, When I say that, Josh, I'm talking about like the Keyshawn. Can you believe Keyshawn Davis ain't training the way he's supposed to train?
Shock never ducked Shakur. I'm sorry I had to say that. Shock never ducked Shakur. What happened
No,
was
no, 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 no,
everybody knows this. Everybody that's
no, no. Shot, no.
that box
Shakur.
box
Let me
that
tell you something.
box because I box.
Well, Shakur sparred. I don't know if everybody's seen the Fight Hub videos and the, you know what I'm saying? O'Shaquie said he already beat Shakur ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like they fought
Yeah, they had a
and
running
sparred.
back. They had a
Right.
running back a couple few times because they used to hang out. It was him, Shakur Keyshawn, and I forget the other guy, but they all used to hang around Colorado Springs, or they used to go see Terrence Crawford
Oh no.
sometimes. Mm-hmm.
No,
And
no.
so
Jay
they
was saying shot duck Shakur. Man, come. I forgot Jay is a Shakur fan. Shot
no Shakur
Jay.
good. I'm not
Shakur,
stunning
no,
y'all, but y'all gotta
Shakur
be
is a
real with
bad
yourselves.
boy, but
He
he is
bad.
he's a businessman first. I'm not saying he's afraid, but he don't want to take certain chances because he could have fought Shark before he fought Tio, but Tio a bigger name. So
Mm.
I respect the business aspect for it, but he said he's gonna go back to 135 after he fight
And
Tio.
And you know what, Pool? I've been watching Shakur real close. Ever since came in the pros, I've been watching him real close. The same thing he said with De Los Santos. He said, "I'm gonna wash him. I'm gonna punish him. We're gonna see what's try if he's do it on me." He had the same energy in the first press conference, in the second, like when they doing the face off and stuff with T.O. But now since he had these interviews, he's starting to say, "I'm gonna go back to 135. What's the
Yeah,
147? What we
yeah,
talk about 147?"
and see,
You a
I
big
hope
people don't know Shakur kind of big, he thick, like pause, but he's more thicker, he a thicker boxer. Like he's more thick, he's
look.
strong too, but he's just not he I don't know what it is because
Well,
he don't want
I
to take
think what
chances.
see
He don't want to
he
take
didn't.
them chances.
He got hit in that Zepeda fight. And when I tell you my heart, I almost had a heart attack. When I tell you I almost had a heart attack when Shakur got hit and the way he reacted to that hit of Zepeda. Zepeda ain't got no power, bro.
Cepeda don't punch with his feet. He kind of arm punches. All those punches that he
But
throwing with
did you
Shakur,
see
arm
did you
punches.
see the shot I was talking about? Did you see the
Yeah, the
shot?
second round and the
Right.
second
And then
round.
you see how Shakur was like all fucked up. I was like, bro,
Mm-hmm.
I said, if he get hit by somebody serious at 140 or
They know how to put their
147,
punches together.
oh
Yeah.
my God, bro. I was like, because this is how I was looking at the Zepeda fight. I said Shakur is just doing that to make it exciting for the Turk,
Yeah.
so he'll get some more work, right?
Hmm.
He'll get some more contract deals. So because the Turk said he don't want to see no Tom and Jerry, I said, okay, well Shakur is talented enough to make dude miss because his reflexes is out of sight. And then when he got now I'm not punishing Shakur for getting hit. What I'm punishing him for is how he reacted when he got hit. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, oh God, wait a minute. He's gonna have to learn how to clinch. He's
Yeah.
gonna have to
He
learn.
he clinches to the weak side. When he fights T.O., you're gonna see it a lot. He gonna clinch. He gonna try to do the buzz. He's gonna try to wrap around him, but he's gonna clinch to the weak side to T.O.'s jab hand. He's gonna try to clinch that. He's gonna bend on his right side of the waist, and then he's gonna clinch that way. That's how he's
Oh
gonna try. That's the best way of him clinching because I've seen that. I've been studying Shakur a lot since his fight showed up now. But he's gonna clinch more to Tio's left side, and he's gonna bend down to his right waist, and he's gonna clinch, then turn him. That's what he's gonna do a lot. He's gonna try to turn
man,
Tio
I
when he's
respect
trying
I
to do a lot of
respect
explosive stuff. Yeah,
I respect J boxing, I do. Let me see, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm just, I just like it's certain people, it's like when they speak, it's like I gotta listen, but man, I don't know, Jay, when it comes to Shakur, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just think y'all looking for reasons because Shaquille Foster done
yeah,
beat this boy ass a few times. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Sparring, and that dude ain't no he wanna, you know what I'm saying, Jay, when I tell you there's dudes that they don't like the limelight. They just tell you what it is. They like John Wayne, you know what I'm saying? He told you he was a racist. He didn't care about his popularity. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's just like it's just certain dudes, this Clint Eastwood type, Charles Bronson, and Oshaki Foster is on that type of time. He don't care what you talking about,
He wants to
bro.
smoke.
You
He
know what I'm
wants to
saying?
smoke.
All that
He
propaganda
don't.
that
He gonna
he
give him
did this and
problems.
did that. No, he said, man, that dude, you know what I'm saying? He said, you know, it's this certain dude that just tell you the straight up truth, like EJ. You know, certain dudes that they don't, you know, do nothing to advance their position or nothing like that. They just tell you the truth. And I just don't think Shakur is one of them kind of cats. I think he a
Now
dude that
Shakur,
embellished.
after this fight, watch. After this fight, yeah, he gonna go back down, but he ain't gonna fight who y'all think he gonna fight, like the big names and stuff like that. He ain't gonna fight who you
Right.
think, unless
And see,
unless
I ain't got
unless
I
Devin
just
give
want
him
I
10
just want
mil.
to say this
Unless
because
somebody give
that
him 10
I ain't
mil.
got nothing against Shakur. I just like real motherfuckers. I ain't even talking about street. I'm just talking about people that tell the truth about their intentions. And I think
Nah,
Shakur done got a little bit too political with it. You know, at first there was people that was avoiding Shakur because of his skill set, but now you got the Martellas coming in because he really fucked me up with this win against Cruz. I thought Cruz was going to come in there and be on
mm-mm.
another level, man. But
Yeah,
Mattel, but
Cruz.
Martella is good as fuck, bro.
Metello sets
That nigga is
only
good.
only why Cruz, yeah, I already knew he was that good. Only why Cruz wasn't like taking more chances. He could have turned him more, but what it was, Metello set
He got no
traps.
power.
He's no,
Nigga
he's no,
couldn't
it's not.
hurt him.
Yeah, it's not. It's just not power. Sometimes you can box him without
He showed
really.
great skill. His defense was on
Yeah,
point.
but you
I
have to
mean,
turn him. You got
Martella
to
just
show
kept.
the judges. You got to show the judges that you're in control. When he's back you up, you
Look,
got to make him miss, turn him, and then throw your combinations. Or make him miss, throw your combination. You can either pin him, like you can. What's it called? You can kind of pin him in the inside
right.
and
You
then
talking about
turn him.
frame him? You talking about
Yeah,
frame him?
frame him. You can pin him. Is it a pin or frame? And then turn him, make him miss because he's gonna try to throw a hook. Make him miss, turn him, and then try to throw a combination from that. You can repeat, rinse and repeat that, and that's to show the judges that you're in control, that you got them, that you kind of
Well,
set them
let me
traps
tell you
yourselves.
something. Andy got hurt, bro. And I'm gonna tell you that's why Andy got hurt. You gotta connect your auto, Jay. Um the problem what happened was I think that Cruz got hurt. I think Cruz got hurt because he stayed on the ropes a couple. I'm gonna say it's around 6 or 5. He stayed in front of Raymond too long, and he got caught out because I was thinking the fight. Like I'm in there, and I was like, damn. He got caught on the ropes and he got fucked up to the body just
Yeah,
enough to slow him down. Just enough
yeah, but
to slow him.
if he would have not gave up, he gave up too much space. He should have took
Hmm.
over some of
Hmm.
that space in
Hmm.
the early rounds so he can
You're right.
win. So if he's not gonna throw late in the late rounds, he can kind of edge that out with his only with his jab and his 1-2,
You didn't have the
but
energy,
or his
bro.
feints. And what it was, he didn't feint enough. He didn't feint enough.
No,
He
no,
didn't
it
feint
wasn't
enough.
even that because he was. Let me tell you something. He was clearly more skilled, but my boy used a minimal. How can I say this? I could see Raymond boxing IQ. He couldn't keep up with Andy's skill. So what
Mm-mm.
he did was he used his power and he stayed back just long enough to pin him on the ropes to get him power punches. So he fought in spots.
But that's goes back to experience. He has 6 fights. If
Right.
he had more
But
experience, he wouldn't have stayed on
but
them
Andy
ropes.
Cruz, what happened? Andy Cruz allowed himself to get fucked up to the body. So in the second half, he didn't have the energy to run around the ring and
To
so
get
he
a
can
breather.
what you call it, pickpocket, how you say it, so
Pot
he could
shot.
pot shot, right,
Yeah.
and pot shot his way to the victory.
But
See, that's how
sometimes
mhm.
with Martella, you gotta take it to him. That's why I said the early rounds, you gotta take it to him.
But see, Andy
I know
Cruz
I'm
ain't got
baiting
that kind of
him.
power. He ain't got that. He
Even
can't do that.
you gotta know his punches. In the first 3 rounds,
Right.
I would have studied him super quick because even Roy said
But
this
that's what
about the G.
Matella was
Even
doing to Andy Cruz.
yeah, but
He couldn't fuck with him in the first 4 rounds. He
even
couldn't fuck with him.
he should have done something like Devin Haney did Brian Norman. He should have caught him off guard with something,
Right. And
load
not
up
throw nothing.
something.
Hmm.
Not I wouldn't say not throw nothing. Continue throwing your
Man.
jab. Continue throwing your 1-2. Because
Right.
he put himself in that position to get hurt to the body because he didn't use
Right.
angles. He didn't use feint. He didn't give him nothing early enough
But he
to he
did. He did use that because he was making him look stupid early. But what he did
yeah,
was
but he
when
got
he
a
did
feint.
get pinned, what my boy put in 2 or 3 good body shots, and he got dividends at the end. I think he might have got trapped maybe 3 or 4 times on the ropes, but my boy hit 2 or 3 combinations at that point and really hurt him. You know what I'm saying? I was
That'd
like,
be catch and
damn.
shoot, catch and shoot. Cause I
Hmm.
would have
Hmm.
he's not catching and shooting. He said when he got him to the ropes to shot the body, catch and shoot. He's catch and shoot. Cause Bozy teaches that actually in his camp. He
Mm.
actually teaches catch and shoot a lot. A lot.
Mm. Yeah, and and
But
and
it's
and
all
as you
experience. It's
as,
all
as you
experience
can see
though.
with Crawford, if you see what Terrence Crawford, that catch and shoot is a summer bitch, bro. Especially
That's
if
what
you're a great counter puncher.
Lamar Rose did to Tank. Catch and shoot. You
Hmm.
know he gonna throw power. Catch and shoot. But
You know. Hmm.
With Tank should have fainted more. Especially when he starting to let his hands go. I would have baited his right hand a lot. And I would have caught because he kept bending at the waist. I would have caught Lamont Roach keep bending at the waist. I would
But
have
my
caught him.
thing is, this
I
all
would have caught
Tank
him.
do. Tank do is bait, and he's more of a counter puncher than he is an offensive fighter. Now I don't want to give him a label because he is versatile. He is versatile, but I don't think I think he get caught up in modes where
Mm,
he's not as fluid. You see what I'm saying? It's like it
yeah,
takes something to unclog the fluidity that he needs. And I think that's what's
exactly.
going on with a lot of fighters. They don't fight enough to be fluid, so they can
Mm,
change tactics.
a
Think
lot of
about it.
stuff. A lot of stuff just
Think
comes
about
with
it. Think about what
teaching.
I said. Now, think
A
about
lot
it.
of
They
yeah,
don't fight enough so they can be fluid. Think about
yeah.
if you go watch Whitaker, he could change it up at any time he wanted to.
Hmm.
Even Tyson, when he was fighting in a continuous basis, even go back and watch some of the legends, those guys who fought week to week, month to month, and all that. They
Hmm.
were fluid because they kept their skills together. These
And they
guys,
kept their legs up. They kept their
right,
legs
they go
going.
so long without fighting that they're not fluid enough to keep the muscle memory together.
Hmm.
And it's like they
A
got
lot of
it's almost like hmm
a lot
go
of
ahead.
it's practice and repetition. You have to study yourself before you can.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure Bud, he been watching Errol Spence for 5 years. I'm pretty sure he was studying himself for those five
Man,
years.
that he been
He
watching.
was studying
He
himself.
yeah.
He was
Go
studying.
ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You know I'm
I know what
retarded on
happened.
that shit.
Yeah, I know what happened, but he was studying himself, how he would do this. He was studying himself. He was practicing. I'm telling you, he was
Yeah,
practicing, studying
bro,
himself.
you ain't got to tell me shit.
He
Yeah,
knew he was going to do the jab defense 5 years ago. He knew he had to do all that.
yeah. And
He knew he
but
had to do that.
this is the
Mm,
sad shit. He told EJ he's coming for you. But
mm-hmm.
see, sometimes you can make motherfuckers sleep on you by not saying a name, not just letting the motherfucker sleep on you. He been training for EJ them years. He was training for him.
And I believe EJ was too, but what it was,
No, no.
you have outside
EJ was.
events.
Let me tell you, that nigga had fat camps. How the
That's why I
fuck you
said
gonna have a
outside
camp
events.
fan?
That's why I said outside events. He wasn't sharp. He wasn't focused. EJ
Bro,
Styles based off
EJ ain't never been
activity.
focused, bro. This is my problem. I love this nigga, but the nigga ain't never been focused, bro. I'm talking about he came into the Kell Brook fight on a 9 month layoff. It's like what a 9 month layoff, and every fight after that, the nigga was on the layoff. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? How you gonna be? How you gonna be Captain America, nigga? But Captain America always coming off a vacation.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not
what
gonna lie.
that's what pissed that's what pissed me
I'm
off
not
about
gonna
that
lie
nigga.
to you. He had a signed contract right after he fought Sean Porter and beat Sean Porter. He was gonna that deal was gonna be in place literally like probably the week after that car crash. He was
Right.
gonna happen. Like if it never happened, that car crash never happened. He was gonna have a. They was gonna announce that fight with him and Danny Garcia for January 25th. But of that 20, I think believe 2020 or something like that. Whenever he fought Sean Porter that year, but yeah, they was gonna fight that first month of the year.
What up,
First month
E?
of the year, they was gonna fight.
Can y'all hear me, Paul?
Yeah, we could
Yeah,
barely
we
turn
can
up
hear you.
your volume. Turn up
Yeah.
the volume.
The fighters today, bro. Let me tell you something. They got to be more active, or this
Can y'all hear
shit
me
is gonna
better now?
die. And see, yeah, they better stop with the pussy punk ass shit. With all the fucking pretending. You know what I'm saying? These fighters got to fight more often, bro. They think they can fight once or twice a year and be stars.
Mhm. What Pool?
They
I
don't
want to
have
say
no
this.
names. Let me finish, bro.
My
They
bad, my
don't have
bad.
no names in the industry that's big enough to keep the sports going. They not Mike Tyson, nigga. The heavyweight division got to get popping. But see, they so
Hmm.
busy trying to control who they want as the champion to be the head. That nigga, what's his name, ain't shit. It's like they need to start letting everybody go. You know what I'm saying? Get to the top, bro. There's no talent. They done really watered this sport down so much that we can't get no real fighters in a David Tua, um, fucking Sam Peterson. Those just journeymen back in the day, bro. They wasn't the
Chris
Lennox
Bird.
Lewis's. Right, Chris Bird. That's who I was trying to speak of
Chris
earlier.
Bird,
When
nice. He nice.
right,
He
but
nice with it.
that nigga dealing with he's the fucking Shakur Stevenson of the heavyweight division. That nigga was so good, but then he ain't had no power. But yet he
Mm-mm.
wanted to motherfucking fight who he wanted to fight, even though he wasn't
Yes.
scared to fight the top guys. But he was trying to be
He
showbiz
came,
with it.
yeah, but he came
Yeah.
from 168 all the way to heavyweight.
Hmm.
So he did what Terrence, oh well, the modern day back then, he was doing what Terrence
Look,
was
look
doing.
here. Terrence won because these niggas ain't serious about boxing today. I'm sorry. These niggas ain't serious about boxing. And he tricked the little lightweight motherfuckers. He a 170-pound fighter, a 160-pound fighter, and he shrunk himself down to have enough discipline to go up and beat them niggas. Now I ain't saying he don't have talent and discipline. Yes, I give it to him. But yet he's really didn't fight at his weight class either. EJ didn't either. You know what I'm saying? So where you had I'm sorry, Sugar Ray Leonard, they fought at their weight classes, their natural weight classes. You see what I'm saying? So, we got to get into the minutia when we start talking about who's really great and everything. Because these guys, just because you have enough, if I had the ability to shrink down to 102 pounds, you know what I'm saying, for 2 or 3 years, I could dominate everything down there. You know what I'm saying? As long as I got a rehydration clause. And that's what a lot of people talk about Devin Haney. So it's a lot of shit going on in boxing to the point where, what's legitimate? What is not, you know what I'm saying? Like if you can make the weight, that's cool, but you can't rehydrate 50 pounds. You can't do it. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Fight at your
Oh,
fucking weight class.
exactly.
You know
And
what I'm
going back
saying?
to it was a comment that Jay said it was too, so he had to do the 130 because they gave him an option. So for him to he had more leverage at 130 other than 135 because that's when Shakur was talking about going to 147. So he took
Right.
more leverage for 130 than 135 because he could still activate the mandatory for 135 if he wanted to.
Well, and another thing, Josh, is like they give it, this call, giving these guys a call 2 or 3 weeks before, they can get in the ring. That need to be announced. I need,
Hmm.
I think that's need to be announced. I don't think it need to be on the back burner that this guy had 2 weeks or one day or 5 days to prepare for this fight. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
it's
saying?
crazy.
I'm tired of seeing fights like that. And then they go out
Yeah.
there and they make the champion, the dude look good, or the guy who's running for champion look good, but he only had a 5 day notice. That's a big difference. If you've been
It's
training for
just
somebody, yeah, if you've been training for somebody for 6 months and you've been running up mountains at high altitudes and you've been lifting weights, then somebody get 5 days notice to get ready to fight this dude. Well, he's in extreme good shape. You only got 3, 4 days to get in the ring. Of course, you're gonna fade. You're probably gonna fade after 2 or 3. If you're extraordinary, you're gonna fade after 5 rounds and get knocked out. It's too much of this bullshit going on. There should be a law. This should be under the Muhammad Ali Act that fighters
mhm.
should have equal amount of time to prepare for a fight.
Yep.
I think that should. Nobody says
That's
that
fair.
about the Muhammad Ali Act. That
That's
you
fair.
need to you have the same amount of time that the guy that's challenging you. You should have the equal amount of time because all this having 2 or 3 days, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna give you $200,000, the most you ever got paid. And most people are gonna go for that, right? If you're a hungry fighter, like remember Rocky, he was just this dirty ass fighter that couldn't barely buy 2 goldfish and shit. And he finally got the call from Apollo Creed. And it's like, oh,
Mhm.
Apollo. Oh, what's going on? But I like that movie because it made white people look ignorant. And he called and Apollo was the fancy guy. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know nothing about that, but Rocky is way back in the 70s. Y'all don't know nothing about that shit. But that was awesome to see the white man be the slow one and the black guy be the business savvy guy, right? That was
Exactly.
big time, Josh, back then. And
Yeah.
they brought up and him being Italian and having the black thing going on with the Italians and all that. Um, it was awesome. It was awesome as hell. You know what I'm saying? And I don't forgot how I was gonna tie that shit together because I've been drinking, so I don't forgot how I was gonna tie it together. I had it for a second, but it was cool. It was cool, even though I done lost it. But I was gonna tie it together. It was
Yeah.
brilliant too. Yeah. Let's see. Eric say he says right back in the '90s and 2000s, he say Raleigh would have been a career ESPN fight night for his whole career. He said he wouldn't have been a nobody. And I can't even sometimes I can't articulate it because I get so tired of trying to explain. It's like you have to come from an old school mentality to understand that Roland Memiro don't capture nobody's imagination. And people come to my channel acting like these guys are the premier champions. They the premier go-getters. Bro, Roland Miro ain't shit. He ain't never been shit. He ain't never gonna be shit, even though he got a belt. I don't give a fuck if he get 5 belts. That just shows you how weak boxing is. And I know I sound crazy, but this shit has been eating my ass up for weeks and months. And it's just like I'm about to go on a fucking tear to let these pretenders know that these dudes ain't it, bro. They can't carry boxing. They don't have the skill. They are company people. They don't have no passion. You know what I'm saying? What did Tyson say? What's wrong? What's wrong with you? He said, I broke my back. I broke my back. He didn't give a fuck. He was like, I broke
Uh-uh.
my bro, y'all
That's
don't even know
real.
how crazy this shit is in boxing. It's
Broke your
like these
back. You
dudes
should have
today,
removed. You should have moved. You
bro,
shouldn't be able to
they,
move at
they
all.
don't understand. We done got from the HBO boxing that connected the world to these crazy ass niggas that put their life on the line in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Now we got these old pussy punk ass boys from Gennaro Riginero, whatever the fuck that nigga from. It's like Tank, he's a pussy ass nigga that just done fucked up the game. It's like, nigga, get the fuck out of our sport. It's like, what the fuck? You got all these fans. Who are these new fans, bro? That looking at these fuck niggas, and it's like, nigga, Oh, bro, I'm just like, man, where are the real fighters? You know, Abdullah Mason looked like one. I have to start counting them. Devin
He coming.
Haney.
He coming.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I
but
gotta start, bro. I can't respond to all this pussy ass shit that's going on this shit. It's like, bro, y'all, all the, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? My 300 is straight, but what we looking at is a changing of the guard, bro. And it's like these niggas, how you gonna say fuck your fans, nigga? You know what I'm saying? You little pussy ass light skinned nigga. It's like, what you talking about? We the one got you up there. Ain't nobody said shit against you. You just want you to fight the best. You know, I wish I would see that nigga. I would swing on that nigga today. Hmm. I truly would. I come from a different era, nigga. He don't
I
scare
know.
me because I know he
I know.
pussy. He pussy, bro. Are you serious? Nigga,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "Are you serious? Don't say nothing to me if you see me out." And I said, "You know what, my nigga? Are you serious? Don't say nothing to you, nigga. I would fucking kick you in the nose, nigga, if I ever saw you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
I just can't believe this shit, bro. He talking about fuck his fans. Like, nigga, them niggas got you out of poverty.
I'm not even gonna lie
It's
to
like,
you. A lot of these fighters cannot handle if somebody came back from the past like Roberto Duran. If he came back to 135, Shakur dropping the belt today. He's dropping the belt today.
man,
Today.
they went 15
Today.
now,
He
bro.
not
You
fighting
can't even,
him.
you
Today. He
can't
dropping the
even
belt today.
think about it. That's like caveman. That nigga is like a what they call them nigga Cro-Magnon man type shit. Them niggas
And
went. They
y'all,
had stamina for days, bro. They
hey,
didn't
hey,
train for
hey,
15 rounds.
hey, and they be boosting up Shakur's defense and decent distance control. Oh, he ain't no distance control and defense with him. He got pressure. He pressure bust pipes, and that's where that definition
Well,
came from. It
and
came
you
from
and
him.
you are 100% correct because not only is Roberto Duran gonna pressure you, he gonna do some dirty shit to you. You know what I'm saying? He gonna poke you in the eye.
He
Any
got
dirty
tricks,
thing.
man. He
Yeah.
got all the
He,
tricks of the
any
trade.
did y'all you saw the fight with Muhammad Ali and Sonny Liston where he put the liniment in his eye. You saw that, right? You
Yeah.
saw him rub that shit in his eye, and everybody looked at that shit because nobody wasn't used to looking at TV back then. But he
Hmm.
rubbed the fucking liniment right in his eye. And see, he didn't get a good rub, so it cleared up.
Yeah.
It cleared up. And Ali was able to come back and beat his ass. But see, he rubbed liniment in the nigga eye. See what I'm
Hmm.
saying? But he didn't get a good rub. You see what I'm saying? And so, man, it's like boxing is a dirty, dirty
Yeah.
game, bro. It's
Dirty.
dirty as fuck. They say, "Oh, Jay, why the hell you ain't say shit, bro?" I'm sorry. I know we've been ranting. I've been drinking, bro. My bag, bro. You know I've been drinking like
Yeah,
a
we gotta let
motherfucker.
Jay talk, man. Gotta let Jay talk. He
Yeah,
a
Jay,
Shakur
Jay.
fan.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
my.
but if Jay
I
want to
love
say
talking
something,
about
you know.
Shakur though. I love talking about Shakur,
I
even
mean,
though
if Jay want to say something, he damn sure can get the flow.
I
I'm just sorry, you know. I just been
I,
ranting.
I definitely be talking, but I'll
I've
be
been
telling the
feeling
truth,
some kind
man.
of way, Jay, about this shit, man.
I'll be telling the truth about Shakur. It's just like tired of it. I'm tired
I
of it.
like.
This is
Let me tell you something. I like Shakur's style, but I'm starting to get a insight to his mentality, and it's like he really don't want to fight, bro. He don't want to fight. I don't like niggas that don't want to fight.
and
I
pull
mean, fight his way. I ain't talking about fight my way. I'm talking about
pull.
he don't want to. Yeah,
It's some fights with a fighter. That's what I see. That's why he picking and choosing fights. Some fights he gonna have to bite down his mouth guard and fight. There's some people you just
that's what
gonna
I
have
want to
to fight.
see.
That boxing,
Yeah,
that
hook
disc
up your
control.
audio, Jay. Yeah, hook your audio. There you go. Let's give
Oh
Jay the
yeah,
flow.
yeah,
Let's give
Yeah.
Jay the flow. Cause
Can,
we've been running our fucking mouth. Go ahead.
yeah. Can y'all hear me?
yeah. We can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you,
Yeah, we
Jay.
can hear you good now.
All right, cool. Yeah, I had to switch my phones or whatever, but yeah, I just wanted to come back in here, man, because I'm just trying to see where all the Shakur slander coming from. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, did you wait a minute?
It's
This poor kind of boxing. You sure you want to say slander? Yeah,
I
you
mean,
know where I come from.
okay.
It's
You
All
never
right,
feel me?
slander.
I ain't gonna,
It's
I
just
ain't
the
gonna say,
truth.
I
It's
ain't
just
gonna
the
say
truth,
slander.
You
man.
sure
I'm gonna
you
say
want
it
to
like,
be
It's our
slander?
opinions. It's our opinions. But it's fact, but it's opinion.
let me put it like this. Where all the
I love
just
Shakur,
not being
but he a pussy,
satisfied with
bro.
him. You know what I mean?
I love Shakur. He a pussy though, bro. He a
He
pussy.
Well,
I mean, I love
why y'all
him.
say that though? This is what I'm trying to
I
figure out.
wouldn't
Where
say
it's
Now,
all
coming
wait a
that.
from.
minute.
I
Wait a
wouldn't
minute.
say all
Why
that.
do
He's just
you
not
think?
the truth to me.
Hold on.
He ain't
See, I look at everybody in here like they know what I know, and they see
Right,
what I see. So we don't
right,
pretend on this channel. I love Shakur. I think he should be one of the best. Now, you take it from there. Don't ask me why I think that. I love the nigga. But why?
right.
But
Okay.
don't ask me. Don't ask me why I think that. You should know.
But this the thing though, Pool, because like usually 90% of the time, Pool, when I'm on here and I'm listening to you and I've been here for
Right.
a while, we
Right.
agree.
Right.
This is Shakur really the only person that I could say we really don't see eye to eye on. And to me,
No, I'm
so
trying to
I
see
say
your
that because
perspective, though. I'm
okay,
trying to
let me
see
give
your
you my
perspective.
perspective. Let me give you my perspective then. My perspective of Shakur Stevenson, I don't feel like he's 100% proven when it comes to how good he is as a fighter,
Okay.
but I don't feel like he has done anything like to make me feel like he's not seeking to fight the best fighters.
How long?
Like,
When
and
did
I
he
say
enter
that
the sport?
because I
Hold on. When did he enter the
go ahead.
sport,
2016.
bruh? What year is it?
It's
2026.
2026, 10 years. But all right, so hear me out though, Pool. I
should
got
have
you, but hear
should have
me
been
out.
undisputed.
This is where I'm at with it though with Shakur. Because
Okay.
I do feel like here going forward, he's gonna be put to the test. But before that, I can't say from now. I mean before now, because look, if you think about it, we judging him based on him being at 35 and the fighters that's at 35, what they done, Devin Haney, T.O., all them. But we got to look at it like Shakur came from 126. At the time when he was at 126, he made his way up through top rank and he got a belt. He got the belt from Joey Gonzalez. So at that time, it really wasn't a whole lot of fighters there for him to fight. And then he went to 130. He fought Oscar Valdez, who was the best fighter in that division at that time. So that's all he can do is fight the best fighter that's there at that time. That's what he did. And then he fought. No, first he fought Jamel Herring, and then he fought unified with Oscar Valdez. That's the only options that he have at that time when he was at 126 and 130. Then he moved up to 135, and everybody ducked him at 135. I'm talking about Loma. His team came out and said, we're not taking that fight. We're not fighting Shakur Stevenson for nothing. Like they pretty much just flat out ducked and didn't give no explanation on really
Hold
why
on.
they didn't want the
Stop right
fight.
there. Stop right there for a second.
Okay.
Don't you need something to offer? You know what I'm saying?
Right,
If
right.
you
Okay.
now hold on. Now you and me know that if somebody could beat your ass, if somebody show extreme talent, somebody you think could beat your ass, don't you? You can't offer them a fight. You can't offer somebody an ass whipping, and you ain't got nothing, right?
Right.
They know that you probably got more athletic ability. They probably know that you're more younger. You can't just offer an ass whipping, right?
Right.
Because they know you're
Right.
just gonna come and take their belt.
Okay, but this is the
So
thing though, Pool. Top Rank is his promotional company. So it would be up to Top Rank and Loma was on Top Rank. It would be up to them to give
Loma,
Loma something that he
hold
can't.
on. Now I want you to hear what you're saying. Loma was what top ranked money maker, right?
Right.
At the time.
Right.
Who was Shakur? Come on, just look at it from common sense.
I'm saying Shakur was with, they're both with Top Rank. So wouldn't that
No,
be
we
Top
know
Rank?
that. But look at it from
But I
what you know, the politics of it. Look at it from the politics side.
right. I'm lost. I don't get what you're trying to say. What you trying to
No,
He's
say?
saying
don't.
he's saying they
You
would never
don't.
make they would have never made that. They're not
Right.
gonna lose their
Okay.
money man. They're
Okay.
not gonna lose their
Okay.
money
But
man.
that. But okay. I understand that 100%. I
Right.
just didn't know that
Okay.
that's where you
I'm
was
thinking
going
you
with it.
already know that. You know what I'm saying? That's
Nah,
why I'm
because
saying it.
this is my point though, Pool. My
Yeah.
point
Yeah.
is Shakur can't help that they not gonna feed Loma to him. Like we're this is what
Hold on 1 second. What was it? Okay. What had Shakur achieved up to that point? I just want to freeze before I get confused. What had he
he
achieved?
became. He was a title holder, a champion at 126, and a unified champion at 130.
Free belts. To me, it
Keep
was free
going.
belts.
Keep going.
And that's it. Up to that point. No,
But
matter of fact,
who was
he did
Loma at
become he
the time?
became a champion at
Stop,
135.
JJ, stop. Who was Loma at the time? Yeah, you know where I'm
Loma was
going. That's
he
why I'm
was
doing it this way. You know where I'm going.
I mean, Loma was Loma. Loma was, you know what I
No.
mean?
What he had at the time, and what did Shakur have to offer him to give him an
They both
opportunity?
they both had a belt. Shakur was the WBC champion at 135, and Shakur and Loma was the IBF champion at 135.
Okay,
So they
so
could have unified. They both
no,
had a
but think
title.
about it. But think about what you're saying, because I want you to, because I look at you as a boxing aficionado, so I don't
Okay.
have to school you on such
Right.
things because you can already figure it out. Because
Right.
Loma's at 135. What weight was Shakur Stevenson at?
135.
No, at the
I think
time
at
that
that
he
time
was trying to.
at
Right.
that time
He
he
was
lost his
at
belts.
135. He was at 135 pounds, the WBC champion, and Loma's team,
No,
his
no, 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 no,
not
no, no,
Bob
no, no, no.
Arum, his
Whoa,
like
whoa.
his
Wait a minute.
managers or whoever.
How long has Loma been at 135?
Loma would been at 135 since like 2000, like
Eight,
maybe like
18.
18 or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, he been at
18.
135 for a long time.
When did Shakur Stevenson hit to
Shakur
135?
got to 135 like 2022 maybe.
Yeah,
Right
that's why he
before
already lost his belts. He already lost his belts.
right before Devin fought Loma,
Uh,
Shakur was already at one
Yeah,
around that
yeah,
time.
yeah. I remember that
so
time.
what
He
I'm
already lost his
telling you,
belts.
bro, what I'm telling you is anytime there's a threat, and you know this is a boxing aficionado, and I'm not trying to make you look at any minutia or any obscure information. Anytime you know that there's a threat to somebody who's fresh, that's like a Jerron Ennis that's coming
Right.
in, right? They're not gonna let you fight the top guy. It's not
Right,
gonna
but this is
happen.
but pool. This is the point that I'm trying to tell that I'm trying to
Mm,
make to y'all. The point I'm
I'm
trying to
listening.
make to y'all is how can we, because everybody gets on here for the last couple days, I mean last couple
Mhm,
times you was live
mhm.
talking about how Shakur's not fighting nobody. Shakur's fighting C-level fighters. But the point I'm trying to make is he tried to fight Loma, but he cannot
Man,
help it
fuck
that,
all that, bro. Fuck
listen,
all
he
that
can't
try.
help it that they not gonna give him the fight
He
because of
right. He
what
right.
you
How?
just
Zay
said.
right. No, pull,
You
pull,
ain't
pull,
shit
pull,
though.
pull,
That's what I'm
pull,
trying to
pull,
tell
pull.
you. You can't say that
Pull,
if
hold
you
on.
ain't.
I got the perfect
Okay.
analogy for you, Pull. I got the
Okay.
perfect
All
analogy
right.
for you.
I'm listening.
This is Earl Spence before
Mm-hmm.
Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, Kell Brook, all them guys fought him. You remember that Earl Spence? And
Yes.
Earl
Yes, I
Spence,
do.
he had to knock the door down. But
Right.
I'm telling you that Shakur is that same high risk, low reward fighter for these big fighters, for these big name
How
fighters.
though? I don't see. Okay.
Because of
I don't
his
see. See.
styles.
See.
He don't
Look.
bring much to the table
Okay.
because he
Wait a
don't
minute. Wait a minute.
sell.
Wait a minute. You said
Hold,
his style.
go
Okay.
ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right.
I'm listening.
Because of his style. His style, he has not to this point been able to make himself a big star. So he's not
Right.
gonna bring big money. But what
Right.
he's gonna bring, like you said, a ass whooping. He's gonna beat you in the boxing ring. So
Right.
now you talking about somebody like Loma or Tank. They don't want to fight him because they know 9 times out of 10 they probably gonna get their ass whooped, and
Right.
he's not bringing a big fight to you. So what's the point
Mm,
in fighting him? He's a high risk, low reward. So that's
mm-hmm.
at to this point right now. That's why Shakur has not been able to get the best fighters, in my opinion. So now this is
You
why I
know what?
say this is
You
different.
know what, Jay? I had that position before a long time ago because like it's like I play chess a lot, and
Right,
there's people that once they mirror your moves, they know how to mirror your moves until they can get you to make a mistake.
right,
And I think that's what Shakur kind of like does. It's like nobody can fuck with my defense. So I'm gonna use my defense to wear motherfuckers down because either motherfuckers are not mentally consistent to keep a foundational discipline before they
right.
start unraveling. Just beat by people or by attrition because Shakur stay in front of you forever, nigga, for you to make
Right,
throw a punch. You know what I'm saying? He know
right,
motherfuckers are impatient. I
right.
think Crawford
But
does that to a point too. Just hear me out so I can get it out my head.
all right, go ahead.
Um, so it's like they play like the most offbeat strategies, you know what I'm saying? Because most fighters want to make action happen. They want to be entertaining. The most vulnerable fighters who don't have exceptional gifts, like a Duran Sentence, if they don't have power, extra speed, is impatience. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
and Shakur don't give a fuck about that. He'll stand in front of your ass until shit is awkward. You know what I'm
All
saying?
day, right?
For you to make the first move. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers like, we should be doing something. See, Ryan Garcia never beat Shakur Stevenson
Never.
Right.
because he has crack reflexes. Where he got to be doing something. He's got to be making a mistake, or he has to be making a master move. You know what I'm saying? He don't have patience at all.
You know
So
who else? Not to cut. Go ahead. My bad.
no, I'm just, y'all, we watch boxing, so it's gonna be some insight that you see.
Right.
Um, he don't have it, bro. Ryan Garcia issue is impatience. And you know what I'm saying? These fighters know each other's weaknesses. You know what I'm saying? And it's like for Shakur, he knows he's going to have to go back to 135 because all the other fighters that's left at 140 are guys who really know boxing. It's certain fighters that really study boxing that he knows he can't fuck with, and there's other fighters like I think Matias is a tough guy that could be beaten. And I think if Shakur was smart, he would challenge Matisse. If he could beat Teofimo Lopez, he should fight Matisse because he's a ABC fighter.
He need to fight
He's
Dr.
a predict.
Smith. He easy too.
He just got knocked out though. Pool. You
Yeah,
think
now
that's a
pull Dalton Smith is easy. Now that he easy. I ain't
yeah.
gonna lie to you.
That's what I'm saying.
He easy.
I saw it before he got knocked out. It's that he's a come for y'all know anybody that just
Yeah, I
pressure,
know what
pressure,
you mean.
pressure.
The style. Yeah, the style is a
Right.
tough style for Shakur. But to me personally, I think the toughest style matchup for Shakur Stevenson is Gary Russell Jr. I mean, not Gary
Yes.
Russell Jr. Gary Antoine Russell.
Right. And you know what?
And
That's what I was
Antoine
I
need
was
to
about to
faint
say
more.
before I got cut off is that that's the fight that th- that's the fight that keep me from saying Shakur is what you saying, um, Jay Box. If he would challenge him directly, then I would say, man, I can't say nothing.
right,
If he challenged Antoine Russ, because I already see what he see. He know he can beat Matisse because he's just a come
right,
forward fighter. But see, Antoine Russell, he done fought the Jerron Ennis's and beat them. That dude
right.
has power. He has ability to adjust. Not a he's not a savant, but he has Roy Jones gifts to where
Yeah,
he's faster on his front foot. He's an athlete that's
right.
unpredictable with his speed. Now, can he be tamed? Yes, because I saw Bartholomew bust his ass, right?
And
But the dude
Puello.
had just a, yeah, and he had just enough jaw to be able to finish the fight. That's because
Right.
of his youth, but that still took something out of him, right?
Right.
But I think he's man enough, and he hasn't been through enough ass beatings to where he can't get through a Shakur Stevenson because he's going to pressure the shit out of him.
Right. He got
Whether
that
he has
Sean Porter in him. That's why I always say that matchup is tough.
mm,
Where
mm.
they got where
Who
they
you
like
said?
a
Who
he,
who you said? I
He
know
gonna make
you.
him fight.
My
What
people
I
he
see
like a
with
listen to
Jalen
Sean
Carter, he gonna
Porter.
make him fight.
these
That's why.
niggas are boxing
Yeah,
aficionados, nigga. You know what
yeah,
I yes.
yeah. He gonna make
Yes.
him fight. That's why I was telling you, Pool. Certain fighters like Shakur, he gonna have to fight. He's gonna have to fight. He can't do that distance
Yes.
control, that defense. We're gonna see what his defense made of with Tio, but
You can
he
tell
gonna
who
have to
watch
fight.
film. You could tell who watch film. And you
Yeah,
know say when I say you're a box aficionado, you watch film. You watch the
yeah,
fighters. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? That's all I'm saying. I ain't trying to get into no deep shit, but I know y'all watch film
Oh
because
yeah,
I
we
know
watch
who you
film.
compare them to.
Yeah,
Hmm
a lot of things. I want Gary Antoine to get a real coach instead of
Oh,
his
my bag.
brothers. Yes, instead of
Mhm.
his brothers. But Jay was saying a real thing. But a lot of what he kind of reminds me of, which is explosiveness, is Aaron Pryor. Aaron Pryor was explosive, very, very, very explosive. But he did keep his head high and off and on the line. So he definitely needs to work on just feigning a little bit more and using more angles. And
Oh,
then
wait,
I
wait a
feel
minute. Who
like
you talking about? Who you talking about?
Gary Antoine. Gary
Yeah,
Antoine.
yeah.
Yeah,
He
he
man,
needs a coach.
it's
To me, he
crazy
needs a
because
coach.
his style
He need a
is
head
really
coach.
basic, isn't it? Isn't it
Yeah,
basic? He has a basic style, but he don't feign a
but it
lot.
works. It
It
works.
works.
It
It
works.
works. Yeah, and you ain't never lie. I know you
He,
watching the film like me.
Yeah, cause see the thing with Gary Antoine and Sean Porter is they just as athletic and fast as like black athletes, but they got that Mexican come forward style where they don't care. They gonna take a punch, they gonna walk right through your style, they gonna cut through the skill. You know what I mean? And get
Yeah.
right to you. And they fast as hell on their feet, just like a black dude. You know what I mean? Like you got
Mhm.
when you looking at the Mexican fighters, black fighters are more superior athletically most of the
Right.
time, generally
Most
speaking. You know what I mean?
right.
Yeah. So now you got somebody that can match you athletically, but then they got that aggressive style where they gonna walk through your skill. You know what I mean? And that shit is tough. And that's why I say that matchup to me is gonna be the toughest matchup for Shakur. But I don't know if y'all seen that clip that they put out that from sparring from them. Yeah, I know it's sparring, but
Mhm.
it kind of gave me an idea on what it would look like to see Shakur actually in there up against that fire. You know what I mean? When they put out a sparring clip of them. You know what I mean? And Shakur, he did his thing in that clip. You know what I mean? Gary Antoine was walking him into the ropes and
Yeah,
Shakur was counterpunching him. You know what I mean?
yeah. But I
But
have
it's
to.
sparring, and that was a little clip, so ain't no telling how
Yeah,
the rest of
we
that
gotta
round
see
went.
it because Shakur, if he was gonna do that, he would have done that against De Los Santos. He would have done
I'm gonna tell.
lot more.
Go ahead. My bad. I ain't trying to cut
No,
you
no,
off.
I'm just saying he would have done a lot more. Cause a lot of times if you
Um,
claim that you have hand problems in the fight, Floyd fought magnificent when he hurt his hands. I think a couple times when he was Pretty Boy, and also who else? Tank against Pitbull Cruz. He fought good. Boxed him with one hand.
right.
Perfect. He didn't run around the ring. I'm not saying that's Shakur. That's
Bruh.
gonna be everyday Shakur, but that's what he was doing against. He was in the safe zone. He said, hell no,
Let me
I'm
tell
giving that.
y'all something.
Yeah.
There has been a lack of putting your life on the line. And I'm not saying that that's a small thing, but fighters just put their life on the line to win a match. And these fighters, it's like boxing has softened up a little bit. Used to have to dig deep to win. Y'all saw Rocky, how what he had to risk when he beat Apollo Creed. He risked everything to beat him. Y'all saw what was his name? Go back and watch Charlie Ward and what's the dude that hung himself? Um, damn. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Charlie Ward and the classic. Damn man, my bro, I could tell you I'm getting old and slow
Yeah,
because
I
I
think
can't remember.
his son just did this hung
Right, his
himself too,
son
right?
just got
Recently.
that lets you know that the shit wasn't random.
Material
What was
Gotti.
what
Material
Gotti?
Gotti.
Damn, thank you. Bro, that was one of my favorite fighters. I can't. Oh man, don't get me the mother. Y'all gonna see me go fucking
Mickey
all time
Ward. You got Mickey
fucking
Ward and Material Gotti.
right. Mickey
Uh,
Ward and True Gotti, right?
mhm.
So y'all know how and he fought the fucking there we go again. The fucking what's his name? The dancing fighter,
Emmanuel,
Emmanuel Augustus.
Emmanuel Augustus,
right,
Drunken Master.
Emmanuel Augustus, right? So Emmanuel Augustus fought them niggas, right? And he fought Mickey Ward, and that was one of the worst. You're gonna have to hook up your audio, Jay. Hook up your audio so you get back on. So Emmanuel Augustus, right, fought. Um, so y'all already know pool kind of boxing is legit. So
Mhm.
of course he fought. Okay, there you go. So of course he fought the Irish motherfucker, right? And they fought even a worse fight than him and Agadi, right? Emmanuel Augustus. That lets you know that when Mayweather fought, and let me stop. I always trying to cut shortcuts. Okay, so I sound ignorant when I'm trying to make shortcuts. Okay, Emmanuel Augustus gave gave the Irish uh bro. I've been drinking like a motherfucker. What
No, you
what what
took
the
it too
white
long.
boy name? Go ahead,
Mickey Ward. Mickey Ward.
Mickey Ward. Okay, so Mickey Ward fought Emmanuel Augustus and shit. Bro, these was long, drag out fight against highly skilled motherfuckers who know how to counter and block. When I say that in these circles, they know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. If you go back and watch them fights, you don't have to watch no more boxing. You don't have to watch no more boxing. That's what I'm saying. Because they really wanted to beat each other. And it wasn't no
Mhm.
bigger agenda than just to beat each other. So when see, I think Augustus didn't understand what era he was in. He was in the last pure, he was in the last of the pure era.
That's one of
Even
the
though it
fighters
was
he could
dirty,
have lost. He could have been undisputed at a lot of divisions,
bruh.
because that's how good he was.
Mayweather
He did not
today
take
said
it
that was his
serious.
hardest. Listen to me. He said that was his hardest fight. You understand what I'm saying? Emmanuel Augustus, a unheralded, a uncelebrated type of nigga that he said that was his hardest fight. And if you go back and watch the fight, you'll see why. Because he was still learning. He was still learning, y'all.
Mhm.
And Mayweather was the he was the pedigree, and Emmanuel wasn't even classified, y'all, on the list. So it should teach us about what we talking about. It should teach us about what we talking about here. That was his hardest
Right.
fight. Nobody else. When
Yeah,
Mayweather
styles make
telling you
fight.
Yeah.
yes, but what I'm saying is, if Mayweather telling you that was his hardest fight, that's telling you he fought Zab Judah, which was a hard fight. We know all the hard fights, bro. We know them. But he said, I saw him with a busted lip. I saw him having to dig deep
Right.
against that dude. And I
And another
understood.
thing,
Go
my
ahead,
bad.
bro.
Go ahead, Paul. Now I was just gonna say,
I want to hear what you have to say.
to your point about that, just going back to Shakur, since it's fight
Right.
week for him or whatever. But I
hmm
think Williams Zepeda is gonna end up being his hardest fight.
Right.
At least like from 140 down, unless he go up to 147, then maybe not. But down anywhere from 140 and lower, none of them fighters
Right.
is gonna give him as tough of a fight as a Peta, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Possibly Gary Antoine Russell. That might be a that it's gonna be between them two.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Who
Zapata
you
wasn't
think is a better
hard.
fighter?
Zapata was
Cepeda?
easy for him.
Do
Zapata,
you think
if you
Cepeda was a
walking
better fighter, or do you think Antonio Russell is a more dangerous fighter?
I
more
think
dangerous.
Gary Antoine Russell is a more dangerous
Mm.
fighter, but I just think the volume of Zepeda is tough to deal with.
Nah,
Yeah,
I just
I
think
seen
it's
I
tough to
seen
deal
you're
I
with.
right.
seen I seen way
You're right.
worse
It
volume.
is because if you think about it, if Sweet Pea would have fought Cepeda, he would have never got nowhere near Sweet Pea. If
He
he
would
would have
have nah.
fought
I would have knocked him out in the second round.
right,
Sweet Pea
right,
would have knocked him out in the second round.
or
Easy.
because Shakur didn't have any power, he had to fight him the way he had to fight him. You see how I'm
Yeah.
thinking about this strategically?
Mhm.
Yeah, most
Because
definitely.
even Oscar De La Hoya would have knocked him out with a left hook, right?
Yeah,
So there's certain fighters that don't have the gift of power. I'm talking about the
right.
gift of power.
Yeah, that's
Sweet Pea,
that's Andy Cruz's problem. He just
right?
ran into that this weekend.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Just not having no power.
Hey, so do y'all?
Wait a
I
minute,
wanted y'all.
Andy
I want. To,
Cruz. Wait a minute, Andy Cruz has speed,
Right.
which can act as power, and so I don't think it's the power thing. It's just that Andy Cruz ain't into his craft the way he was. Before Andy Cruz was hungry, and I think he lost his hunger to
You,
be. You see, people used to underestimate Andy Ruiz when he was hungry. So when you hungry and people underestimate you, you can knock them out
mhm.
because people don't understand how good you are. So now people know who you are. It's like people caught on to Andy Ruiz, and now it's not a secret because
Yeah.
he knocked
You
out
know.
Andy. Yeah, he knocked
Anthony
out
Joshua.
Anthony Joshua because nobody knew who he was. We did because we said he
Right.
gonna get knocked out. This nigga is six ranked. He's ranked number six, but Andy Ruiz hand speed and skill is better than Anthony Joshua.
Right.
So we were like, what the fuck going on? How did they make this happen?
You know
Them
what's
motherfuckers
crazy,
had
Paul?
bad
I picked
intelligence.
I picked Andy Ruiz to beat Anthony Joshua.
And I know you did because you don't pull kind of box.
Yeah,
At that time, yeah, I did want it Reese to knock him out, but I wanted to see that Deontay Wilder versus
I
Anthony
did too.
Johnson. I wanted
I
to see
did.
Me
that so
too,
bad,
against Andy
so
Me,
bad.
Ruiz.
yeah, but
And
I,
you
I
know
knew
what?
Andy. I knew that was gonna be a. I knew that was about to be a cherry pick gone wrong. As soon as I seen Andy Ruiz style, and I saw that he had pretty good fundamentals and that hand speed. I knew Anthony Joshua was a hype job for real, and I
Mhm.
But
knew that
we
that
didn't
that was
we didn't
exposed.
know
That was about
how
to get
much
exposed.
what they call it stage fright
Yeah,
or how much he was gonna have, but we didn't know he was gonna have that. That nigga then they said that nigga couldn't find his other boot. Then
right.
the nigga was fainting. And I was like, this nigga is so bitch made. You know, he
Yeah,
was so bitch
So bad.
made, bro, that I ain't even want him to lose like that, bro. He was so bitch made that I was like, bro, you might as well had a period on the motherfucking scene. Is
nah, for real.
I'm just like,
Nah,
seriously. I mean,
I'm
he
starting.
melted so bad. Like he had a panic attack. Not
Yeah,
even it wasn't even about boxing. He had a panic attack. They said he couldn't find his shoe before the fight.
Right.
Yeah, seriously. I'm trying to tell y'all because y'all my people.
Yeah, nah,
They said,
I heard about some stuff like that. He was having a
hmm
panic attack in the locker
yeah,
room, all kind of stuff. Yeah,
hmm
I heard about them stories, man. Yeah, it was
Sure.
crazy.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm
he
fighting
couldn't
without
find
the
his
shoes.
shoe. I was like,
Yeah,
what? How you gonna have all these belts and you ain't shit? You
yeah,
know,
man. That
it's
that was
like, and
some UK stuff.
it
Spoiled.
disgusts it
Spoiled.
really disgusts me with boxing So
Yeah.
you can get with somebody who's powerful enough to isolate the belts away from Deontay. What Deontay Wilder should have been heavyweight champion of the world.
Yeah, he should
He
have been
should have
undisputed.
been
Yeah.
At
well until he got
2018.
defeated.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
that was the issue. He went to go rematch. He should have went straight in that Anthony Joshua fight instead of rematching with Tyson Fury. But I understand
Mm-mm,
how. I
mm-mm.
understand. I understand.
He
No,
had to
I
get
at that.
that back. He lost. It
Yeah, I
was a
know. I
draw.
know. I know. But at that time, I feel like if you want to get the straps, go ahead and make undisputed, and then spin the block. That's probably what I would have done. But you
But
know,
you
everybody's different.
and I mean I feel you
Yeah.
on that, but you gotta look at it how for one, Deontay Wilder a real nigga, so ain't no nigga about to get no draw with me and then I ain't running that right back. That's
Yeah.
just, you know what I mean, some real
Yeah,
nigga
man.
shit right there.
And these
And,
dudes make it act like you weird for wanting to run shit back. I was
right,
like,
right,
bro, y'all are the weird ones. They make us look like the weird ones. That's boxing, bro. If you have a
Mhm.
right.
controversial win, they act like they don't even know that it's normal for you to run it back.
Oh, we're running
They
back
they try they
hundred
try to
percent,
destroy
hundred
everything.
percent.
Yeah.
They try to
Even
destroy
with
everything,
Shakur, they didn't want him to run it back with De Los Santos. Cause
bro. It
I wish
was
he would
a
have ran it back
must
with
for
him.
me. That's
I
Yeah.
wish
why.
he would have
See?
ran
That's
it
why.
back. I
And
wish he
I'm
would have ran
talking.
it back.
Telling to Jay. That's why it's a
Yeah.
must for me. When Mayweather had that Madonna fight, even I wanted him to run it back with Judah. I wanted him to run it
Yeah.
back with Judah. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell
I'm
you
not that nigga.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now I was just gonna say I'm gonna tell you why I didn't I mean I didn't really care, and this is why. I'm gonna just keep it all the way G since we on here talking.
I
You know what I
believe
mean?
you.
We
And
listen.
I
I'm gonna tell
believe
y'all the
you.
truth. I didn't care that Shakur didn't run it back with De Los Santos, and I didn't even care whether his hand was hurt or not, and how he fought that fight. And I say that because that is a horrible style for Shakur. I mean, not really a horrible style for him, but De Los Santos is a tank. And Shakur is not explosive. He's not powerful. So
Mhm.
to basically what the fans wanted was from Shakur was for him to play with fire in that fight because De Los
Boy,
Santos
but you
got the
better like
power
it
that
so
can
much.
knock
I'm
you
gonna
out
tell
with
you
one
can fix
punch.
all that shit. Wait a minute. Let me tell you something. Shakur
Uh,
got more talent. Let me tell you like this. Shakur got more talent than Santos.
He could
right.
have took
I'm gonna
away
tell
his
you.
jab.
But
I'm gonna
this
tell
is
you
the
that.
thing. This is the thing though. I get what y'all saying. I do feel like Shakur could have got in there and really just outclassed him. It would have been I
Right.
feel like it would have been a close fight because people sleep on De Los Santos' skills. He got pretty good skills. He pretty athletic. So he got some speed, you know what I mean? And he very powerful and explosive and he's bigger than Shakur. So basically, and the same reason why I feel like Keyshawn Davis backed out of that fight because he knew that that was going to be a fight where I'm pulling up to a shootout. I'm going to get shot or I'm going to shoot him.
Mhm.
That's dangerous to walk into, even as a fighter. You know what I
I
mean? That's
love it.
danger.
I love it. I'm a fighter. I love it.
But let
I
Right.
let Jay
love it.
Okay.
finish.
I
Cause
Now,
love
he,
it.
cause
now,
he
now,
got
now,
me. I'm
now.
trying to figure
I
out where he
love
at.
it.
Go ahead.
So
Go
this is
ahead.
my point. This is my point with Shakur. Shakur got in the fight, he fought the fight, and he came out victorious. I can't be mad at him for that because he won the fight. He fought that fight how he needed to fight
Is
that
that the
fight to
point?
win
Is that the
and
point?
beat that dude.
Oh,
My
we
point
knew
is,
he. Okay, I'm
go
listening. I'm
ahead, go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm done. No,
No,
I'm just
I'm just
listening.
saying. My point is, I didn't care how he came out of that fight as long as he came out that fight on top because the De Los Santos is dangerous. He's dangerous.
And
He
and
can knock you out with one punch. He got
yeah,
that kind of power.
and
You know
guess
what I
what?
mean?
And guess what? If Tio takes away his jab, that's why I said this fight right here is the battle of the jabs. If Tio takes away Shakur jab, which he has done before against the Southpaw, if he does that, against Shakur, watch him do the same thing he did. Shakur did to De Los Santos.
And
He
he
gonna do the
and
same
you might
thing.
be right about that,
Same
bro.
thing.
Real talk, you might be right about that. You know what I mean? And
I
I,
want
as a fan, as go
okay.
ahead.
This is all I'm saying because I don't want y'all to have to go into a whole lot of, you know,
Back and
history
forth.
and stuff. It's just like Shakur. I just want y'all to accept their limitations, right? I want you, I want y'all to be real with what you're seeing. And I
Right,
want you to be able to, because Roy Jones Jr. was one of my favorite fighters, and Muhammad Ali was one of my favorite fighters. But one thing I knew was Muhammad Ali lacked power in
right,
certain fights. I want y'all to be able to look at what's real, and then I think the more real you are, the more I can agree with you. Like
right.
the more truthful you are, I'm always 100. Look at me as the Bible. I'm like Jesus. Look at me as Jesus. And if you look at me as Jesus, I think things will come clear to you. I'm not gonna, even if you're talking about Earl Spence Jr., you know what I'm saying? If you're telling the truth, I can see your point. I'm not gonna just I'm not like these other channels, like if you make up something, if you make up a good point, I'm be like, you know what? You're telling the fucking truth. I can't
Yeah,
deny what you're talking about because all of y'all boxing aficionados. So I know you're looking at it with eyes that I'm looking at. So when
yeah.
you talk
And
about,
to that point, Pool, real quick, bro, and I'm gonna let you go. That
mm,
exactly what you said is exactly what I was trying to say about Shakur fighting De Los Santos. Like, I
mm,
understand how the fans is gonna be mad. I understand how some people expected him to run that fight back. But to me, I look at Shakur's limitations as a fighter, and I look at what he brings to the table. And then I look at De Los Santos and I see what he brings to the table. And I know that what to me it was brilliant for Shakur to disarm De Los Santos like he did, because De Los Santos is like a bull. So for him to feint him
right,
and beat him with his feet and with his hand feints, and basically make it become a fight to where it's like, I'm gonna hit you or you gonna hit me right here in this mid range. But you not finna charge me. You not finna, because once you charge me, I'm gonna show you that I'm gonna back all the way out and I'm gonna give you no chance to hit me at all. So you gonna have to hit me when I walk forward to you right here. And it became like the battle of cobras, like two snakes. You know what I mean? And Shakur made him fight that type of fight, and he came out of that fight on top. Now, to your point,
eh, go ahead, go ahead.
to me, it's like this. I feel like us as fans, we look at like we look at boxing like, okay, we put our entertainment first, which is okay, and I have zero problem with that at all. But if you look
Okay,
at any other sport, like football, for an example, we got all these games here in the playoffs where it's all defense. That's like us going and tell the Houston Texans, that's a completely defensive team, to
right,
go out there and score 50 points. And if they don't score 50, we mad at them for not scoring
right. I
50.
see. What you're,
You
I'm
know what I
right with you.
mean?
You on the
It's
same
like
wavelength. Oh
it's
yeah,
it's
go ahead.
like
I
that's
mean,
not what they bring
okay,
to the table. That's not what
right,
Shakur brings to the table. He don't bring
okay.
that. So you gonna have to beat him with what he brings to the fight,
But you got to
if that
look at
makes
it. You
sense.
got to look at it. You cannot say, I'm going to beat him up. I'm going to do this, do that. I'm a pound for pound number one. Do you know that distance control? So that's part of defense and offense. You
Right.
know who's the best at that right now? I'm not even gonna say Shakur. Is Dimitri Bivol, and he did that
Okay.
against a monster twice.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a
Right.
minute,
First
Jay.
time it
Say
was
that
a
again,
robbery.
Kyle. Wait a minute, Kyle. I just heard you say some crazy, profound shit. Who you say? What you say that again? I don't want you to
Dimitri
forget it.
Dimitri Bivol. He fought the monster. What's his name? Bitterbeeve twice. First was
No,
a
wait a
robbery.
minute.
First was a
Wait a minute.
robbery.
He
I
ain't
feel like
fight no
I
damn David finna be there.
no the meat Bitterbeeve. Better Beeve.
Yeah, you said the monster and it
Right.
Oh
through
no, they call him the monster too. The Better Beeve
oh,
guy.
okay.
Who?
Yeah, they call him the monster
Oh,
too. Now
better
he didn't
be.
fight
Okay,
Better.
but that
Now they
when did they
sparred, but
start
they
calling
not.
him the monster? I'm sorry.
They called
I'm
him
no,
that.
no,
Top
don't
Rank.
even explain
Top Rank
that.
was
But go
calling him
ahead with your
that.
point. Go ahead with your
Top
point. I'm
Rank was
sorry.
calling him that. What I'm saying is, Dimitri Bivol knew when to throw and knew not to throw. Shakur gotta
But he
know.
lost
That's
his
that's
first
all.
fight
That's all
against
we.
him.
That's all
He
we
lost the
asking for.
first fight doing that. It's just he had to pick it. You know, it's almost like it's like a tick. He had to pick certain times to fight and pick certain. You know what I'm saying? When to give to go for. You know what I'm saying? So it was strategic. It was a game plan.
Yeah.
How you
But that's
beat
what
him?
that's all we asking for, Shakur. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
stay
You true.
defense.
You
Yeah, defense.
boy,
It's good to stay
my people are
defensive.
the best, nigga. Fuck y'all. They the best, nigga. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, say that again.
It's good to stay defensive because your first line of your feet is
Yes.
defense. Your first line of your feet is defense. So it's good to do that. But what we asking for, if you know he ain't on your level, bruh, why you playing?
Hmm.
Counter, get him out. Go to the body. Boxers, people don't know. Boxers, like that's why Pinell was so good. He didn't have the power, but he had good body shots, good body work. If a lot of things that Errol Spence got a lot of body work from was Pinell, was Terry Norris,
Hmm.
people like that, Donald Curry, like people like that. They didn't have the knockout shot, but one KO shot, but they had
No,
accumulation of
Ford Noise
punches,
had knockouts out. Wait a minute.
huh? No,
You
I'm talking
say
about
he?
like one, like they one shot he
Yeah,
out,
one
like
hit a
first
quitter.
round, like
One hit a
yeah,
quitter.
first round, like Deontay Wilder. But I'm just saying they had accumulation of punches,
Yes.
with the body and stuff. But boxers,
Yeah.
they need to go to the body. I want Shakur to go to the body more. Even with Tio, go to the body more. Accumulating punches to the body, body. Don't
Yeah.
always go to the head because Tio, he's really, really explosive. He's really good, and he can feint you. He can make you think you going there, but he gonna go to the body because he's a good body puncher as well. And so that's why I say it's just a battle of the jabs. He's gonna have to figure out another way without the jab.
It's the
Like,
attention span though, dog. These fighters don't have the attention span, bro. It's
Yeah.
like to be a pro, you got to have the delayed confirmation. You got to have it's like when you wear down a defense in football, it ain't gonna happen overnight, bro. It's gonna happen over 8 plays. You
Right.
got to play the long game. And you got to know how motherfucker breathes. You got to know how motherfucker moves. You got to know if I bench 350 4 5 times, and I know how that make me feel, and I have to get up and run the next day. You got to put all that into effect and promenade it into how it's going to play out into the practice. How's it going to play out into the play? That's what we talking about here
Right.
when we're
Yeah.
talking about fitness. In boxing, you got to put it. That's why the shit is wide open. But if a motherfucker is on that level and he's really competing on that level, that hey, if this dude is working out like that, 9 times out of 10 he gonna win, right?
mhm,
And you got to understand the burst of it because if a motherfucker know that you a front runner like Zab Judah, think about this. Zab Judah's more athletic than Mayweather. 9 times out of 10, there's nobody more athletic than Mayweather because he work out 7 days a week. He's a weirdo. He's a motherfucker that runs on the track. He like Bruce Lee. He ain't want nobody to beat him in nothing. But Zab
mhm.
Judah just God gave him the gift to be faster than you. Certain
Mhm.
motherfuckers, they just born like that.
And
No
certain,
matter.
but my bad, Paul. But certain
Go
things that
ahead.
he did, to negate his Zab Judah was take away his jab, but also he went at an angle. after that, he hit him in below below the belt line. He after that fight, or not at the fight, after that, whatever happened with him and Roger Miller went in the ring, he went out of angle and started beating him up from the right side. From the right side. And then whenever
Say that again.
Xavier.
See, let me tell you something. I'm gonna start getting to the minutia because I don't appreciate the knowledge of my aficionados that come to my channel. They know a lot of people. See, a lot of people that go to other people's channels, they don't realize the knowledge. And I'm sorry. I don't take advantage of the knowledge of the people that come to my channel, what they know, because I know what they know, and then but I think that the people that's listening already understand. But go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go
Well, what
ahead.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is somebody like Tio, fast hands, they quick, explosive, like crazy. You gotta fight them at an angle. That's why I feel like Shakur, he gonna have to adjust. He's gonna have to adjust. It ain't gonna be no easy. De Los Santos, stay out the way, stay in the safe zone. He gonna have to adjust. He gonna he gonna have to adjust. You're gonna see. I want to see a different Shakur. I definitely do, but he gonna have to fight him at an angle. And
How you think that fight play out, bro?
jabs, the jab. The jab.
Okay.
If Tio's not taking away his jab like he did Josh Taylor with the cross, it don't matter how somebody uses their jab. Shakur's jab is a system amateur. Not saying nothing's wrong with it's basic. It's basic and it's gonna get you through. It's gonna get you to the mountaintop.
Right.
So if he can use parry, slip, not slip too much because Shakur he's quicker than what people think give him. He has to use his cross guard. That's something that he's comfortable with now. Tio. I see he's using a lot of old school defensive parries and tricks. That really can give him trouble. That will give Shakur trouble in the earlier rounds. But I feel like if Shakur feint and uses his jab hook, because Tio's gonna come in fast. He can just keep him on the end of his jab, but he has to feint. He has to feint continually,
Yeah.
especially if he got especially if he got stamina. He got the stamina. He has to feint different ways: jab feints, foot feints, shoulder feints. This stuff. This is actually I wouldn't say because I don't know their levels yet because they haven't fought yet. So I wouldn't say an A level fight yet, but on paper it is an A level fight. But I
Right.
have to see the measurements of what they're gonna do. Like Poole said, they have to put it all on the line. And I believe Teofimo, if he comes to fight like we know he comes to fight, Shakur gonna have to bring out whatever he talk about that dog, that Terrence Crawford Bud thing, he gonna have to bring that out as well. So it's a 50-50 at the end of the day. We can say that he gonna box him,
No,
so
no,
yeah.
it ain't a 50-50 because
Styles make fights. I'm telling you, Pool,
no,
Styles
yes,
make
and you're
fights.
right, but it ain't coming down to style. Certain things comes to tactics,
Yeah.
and when I say it come down to tactics, I mean Teofimo Lopez ain't trying to work hard no more. He ain't trying to work hard no more. I think Shakur is close to working hard.
Yeah.
And sometimes you gotta look at the root. I'm talking about you got to look at the generic stuff before you look at the particulars. And I think Teofimo Lopez, he think he has more power. He think he has the advantage in the situation.
That's a dangerous fighter. I'm
I don't.
telling you that now.
I think he's underestimating. I think he underestimating how serious that Shakur taking this fight.
No, I don't
Yeah.
I
think
think.
he is. 'Cause I'm telling you,
Yes,
Pool. I don't think
yes,
he
because
is.
if he would have known how good Shakur is coming under Terrence Crawford, if Socrates was trained by Aristotle and I'm some other philosopher trying to argue, why would I argue against Aristotle and Socrates, right?
Yeah.
So so okay, so you saying like this nigga here is being trained by the best. I'm some what is what what is Teofimo Lopez? He's What? I'm not trying to belittle the island he comes from. Grenada? Is he
He
from
from
Grenada? Where he
nah,
from?
he from Honduras. He
Honduras.
Okay.
Honduran.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm old. I'm talking about getting senile.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna trip out, can't forget. But even though he's athletic, and I'm talking about he's athletic and all this shit. Let me tell you something, bro. He done been scanned. He has been put into the books. Shakur, see, where most races where they would look at Teofimo Lopez, he would be a phenom like Jerron Bruce Ennis, but to the black community, he's just regular. You see him? Can y'all somebody understand what I'm going
Yeah.
with this?
Nah, I
Yeah.
understand. I know what you're saying.
He's just
Yeah.
regular. Where if you've seen somebody super that they have super abilities from a different culture to the black community, they just regular, bro. They just regular. So
Yeah.
he is a regular nigga to us. We just need to train ourselves up to what he does best.
Yeah.
And I think once he's get trained on, and I think because the way boxing is today, it's so slowed down, y'all,
Yeah.
that every fighter has enough time to do research on each other where it's gonna be a boring fight.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that too. And so
I just
basically
want y'all
to
to follow my way of thinking. Yeah.
yeah,
I
I
understand.
agree with you 100%, Paul. But I just wanted to speak on to what bro was saying about how to fight, how he gave his breakdown, and I agree with you on your breakdown. But I think the difference in the fight is gonna be Shakur is gonna catch Tio off balance a lot in this fight. Cause Tio overshoots his shots, he overcommits, he telegraphs a lot of his punches. Now I believe that majority of the fight is gonna be what you saying, like how just the whole feint game in the boxing match. That's gonna be like the pretty much 80% of the fight. But I believe the story of the fight and what's gonna be the winner and the reason why Shakur is gonna end up being the winner in this fight is because the shots that we gonna remember in every round is gonna be when he catch Tio off balance or overshooting, overcommitting. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? When
Yes.
he catch him in those spots, them is gonna be the difference in what's gonna win him the rounds. Because the
But what
boxing
I'm
match,
saying is, but see Tio, the what I'm saying is, right what you saying, Tio don't want that. Tio want to beat Shakur at his own game. I hope y'all understand how important that is.
if he do that,
He
if
want to.
that's how that fight goes,
If
pull
he
to what
That's
you
what he
boxes,
saying,
want.
it's
if he
gonna be
boxes,
bad.
if
That's
he
what he want.
boxes,
He want to outbox Shakur. He
If he
wants to
try to
beat
do that,
Shakur.
he
he
has
has the
zero
feet.
chance.
Bu- he has the feet to do it.
That's what he
Not
want.
saying not
He
saying
don't
he
want
won't
people.
box him. Not saying he has the feet to box. That's what I'm saying. He has the feet to box. And then when he does throw his jab, people don't notice he actually has a good jab, an educated jab. But what he has to
Mhm.
do, don't be surprised if he start using acute angles. It's trying to get Shakur kind of
No, we
confused
know that's
using
coming
angles.
with
Yeah,
Lomachenko. Lomachenko is
yeah.
one of the best. Supposed to be better than Shakur. So we certain things we know. You gotta absorb that and bring it into your knowledge. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is the, Shakur is gonna have to adjust. It's just not gonna be the same old fight of Shakur. Yeah, it's gonna be after round five. Yeah, it's gonna be boring. But after that first 1 through 5, he gonna need
Mhm.
to Tio gonna need to catch him or do something to the body. He gonna have to use angles. He gonna have to use his jab.
Mhm.
He's gonna actually have to use his jab, not just one jab, double jabs, feint,
Mhm.
double jab, mix it up.
Yeah,
Make him think he
I
gonna
feel it.
be explosive, and then come back with a hook. The left
Yeah,
hook is the key. The left hook is
yeah,
the key for Tio to
I feel
get him
that.
off guard.
I feel
The
that.
le- yeah.
Man, I feel what you're saying. When you in there with somebody who already trying to figure you out, that's perfect. I feel what you're saying. It's like, but the problem is when he adapt to, like, when Tommy Hearns adapt to what Tommy Hearns was throwing, he had Marvin Hagler fucked up until he adapted to the power that he was throwing. Yeah,
People
y'all
don't
understand
know.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, people don't know.
Right.
Marvin Hagler lost his legs. That's why he held on to him in the first round. I think it was the first round. 'Cause,
Well, you know what
Tommy
I'm
Hearns
saying
caught him with the
though.
right
You
hand.
you you feel what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And people that say you gotta knock me out with a ring post, like Marvin Hagler said, oh, you got your hands full. You gonna be there all night because he ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere at all. So you definitely gotta have to bring your A
But
game.
but you see how he reacted in the first half of the round. Well, I ain't gonna even
Hmm.
say half. When he
The
got
first
hit,
round.
first hit got by Tommy, and then till he
Hmm.
got adjusted by Tommy.
Yeah,
You
he
know what I'm
just is.
saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's totally different. You know what I'm saying? When
Yeah.
you know what this dude can do versus what he can't do.
Hmm.
How y'all see this Keyshawn and Jermaine Ortiz fight going though, man?
Jermaine Ortiz gonna outbox
Oh,
him. For
He
about the
gonna
first,
outbox him?
for the
let
first,
me tell
not the
y'all
whole
something.
fight. The
People
first 7
underestimate.
rounds, he gonna
Go,
outbox him.
I'm sorry. Go
No, the
ahead, my
first seven
brother.
rounds.
I'm sorry.
No, the first 7 rounds he outbox him. But Keyshawn, he gonna get that ear because Bud gonna be right there. He gonna get that ear. Hey, you need a knockout. You need a knockout. And the left hook. Watch out for the left hook for Keyshawn. The left hook and then the right uppercut. The left hook, right uppercut, for Keyshawn. But yeah, he gonna outbox him though, because Keyshawn, he has to plant his feet to punch. He can't punch on the move. He has to plant his feet to punch. If you watch his film and watch
And from
Keyshawn and
from
how he
what you
fights,
saying, from
yeah,
what you saying, Jermaine Ortiz got more experience than that. He
yeah,
knows
he got more
if
tools in
he
the bag.
figures out. Listen to me. Listen. So you know what I'm talking about. And I ain't trying to sing you or nothing.
No, you
But
good.
if he knows you got to plant your feet, if he knows something as simple as you got to plant your feet, you will never win. And I love Keyshawn, but he a pop out bastard, right? He
Yeah,
really is.
Keyshawn be
He'll
tweaking,
pop
man. I
out
don't
bastard.
know
Look,
what's up with dude.
if he has to plant his feet, it's a wrap because Jermaine done been in there with greater competition. So he
Uh-huh.
know all he has to do is keep you moving. Bro, just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not going against Keyshawn. I'm just going against experience. Jermaine is too experienced for Keyshawn. Keyshawn hasn't fought nobody more experienced than Jermaine. Just take it
Exactly.
from there. I'm not even talking about the fight. Just experience. Because now he knows that this dude can't get off unless he's set. You know what I'm saying? It's certain things that as a military, if I was an army, you was an army, and you know what you can do and I can do, and I seen what you can do, and that's what I'm saying. We all boxing aficionados. So if I see you can't do certain things in the paint, then bro, you ain't that dude. That's why we want Keyshawn to be in more competitive fights. But if he can turn the corner in this fight, he would have made an ass out of a lot of motherfuckers that like, low, you different. He ain't different. I'm sorry, Jay. I ain't see you trying to come in, bro. My bad. I ain't see you. Hold on. If you
Oh,
different,
damn.
if you different, like, bro, we looking at you and how you move. You haven't fought Andy Cruz. You ain't trying to go back to 135. Fuck you. It's like, nah, you ain't for to beat this dude because you mentally weak. We see it.
Hmm.
So you would be going dead head because you still trying to make your name, nigga. You still trying to make your name. How you ain't fought nobody, nigga? You trying to say you that nigga? Fuck you,
Hmm.
nigga. I'm sorry. We gonna have to go disrespect on you because the public has been too soft on y'all. We've been too soft on y'all, bro, because y'all been making us feel guilty. No, we've been to come out and let y'all know we bite y'all shit. And then when y'all rich, then you want to retire. No, it ain't happening. Now you have to show us something.
Mm-hmm.
because we
It
earned it.
was.
Yeah.
We earned it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jay, I don't know what I've been seeing for the last 2 weeks since I've been like pool as well. So last 2 weeks I've been studying film. I said somebody gonna get a knockdown. Somebody gonna get a
Hmm.
knockdown in that TO
Let me
fight.
tell y'all something. Sorry,
In
let me
that
cut.
I
TO
think
Now
fight.
you
Shakur
get
gonna
back on
drop
me.
him.
Hold on. If
Yeah,
you
I see
watch
it
the
too, but I
film,
see both. I see
you
both
know what's
sides.
coming. If you watch film and I'm wrong, you know what's coming. You know what's coming. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
someone gonna
tell you.
get
If you
knocked
watch
out.
the
And then
film,
what's face gonna y'all gonna be surprised, but what's face gonna out jab him. It's gonna be like a second nature. Jermaine
Theo.
Ortiz. Jermaine
Oh,
Ortiz. Yeah, Jermaine
wait a minute. Who we
Ortiz.
talking about? Who fighting? Who fighting y'all?
Jermaine
Who
Ortiz
fighting?
versus Keyshawn Davis. That's
Man,
gonna
Jermaine for the beat him. Jermaine for the
Jermaine
beat him, y'all.
he
I'm
gonna he
telling
gonna
you.
he gonna use that jab on him and he gonna be like, man, I can't figure it out. Watch, he gonna first
Man,
hand him.
Jermaine is better than y'all think. Y'all
I
ain't
know
nah,
giving
he is.
Jermaine no
I know. He
I know how
cold.
good he is. I know how good he is.
Nice.
I'm
Jermaine,
scared for
Jermaine,
Keyshawn because go ahead.
because Keyshawn ain't been fighting like that on that level. He ain't been challenged on that level. Not only that, it's that the fact that the man experienced out experienced him. He,
Right.
you know, it's like even though Keyshawn got more talent than Jermaine, he has more talent. That's what's confusing people. He has more talent potential, but Jermaine
Right.
got more experience and he got the talent.
But
So
okay,
that's what.
Paul, to that point though,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and I agree with you 100% because I think it's arguable that Jermaine beat Loma and Tio. You know what I mean? Some people say he beat
Yeah.
both of them, and both of them fights was close enough that you can't really argue it. You know what I mean? But he just came out on the losing side. So I agree with you, but I
Well,
feel like
that's corruption and politics.
right. And now
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I feel like with Keyshawn, he haven't been on that level as a pro, but I feel like he got a lot of amateur experience being a silver medalist. And I feel like he spars top competition all the time. Now it is sparring, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, but he in there with them all the time. It ain't just like he having one sparring session with Shakur and then,
Yeah.
years later he not sparring nobody on that level. He's consistently fighting people on that level. You know what I mean? So he's
Yeah.
consistently getting better, as a pro. So I don't know how much him having a lot of sparring experience with top competition is going to translate in the ring, but I do know that I see this fight being like a draw. I got this fight being like a draw. I'm hoping Keyshawn win. I'm going for Keyshawn,
Bro,
but
The
stop
straight
I
playing.
right hand,
Stop
the straight.
playing. No, but
I, I think it's going to be like a
I
draw.
know what you kind of saying because uh uh Jermaine ain't like he don't separate himself in
Right.
fights. He don't separate himself in fights. But let me tell you this. Keyshawn hasn't stepped up and been in the fights that Jermaine has been in. Jermaine hasn't been against Lomachenko. He done been against Teofimo Lopez. He would beat the fuck out of Chicago. What's his name? Uh, Keyshawn
Keyshawn.
Davis.
But this is
You,
the thing though, Pool. Keyshawn only
uh,
got 13 fights. He only got 13
bruh,
fights.
bruh, stop playing with me and tell me what that means. Stop playing with me. I ain't for the school you. I'm just
I
telling you,
mean,
stop playing with me and tell me what that means.
I'm
What
with you.
that
I'm with you.
mean?
I'm with you when you're
Nah,
right,
stop
man. I'm
playing
with you
with
when you're
me.
right. I'm with you
That
when you're
nigga
right.
should have
But
fought Andy Cruz. He should have schooled
man,
him.
nah,
I covered the Olympics on my channel. Nobody goes
yeah,
back to those channels and go platinum on them fucking channels. I mean, I
yeah.
went in 2020 when Keyshawn fought Andy Cruz. That's where his money was supposed to be made.
But they turned that fight down with Keyshawn though, Pool. Keyshawn
Huh?
supposedly
I
sent
don't remember
Keyshawn
this.
supposedly sent Andy
Bruh, bruh.
Cruz an
Let me see
offer.
papers.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Nah,
Stop playing. You talking about Andy
I
Cruz?
I
I don't
Andy
remember
Cruz
that.
yes,
ain't.
I
We're gonna have to
promise
pull.
Andy
you.
Cruz.
We're gonna have to
Hold
pull
on.
that
Hold on.
up. I
Hold
don't
on.
remember that.
Andy
Pull
Cruz
that
is
up.
just. Hold on. Andy Cruz is just breaking into 12 round fights. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you think about that mentally, you got to work your way up to 12 round fights. So why would you just like because even Keyshawn turned down fights from other fighters that was already used to going 12 rounds. You understand what I'm
Shit, De Los
saying?
Santos,
Stop playing.
backed
No, no,
out
no,
of
no. Stop playing with me. Even
he backed out of
Keyshawn
De Los
turned down,
Santos.
bro, bro. Stop playing with me. Even Keyshawn turned down fights when he wasn't ready to go 12 rounds. He just
Look,
coming
I
out the am.
right.
Stop.
I'm
So
with you,
I'm
Pool,
saying
but
we all
this is the thing. This is the
look. What
thing.
I'm saying is we all boxing aficionados. Stop
Right.
playing. We can't
Right.
omit information. We
But
already
this is
know.
this go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. No, I was just gonna say,
Okay.
like, look, just because Andy Cruz ain't ready. He ain't ready to go 12 rounds, 10 rounds as pro. So if he's trying to catch him early, it's like when people was trying to catch, just like when what's that Mexican fighter caught Lomachenko early. He lost. That's why he fought Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? Because he knew he wasn't used to going the rounds, bro. They see fight. Look, let me slow down because I'm all over the place because I'm emotional. Okay,
It's all good,
look,
OG. Take your time. Take your
fighters
time.
know the game, bro. They know if you ain't ready. They know
Right.
if you ain't ready to go 8 rounds. They know if you ain't ready to go 10 rounds. They watching you every day. So if they offer you a fight, they thinking you're too green. Canelo knew who to challenge. You know what I'm saying? He knew who wasn't ready for 12 rounds. So he's gonna try to catch you in your lizard stage so he can put your name on his list, even though he see your talent. So we gotta understand people who know how to hustle, y'all. We know who know how
Right.
to hustle the game. Stop playing now. Y'all boxing aficionados for y'all ain't boxing aficionados for nothing. Y'all know how the
Right.
game is
But
played.
Pool. Right. But Pool,
Okay.
how can we say how can okay with that same thing, what you saying, that he tried
Hmm.
to catch him early, it's like basically it wasn't gonna be a right. It would have had to be the perfect time for you for him to fight Andy Cruz for you to be happy because basically from what how I interpret what you're saying and tell me if I'm wrong, you saying that he tried to catch him too early, and then right now since he just lost, you saying that he should have fought him. So it was like, when is the right
Wait a
time
minute.
for him
Who?
to
Wait.
have
Wait a minute.
fought him?
Who we talking about now? So I know how to put him in
Keyshawn
context.
Davis, Keyshawn Davis, and Andy Cruz. You said you felt like he should have fought Andy
Bro,
Cruz.
bro, he ain't never wanted. Look here. What you need to understand about Keyshawn, he beat him 3 times in the Olympics.
Right.
Okay. He never was gonna fight Andy Cruz again from that time.
But
Okay.
he tried to fight him though. He tried to, they said that they reached
Oh
out to
my
Andy
God,
Cruz
nigga.
team, and Andy Cruz team said
Jay,
that they
Jay,
want to
stop,
fight right now.
stop, stop.
I'm just
He,
telling you, bro.
bro, stop, Jay. Bro, you my nigga, bro. I just
That's
can't.
not
I'm like,
what that's not did Keyshawn not say that out of his
no,
own
nigga,
mouth though?
nigga, get the fuck up out of here, nigga. That
So
nigga ain't
you
never
don't.
want
So
to
you
fight.
saying you don't believe it, but he said it though out his own mouth. You can
I
choose. You
don't get
got your own
that
choice to
nigga.
believe it
That
or
nigga's
not.
a Popeye liar. That nigga's a Popeye.
Okay. Well, if he lying,
Look,
I can't verify whether he lying or not. All I
no,
can do
what I'm
is
saying,
take
but
his
I'm
word
gonna put
for
it
it.
this way because I want to believe in the process. I really do. But let me tell you something. If you want to fight somebody, you're gonna make sure you fight that nigga, right? If you
Yeah.
want to like if you want to really emasculate somebody, you're gonna make sure it happens, right?
I am, but it's these boxing politics, man. I mean, I just
Nah.
We were
Come
just talking
on.
about Shakur and how I
Come
was
on,
trying to tell
Jay.
y'all
Come on,
he tried to
Jay.
fight Loma, and they didn't give him the Loma fight because that was their prize, that was their money maker over there
Is
at
that
Top
is
Rank,
but let me
and
ask
they
you
didn't want
something
to
though.
feed him to
Let me
Shakur.
ask you something though. Let me ask you something. Is that what you believe? I'm
A
just
thousand
asking. Is
percent.
that
That's what I believe. 1,000%.
okay?
That's what I
Okay.
believe.
All right.
I
Just saying
believe
that.
that.
That's
I believe that's why I was getting ready to get to my point earlier that I was trying to make about Shakur,
okay.
how everybody give him
Okay.
criticism for not fighting the best fighters. And I just feel like it's
Oh
because
boy.
he's high risk, low reward
Ooh,
to that. Who
he
you said what?
WBA. He the WBC champion at 135. How the fuck is
Right.
he high low reward? How?
Okay,
How?
maybe not, maybe
Mason
not,
was.
maybe not now because he done had the the Zapata fight. You know what I mean? He done probably like within the
Yeah.
last 2 years, he probably became
I
more of
told you he's
a
still up
ticket.
and coming. I'm telling you, he's still motherfucking up and coming. You know what I'm
Right. But
saying? But yet
this is my hold on,
act
Paul.
like everybody act like this nigga is on another level. Everybody think these niggas are half fucking validated. And they move forward because they stalled enough to where they didn't have to fight anybody. And it's like, bro, it's like, nigga, y'all should have had 5 or 6 fights where y'all stalled for years and years. And so that's why I'm at where I'm at with my fucking channel because y'all niggas don't fight.
Right. Okay. So let me
Y'all
say
niggas
this,
don't
Paul.
fight. Hmm.
To that point, I feel
Yeah.
like now after Tio, if Shakur
I don't
fight
give a
Tio,
fuck about Fanon or none of these other niggas. It's about the
yeah.
sport, bro.
No, the
Yeah. It's
Pool.
like
Pool, hear me.
y'all
Here,
can
hold on,
y'all
Pool.
can
Hear me
go
out.
be
Pool.
about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Look,
Pool.
look,
Hold
I can
on.
go, go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You know what I'm
Let
saying?
me say this, bro. Because this why I be over here. I don't hop on motherfuckers' panels. I hop on your
Hmm.
panel. I hop on your panel. I'm here. When you go live, I'm there. I fuck with your channel, bro, and I fuck with your channel because you care about the sport of boxing. You not biased for no fighters. Yeah, you got your favorites, but you gonna call that shit down the middle. Whether your fighter is in the wrong or the right, you gonna call that shit how it is, and that's how I am. You know what I mean? And that and y'all clearly don't see eye to eye with me about Shakur. And I'm somebody that views boxing from the
That nigga
same
straight
lens
bitch.
that y'all
Yeah.
view boxing as. So I'm trying to get y'all perspective on why y'all don't see Shakur like the way that I see him. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Mhm.
But
And
Jay, I know you, and I know you are a boxing aficionado. So even over Shakur, I listen to you because you might be seeing some shit I'm missing.
right.
And
And
that see, I know the people on my channel been watching boxing for years. So I know sometimes you can be blind. I know that
right,
from your perspective. That's why I try to listen to any interesting perspective you can give me. And I'm serious, with all serious respect, with all
right,
humility, that I
right.
listen to what the hell you're saying because I know I might be blind, but then I'm like, bro, uh-uh. You
This
know what I'm
this is
saying?
this is where I'm at with it with Shakur. Let me just give a quick overview
I'm
on
listening.
where I'm at with it. So I feel like Shakur from 126 to 130, he fought the fighters that he could fight, which was the best in his division, and they wasn't hot names, and they wasn't really the best, like the top of the top line. I feel like Oscar Valdez is a good win to me. But a lot of people shit on Oscar Valdez win. I feel like he was undefeated at that time, a
Mhm.
two division
Hmm.
champion, and that was the best fighter at 130 when Shakur was at 130. He fought him and beat him, moved on. So
But that
at that point, he fought the best two fighters in his division and he beat them. They just wasn't hot names or they wasn't looked at in the boxing landscape
I'm
as
listening
being the
to all
best.
that. Stop dragging
So
the
all
so
that
man
hold
shit
on.
out.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me get to my point real quick.
Mhm.
Now we rewind to Shakur get to 135. Now we get to the name fighters. Loma ducked him. Pitbull Cruz ducked him after Tank fought him. Pitbull Cruz ducked him. His team came out and said, "I don't want no parts of that style. We don't like his style. His style is he runs." They called him a runner. On this is documented stuff that they said in interviews out of their own mouths. They didn't want to fight Shakur. At this time, Tank Davis got all this credit for the Pitbull Cruz fight. So Shakur was at 135. So he says, all right, let me fight Pitbull Cruz. Pitbull Cruz say no. Cambosis say no. After Devin beat him a couple times, he was the former undisputed champion. Shakur tried to fight him. Cambosis said no. Loma said no. Pitbull Cruz said no. So at this point, he could not fight the fighter. Oh, hold on. Frank Martin. Before Frank Martin was supposed to fight uh Tank Davis, he signed the contract to fight Shakur and then backed out of the contract because he wanted more money. And then he fought
Mhm.
Tank Davis and got knocked out. So Frank
But
Martin ducked out of the fight.
nah,
Hold
he ain't
on.
ducked.
Hold
He
hold
needed more
on. Hold
money.
on. What
But
did
come on
Kid?
now,
Hold on, Kid
use common
Austin.
sense.
Hold on, Kid
Hold on,
Austin.
use common
Kid
sense.
Austin
That
said he
bitch ass
got
nigga.
sick. He signed the contract. Said he got
Yeah.
sick. So let's hold on. So time out. I just named you about 5 fighters that would have been
No,
a
no,
good
no,
name for
no,
Shakur's
no.
resume.
No, they be
Okay.
good names. They be good names. But Frank Martin did the same thing Shakur did with Devin. It was just tick for tack. That's all
It
it was.
wasn't. It wasn't 10 for
Yeah.
tat because let me tell you why.
He offered him
Devin,
25%.
Devin had a 25% offer to Shakur
He
that
offered
Bob
him.
Arum and everybody came out and said that that was just talks in the media. That wasn't no real legit contract offer
Devin
for
Haney
him to
said it
fight him.
himself. Devin Haney offered him more money than he was
So,
ever
Listen,
so
making
hold
at
on,
top
I
rank.
hold on. Let
understand that.
stop,
Hold on,
stop,
time
stop
out. I get
arguing.
it. I
Hey, guys, hold on. Y'all stop arguing.
go ahead.
Why we going through all this? If I feel like I could beat your ass, it don't matter what the percentage is, my nigga. If
Hmm.
I feel like I'm that dude that's gonna own you, I'm gonna take your belt. You know what I'm saying? It don't see that's the problem I'm having, Jay. It's
Right.
like
And I get that, Pool.
all these, if you give me 2%, nigga, I don't give a fuck if it's 10, 15. If you give me 15% of a chance just to fight you, I don't care what everybody looking at me like. I don't care 25%, 5%, 10%. I don't know. As long as you give me a chance to whip your ass.
Right. Okay.
That's it.
Now, so let me
Mhm.
speak to that. Let me speak to that because I want,
Okay.
you know what I mean? We own that contract or whatever. To me,
Right.
this is my perspective. I don't believe that that contract was a real legit contract. I believe that that was an offer that Devin Haney and Bill Haney threw out to Shakur, just threw it out there and put it out there in the air, like on interviews, and just spoke like we got 25% for Shakur Stevenson to fight for a belt.
Right.
But it was never a legit thing that was offered to Shakur on paper, like, do you want this contract?
No, he had it
But
on paper. He had it on paper because Shakur even said this in an interview before. They gave him a paper, because they both went back and forth. They gave him paper. Shakur said, "Nah, I'm not gonna take that." So he gave him another offer. He said, "I'll take this." I think it was like a flat or something like that. And then
Now
Devin said
this is before
it was something. It was back
Fanon
and
went.
forth between them.
This was
But
when Fanon was on Devin Haney's side. This one when
yeah.
Fanon was on Devin Haney's side.
But at the end of the day, Shakur just wasn't gonna take that money that was given him. But that was the most money, according to Bill Haney and Devin Haney, because they're their own bosses supposedly. So they're their own bosses. So they told everybody that's the most money that we Shakur ever even made because
okay.
the yeah.
Now, so let me say this. Okay, now if you right, I'm not gonna say you right or you wrong. I
Mhm.
want to see the interview that I'm gonna look that up after we get off this live for
Mhm.
Yeah,
an
it don't
interview
matter.
where
You
It was
know,
on
Shakur
all
said
of
fire.
the
that.
story
It
is
was
But
on
like
like
it don't
this is
it was
matter.
on
this is
fire.
my
You know
over
what I'm
this is my overall point about that though. Even though I don't believe that they got an official contract, but
Hmm.
this is the reason why I still wouldn't take that offer if I'm Shakur Stevenson because you got to look at it like this. Devin Haney is a dangerous
Shakur
fight to
didn't
me.
take it,
Hold
so
on.
that
No,
point
no,
is
no. I'm
skewed.
not
He
saying
didn't
that.
take
Hold
it.
on, Paul.
Yeah.
Let me talk. Let me talk.
Uh,
If Shakur was given that offer of 25%, right? What Shakur did was he went to the WBC or whatever sanctioning body he had pool in at that time. It might have been a WBO, I'm not sure. But whatever pool he had a guaranteed mandatory position for like 30% or 35%. I'm not sure exactly what the number was, but he had a mandatory position for that amount of money for his position that he was in. The same position that I'm telling y'all Oshaki Foster dropped the belt. If he talking all that shit about Shakur, why did you beat Cool Boy and then drop that position? So what I'm saying is Shakur had that position on Devin Haney. So once Devin Haney came out with the offer that I say,
mm,
from my perspective, was just an offer that he put out in the interview that
Mhm.
I'm gonna give Shakur 25%.
Yeah.
And then Shakur says, okay, now I see that you want to fight me. I'm going to go and exercise my mandatory right for this amount of money.
Mhm.
And once he exercised that amount, that position that he had for the percentage that was guaranteed to him for the position that he had for that title, Devin Haney moved up. So that whole situation between Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson was a whole money pool type of thing. Now, let
Mhm.
me tell you why, if I'm Shakur Stevenson, I wouldn't have accepted 25%. Because I get
we
what y'all saying.
didn't.
Hold on, time out. I get what you
You ain't even got to
right.
go into
I'm
it because
saying
we didn't
I'm gonna
accept it.
tell you why.
We
I'm gonna tell
didn't
you why
accept it.
I wouldn't though. I'm gonna tell you why I
Uh-huh.
wouldn't if I'm Shakur. Because
All right.
for
I'm
one,
listening.
you had hold on, let me go.
Hmm.
For
He
one,
rapping.
you have a more percentage position in your back pocket, for one. And for
Wait a minute.
two,
Say that
that
again. Say that again, Jay. Jay, say that again.
you have a mandatory position for at least 30% in your back pocket that you can
How?
activate.
You ain't said, bro, you ain't said. How? How? I'm
because
sorry.
because
I'm getting
Shakur
emotional.
Stevenson
Getting emotional.
because Shakur Stevenson was the mandatory. Matter of fact, this is how it happened. When Shakur Stevenson lost them belts on the
I knew
scale.
who he's supposed to fault. I knew he's
Hold
supposed.
on.
Bro, you
Hold,
forget who you talking to. I know who he's supposed to fault. How the fuck he go? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go
you
ahead.
ain't
I'm
you
sorry.
ain't trying to let me get
I'm
off,
listening.
fool.
I'm listening. I'm
Let
gonna
him
let you get
rap,
off.
Fool,
I'm gonna
fool.
let you get off.
Let him
fool ain't
rap.
I
trying to
ain't
He's
let me get
listening
rapping
to
off.
right
it. Go
now.
ahead.
He
Go
rapping
ahead.
right
Go
now.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So Shakur had the mandatory position in his back pocket to
Yeah.
activate
For
for at
what? For
least
what?
30
For what?
for at least
He had the
30%
mandatory for what?
for
I'm just saying. For
for
what?
the dub
For belt? What?
for the belt. Yes, we Shakur
What
had a
belt?
30% offer in his
For
back
what
pocket.
belt?
It was the
For what belt? For
WBO
what
or the
sanctioning body?
WBC. I think it was
Okay.
the matter of fact, it was the WBO. It was the WBO.
Okay.
He
Okay.
had that 30% because they have a 30-day um where you have to what you call it, purse bid offer if nobody come to an agreement type of thing. You know where they say you got a 30 days to come to an agreement,
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes,
this
sir.
fighter gets when y'all come, if y'all don't come to an agreement, this fighter gets 30%, you get 70. So he
Right.
automatically had that in his back pocket on Devin Haney. So he basically was like, I'm not taking 25. I'm coming to this with my mandatory 30% at least. And I'm going to take the 30% if this is all I can get. But now let's
Hmm.
talk within this 30 days to try to come up with a fair offer for me and what I bring to the table as a silver medalist, as a former unified champion, two
Mhm.
division champion.
That don't mean shit.
He
That
ain't
don't
Okay.
got.
mean
He
shit.
ain't
But
got the.
okay,
He don't.
hold on, Paul.
Even
Let
with
me keep going. Let me
Lomachenko, even with
hold on.
Lomachenko.
You
Yeah,
right. You
okay,
right.
okay.
It don't mean nothing because Devin Haney
Right.
could have just said, "Well, fuck it. I mean, I don't care about your
Right.
accolades or all that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna make you give, I'm just gonna take 70 then, and it's going to be a 70-30 split. But that
Right.
automatically gives Shakur Stevenson 5% more of the pie. Now, the reason why this is
Okay.
important and why I wouldn't have took the 25%, okay, for one, like I just said, he had the automatic 30% in his back pocket. And for two, you have to look at it like Devin Haney is automatic, is going to be one of Shakur Stevenson's most lucrative fights.
Right.
That fight, Shakur and Devin, is a big fight. That's two of the four kings or five kings, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
The
Right.
two
Right.
of the
Right.
best fighters in boxing. That fight would have made a lot of money. That is a big money
Right.
fight for Shakur Stevenson. So why would I take 25% of what could be possibly one of my biggest fights of my career when I know for a fact
Because
I
you
can
become the
get more
man.
money?
Because you be and here's my answer to that. And
He think he can
what
beat him.
answer that you already know? You already know the answer to that, nigga. It's like because you may win, nigga.
Right, but Pool,
Talk
okay,
about.
but Pool, you only looking at it from the side of if he win. What if he lose? Now I just took 20. Hold
You
on.
lost to the champ. Okay.
You lost
Right,
to the
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
champion.
You
Your
lost to the,
brand,
you right. You lost to the champion, but now
Jay.
my stock. Hold on. Now my stock took a hit,
No. No.
and I
Nobody
just
know who your
lost.
bitch
I
ass.
only got
Nobody know who your
25% with what?
bitch ass is. Go ahead. I'm
No,
You
sorry.
he
said
would. That
what?
was the most money he would
Go
ever
ahead.
made. Shakur Stevenson
Yes.
was at that
Thank
twenty
you.
five
Even
percent.
even if you lose, you win, nigga. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that twenty
Oh, I'm
five.
sorry.
That twenty five.
We're gonna
That
stop.
20.
Let Jace explain him because we getting
Okay,
lost in the
okay,
weeds. We
okay.
interrupting.
Now,
Go ahead.
because look, I get what y'all saying. That's the most money he
Yes.
could have made, right? That's the most money he could have made, and that's cool. But you can't look at it like just because it's the most money that he made in his career. You have to look
Hmm.
at the pot that's involved in the fight. Because, okay,
Yes.
for an example, because people use this talking point a lot when it's talking about Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson, or even the Brian Norman and Boots fight. People use this point a lot. Just because it's the most money that a fighter ever made, don't mean
Hmm.
it's a good deal for the fighter that's making the most money. Because and let me explain. Because if me and fighter A and fighter B together makes $20 million, or let's just say $50 million, it's a big fight, so it makes $50 million. Even if at that point my highest pay is 5 million, that don't mean I'm gonna take 6 million for a fight that I know with me and this other fighter is gonna generate 50 million. You see what I'm saying? So you can't just say just because it's the most money that he ever made in a fight that he should accept the deal. It's all about percentages. You have to
Yeah,
look at what the
but
what the fight is
I'm
in
like that nigga.
totality.
Shakur.
I'm
That's
like that
all he
nigga.
talked.
I'm like that nigga on Juicy show. I'm like that nigga on Juicy show. I'm coolers, cuz. I'm coolers. That nigga put ER on every motherfucking thing. I'm coolers. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro. It's
Yeah,
like
I
But
shit.
mean,
I know. I
It's
understand
like
what Jay's talking about. I understand
I'm
his
cooler.
brand. His
No,
brand is not big enough to negotiate a bigger bag. At that
for
time,
Devin
his
Haney,
brand, yes, his brand was not big enough. Who he
but no,
fought,
but
who he
right.
don't
fought
y'all
wasn't
understand that?
big enough.
But
Who
Jay,
he did it
but
against
Jay
wasn't big enough.
and Josh, don't y'all understand that none of these niggas haven't built their names up. They haven't fought the
That's
names.
where
They
I'm
haven't enough.
going though, Pool.
Yeah,
That's my
but at
But
that
point.
look,
time,
y'all,
at that
they haven't had enough names. It's like I'm trying to like battle people on my channel. Like y'all keep letting these other channels talk about these two same names over and over. They laughing and they doing all this little front shit. Like, bro, boxing ain't even built up like that. It's like these
That's my
niggas
point
don't even.
though.
Go ahead. Go. I'm
Uh,
sorry. I
Nah.
mean,
I was
it,
just saying my point is like
go ahead.
I feel like Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson, neither one of their names was that big. So yeah, Devin Haney earned the A side at that point. But it's not like Devin Haney was Tank Davis. Devin
But
Haney was
but
just a
but
fighter that fought Lomachenko and beat him and had one or two pay-per-views that did like 100 some thousand pay-per-view buys.
but
So
he was only doing that because George Cambosos did that to him. He was just doing what he was George Cambosos was doing. He was just exercise his A level, his A side position.
right,
And
but this is
Shakur
the
got to understand what a B side position is.
right,
He got
but
to
you
understand.
this is the difference though, bro. And I'm gonna let you speak. My bad, because I know I'm cutting you
No,
off
no,
and I
you
haven't
good. No,
let you
you
go.
good. No,
I
you
just
good.
want to say this real quick about that because I meant to say that in my point. You take 25% to fight George Kambosos because George Kambosos is not ever going to be a one of your highest paydays that you're going to make in your career because George Kambosos is George Kambosos. The threat is not there and the namesake is not there. So
But they
you
made
can
him fight
take
him
that.
2 times.
Right.
They
Okay.
made him
You
fight
can
him. Okay.
take that risk with George Kambosos. But if you're Shakur Stevenson fighting Devin Haney, that's not the same situation. Because Devin Haney could possibly be, if they build that fight up right, that could be one of his biggest paydays that he ever made in his
Yeah,
career against Devin Haney.
but
So
Jay, you
that's a
got.
completely
I
different
see.
situation. You don't take 25%
Overall,
and nothing
But
like that.
what I'm
That's just
overall,
saying is,
business.
what I'm
overall,
saying is,
overall, I
there you
understand
go,
what you're saying.
business.
Overall, I understand what you're saying with the business, but I think we're kind of adding on stuff that's confusing people, right? Because all you had to do was say that Shakur Stevens is the biggest threat. All we had to do is say George Kambosos was never on Devin Haven level, right? So they threw him in thinking that Devin Haney would not have the discipline. He would slip somehow and letting George Kambosos beating him. That's what they was hoping for, right? But then Devin Haney ended up being one of the most disciplined motherfuckers they ever seen. And he might even be even more disciplined than Shakur Stevenson. Do you understand when he fought um, Brian Norman, right?
Hmm.
So this has may have heightened him to another plateau. Certain things happens in life to change the dynamics, right? Like Haley's comet coming every 75 years, right? It inspires and motivates motherfuckers to reach a whole nother level. So now that Devin, saying, has fought Brian Norman, somebody they had hyped up
Hmm.
that beat everybody ass, inspiring Crawford, all these other niggas inspiring, and then Devin goes in there and beat his ass, right? Like he
Yeah,
wasn't nothing, right? So now Shakur don't have no kind of plans to fight Devin because this nigga on another level. Oh, this
but
nigga real. I ain't fucking
yeah,
with that nigga, cause that nigga finna, he gonna see what I got and he gonna motherfucker train up. No, we gonna go back to 135
but
because
that
that nigga
he don't.
real.
Shakur don't understand. Shakur don't understand. He has to build his brand. Build your brand by fighting these
Bruh, oh,
guys.
my
Build your
bad,
brand
Jay.
by getting. I was waiting to Jake come back in, but building, but business sense.
I ain't know he had went out.
Yeah, but the business
Yeah, go
sense
ahead,
of it,
my bad.
he all he did was flipped it over. Shakur's brand at that time was not bigger than Devin Haney. Devin Haney had the undisputed belts. Devin Haney had the girl that was doing YouTuber and streamer. He was counting all this stuff in. He made his own money, generated his own money. He just used Bob Arum to put him on TV. That's all he did. That's why he can offer him the 70-25 or 75-25 because his brand was bigger than Shakur. He had everything on his side. Everything. And I'm pretty sure if they would have got into the paperwork, it would have been a rematch clause because yeah, that 25% is a um is I want how I want to say this. It is risky. It is a low reward for it. But at the end of the day, he already knew he was just exercising his A side position.
Right. And bro, to your point, I'm not trying to take away Devin Haney's ape side position in the situation, but what I'm trying to tell you is it was a lot closer than
No, no, I
75-25.
believe that, but that's why I said that because
That's all I'm
Devin
saying. And
Haney,
that's all Shakur was trying to say though,
yeah,
bro.
yeah,
Shakur
but
conceded because
his
No,
brand,
Shakur conceded A
no.
side.
his brand is not big enough to negotiate higher
Look.
than
It's
what it
one
was.
thing to
Yes,
concede
his shot
that, but it's
changed.
one
No, no, no,
thing
no,
to
no, 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 no. That's
listen.
not how
Listen to
it,
what I'm
that
saying.
that's not how it worked though,
Listen to
bro.
what I'm
Just
saying.
because somebody's A side don't mean that they can tell you. I mean, they can tell you, I'm offering you this, take it or leave it. But if
That's
you're
what he did. That's
but
what
what
he
I'm saying,
did.
but and you're right. But what I'm saying is, Shakur Stevenson still had skin in the game. This is the
That's not
same.
what
Hold on.
Devin Haney was looking at. Devin Haney's looking at the brand. What
Right,
does he
but
bring
he
to the
still
table?
had some brand though, bro. You saying it like he was Cambosis in the situation.
No, to
Shakur was
Devin
not
Haney,
Cambosis.
to Devin.
Shakur was doing the most on ESPN at that time, which
That's
is like a
Why
ESPN.
right,
does that
right.
matter though?
It's
What I'm asking
No,
you
no.
is why wouldn't you take that sacrifice if you knew you was gonna beat them? If you had
because
supreme comp, go ahead.
because it was too risky for the type of fight that he was gonna be in my opinion.
you don't
Because
believe in yourself. You don't
No,
no,
I'm
believe
it's
in
not.
listening.
yourself.
It's not
You gotta
about
believe
that
in
though,
yourself.
bro.
Saying that
Y'all
bullshit.
gotta
Stop saying that
understand.
bullshit.
Y'all can't.
I want to hear. I want to hear him commit to why not take the 25%. I would have
I'm
took it.
okay. Let me tell you. Let me tell you why. Because for one, like I was saying earlier, Shakur automatically had a 30, at least 30% in his back pocket with the mandatory position that he held
He don't
for
control the
Devin Haney.
opportunity though. He don't
Huh?
control the opportunity. He don't control the
Okay, but but
opportunity.
but hold on. But how don't he control the opportunity if he had that
What you
mandatory
mean?
position
How
for
don't he
30%?
control? Because he wasn't offered. You don't control the offer, bro. Don't
But
come
this is
at
the
me.
thing. Okay,
Yeah.
right. But this is the thing. This is the thing though. Are we gonna just solely put it on Shakur Stevenson, or are we gonna
No,
put some of it
what I'm
on
saying
right?
is
Hold on,
if a
Pool. Hold on,
motherfucker gonna
Pool.
give you food stamps and
It's
you ain't
it's
part of the government,
But
you ain't got no
listen.
say. If a
This
motherfucker
is
said we
why
gonna start out at 50, you hear what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? So
I
you know what
do
I'm saying?
understand what you're saying, but
Okay.
this is what I'm trying to say though, Pool. This is why I don't mess with that or with Tank Davis and Tank Davis fans that try to use this point
Hmm.
because they feel like Tank Davis is in the A side position. He don't have to do nothing to make the fight. They put it on all everybody else. They put it on all the B side to make every move to earn a Tank Davis fight. When
On
I
the what
know
side? On the what side?
they look at whoever's the B side, whether it's Devin Haney, whether it's Shakur
On the what
Stevenson.
side?
they
No, no,
don't
on the
have
what
no
side?
negotiating powers. The only negotiating power is
Thank
part.
you. That's what I'm
They
trying
don't
Dude,
to tell you.
have
You got the
negotiating
B
this
powers
is
side
against a
not.
and
This
cash
is not.
cow.
This is
Against a
no.
cash cow,
Y'all,
they
you are
don't have
not.
no
Wait a
No,
minute.
negotiating
Let him go
powers.
from there. Let him go
that's
from there.
not.
He
That's
said
not.
no.
That's
He
not.
said no.
That's not right though, bro. Because listen,
I
no,
know. We know it's not
hold
right.
on. No, I'm not saying
No.
it's not right. As in, it's not it's not. Listen, if you are going into a fight with somebody, even
Yes,
if
sir.
they hold a side position on you,
Yes, sir.
you still have skin in the game. Just like, okay, for an
How?
example, hold
How?
on.
That's like Errol
Because
Spence giving away his
that's what
A side position to Bud.
I was
Say
just finna
no,
go
Greg.
there. I was
How?
just finna go. Hold
But he
on, let me
gave
tell
away
you.
his A side power
Right.
for
Okay.
a
Okay.
toss up.
All right.
What?
Let me
Never
just
do that.
talk.
Never
Let
do
me
that in
talk for
business.
2 seconds,
Never
bro.
do
Let
that.
me talk for 2 seconds.
You've been
Listen.
talking the whole time. So
All
we're just
right.
giving you the
Okay. So
giving
do
you
My
the
y'all
bad,
flow.
Jay.
anybody else
My
want to
bad.
go real quick? Because I
Okay,
want the
okay.
floor
What
when
I'm
I can
saying,
We're
go.
just
what I'm
giving you
saying,
the flow. We just want to
no,
hear what the
what
hell
I'm
you
saying is,
saying because it don't make
I
no sense.
understand, I understand. No, he's rapping. So what I understand, Jay, is that you never want to lower your ASI position. Yes, you can negotiate certain things, but lowering who goes out first and second, never do that. As a fighter, you never look a toss up, a coin flip. You crazy? You never do that. That you never lower your SI position. I'm not gonna fight Errol Spence Jr. because I want to go out last and he needs to go out first because I've been undisputed before. Undisputed against who? Against who? Before Spence against who? Nobody.
No,
Nobody. Now
I
if he would have
understand
fought
your
Adrian
position. I
Broner,
want to hear his position. Why? How the hell does he figure you can negotiate from the weak side for the B side?
Okay.
That's what I
Okay.
want to know.
Okay. So let me explain that. Because I feel like that you, as a B side, you still come in with some type of level of negotiation. I'm not, excuse me, I'm not saying that you should get 50-50, or I'm not saying that you should get, in some cases, 60-40. But what I'm saying is, not all B sides are created equal. So, for an example, Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. When Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford came out, and it was like I want to say like they offered Bud like a 37% or something.
no, it was 40, it was 45%.
42%.
It was 40
45.
something percent. It was a low 40%. Bud, the only why it went even higher for Bud because Eric Spence lowered his A side position.
I get it. Okay, right. Okay, so let's stay right there. Let's stay right there. But do you feel like if Earl Spence would have offered Bud Crawford 30%, take it or leave it, that would have been a fair offer for Terrence Crawford?
30 flat,
70-30.
70-30. At that time, yeah. Because you gotta understand where Spence was. Spence was a
Bro.
superstar,
But
a
bro,
cash cow.
you cannot. I understand that you are a side and you do have a side position, but you have to. You can't go into. You're not going into a side telling everybody just I'm giving you this and that's it, because there's another side to the
He didn't
negotiation.
have negotiating powers. He didn't have
You
representation
don't
at
get
first.
100% of the negotiation power when it's coming to a
He didn't
business
have.
deal.
Well,
That
you gotta
don't
listen.
work
You
like
gotta
that,
listen.
bro.
You gotta. He's
Everybody
not.
brings something to the table.
The
Everybody brings something to the table. Everybody deserves there's a fair share of the pie. I'm not saying that Shakur Stevenson was should have got more money than Devin Haney. I'm not saying that Terrence Crawford should have got more money than Earl Spence. But what I'm saying is there should have been. You look at Terrence Crawford, what he bring to the table from accolade standpoint, from a business standpoint, when it comes to his pay-per-views, his A-sides, how much he's selling, all that. You bring all that to the table and you figure what would be a fair amount of the pie for a Terrence Crawford. Then you look at the because the same is not equal for every B side. So my point is, Shakur Stevenson brought something to the table in a negotiation with Devin Haney. I'm not never saying that he had the A side over Devin Haney, but you cannot give me peanuts like you would give a George Kambosos or a just another no-name
but
fighter when I'm
but
Shakur Stevenson.
Jay at that time he can because Oscar Valdez wasn't bringing nothing.
Bro, y'all,
Janelle Herring
you
was out the
listen,
ring.
don't
I'm
ever
no,
do
I'm
no
telling you,
business, bro.
I'm
I'm just
telling you,
trying to tell
I'm
you right
telling you what
now.
business. I'm telling you how business goes. Not most of the
Listen,
time,
I
but
run
with
my own
boxing,
business right
but
now
with
to this
box,
day.
but
I'm a
with boxing.
business owner, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
a
trying to
business.
tell you.
I own business as well. But what I'm saying is,
I,
with boxing, every business is different with different categories. Every business is different. With boxing, he can negotiate that because of the brand and what he did in the sport.
You saying he
to the
can't or he can?
no, he can. He can negotiate bring that offer to Shakur Stevenson because of what he's done. He achieved more than him. That's why I said the outside things. He had more outside things going. He had better representation. He can
Right.
negotiate that. I'm not saying Jay Prince can't negotiate even more, but what I'm saying is the offer is for a reason that he gave or that he probably gave him that offer just to give him. It's for a
Right.
reason that he gave him that.
Right. Now
It's not saying that would be the final percentage of offer that he gave him. But what I'm saying is it's for a reason that Devin Haney gave him that. At that time, Shakur Oscar Valdez wasn't nothing. Jameer Herring was on the verge of retirement. He took his belt. Oscar Valdez was a built up top rank fighter. He wasn't nothing. To me, he wasn't nothing. If you put him against somebody like a 15 rank somebody, he would it would be the same. He'll struggle. He'll do the same left hook. It would be nothing. But what I'm
right.
saying is that's what Devin Haney was looking at. He was looking at from that perspective. That's why he did that. Now
Right. Okay.
Shakur, yes, Shakur should yes, you should have got more. But at the same time, if you say you're the top dog, you're the big dog, I can beat all these guys. I'm the one pound for pound. I'm the best at 135, from 130 to 140. Then you take that percentage, but you can negotiate. You negotiate. That probably wasn't a final offer. That was probably the offering sheet, but that wasn't a final offer.
But
Because at the
this is
end of the day, they make 'cause I think what's was with Snack. One of those two fighters was with Snack, but they could have made money on the back end at the end of the day. But
right.
at the end of the day, Shakur didn't have nothing outside the ring like that. Like Devin Haney.
Listen,
That's why he offered him that.
I got you. Now let me say this. And you are 1,000% right, bro. What you saying? We saying the same thing. All you saying is Devin Haney had the power to come out the gate with 75-25 to Shakur Stevenson. Because to me, this is what I'm saying. Just let me give you my position and then let me know where you differ from my position.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like to me, Shakur Stevenson deserved at least 35% of the of that fight with Devin Haney. At
Mm-hmm.
that time, that was the max that I felt like Shakur Stevenson deserved, right? He offered him 25, which was
Mm-hmm.
a good starting position for
Hmm.
the negotiation.
Yeah.
Shakur never turned down the fight.
No, he never did.
What he did was he exercised his 30%. I
Mm-hmm.
got 30% right here in my back pocket. Activate. You want to fight me? Okay, you're saying you actually want to fight me? Okay, you saying we starting at 25? I got something for you right here. Boom. I get at least 30 of this. The fight never went nowhere after that. Devin Haney moved up.
But yes, but that's what I'm saying. As a representation of Shakur Stevenson, Jay Prince, I would have say, hey, let's make the biggest fight. I would have negotiate. You have to as a
That's what he
Don.
tried to do.
But
That's
no,
what
listen,
when he
listen.
tried to
Don
do the
King.
30%, that was his negotiation
Yeah,
tactic.
yeah. But you gotta listen. You gotta listen. Also, Don King was the best promoter and also negotiation ever because he knew how to fighters like Devin Haney. He would have got him to fight Shakur Stevenson easily. This was negotiation. They had a 30%. Hey, um, he probably would have gave him more money. He used to get more money on the back end to other fighters to fight his fighters, just for them to make a fight. He used to do stuff like that. That's why I'm saying like stuff like that, negotiation or stuff, just to kind of get them to fight his fighter. Stuff like that. That's what I'm not saying Devin Haney should have went up. No, he should have won. He should have fought. If he couldn't make the weight, then it's different. Cause at that time, that was a big boy. He couldn't probably I want to say he wouldn't make the weight or could make the weight. But at the
But
same
that's why
time,
I feel like that him even throwing that 25% offer out there
no, it was
was
crazy.
just some bullshit.
No, it was
It was some
crazy. It was
it was
crazy.
some bullshit because
It was
what
definitely
he
crazy.
wanted to do was he wanted Devin, listen, Devin, and I love Devin Haney and I love Bill Haney because And I don't like Devin Haney outside the ring. I don't like Devin Haney outside the ring. But I will never ever disrespect what Devin Haney has done inside the ring. I will always be a fan of him because Devin Haney has always seeked the best fighters. Now, with that being said, he know what that motherfucker from Newark is all about. So he made sure before he left 135, public perception would be that he gave Shakur Stevenson a offer, bro. That's just
Hmm.
what it is, bro. And I'm just telling you 100%. Devin
Well,
Haney and Bill Haney are brilliant at what they do when it comes to
hmm
this public shit. They made sure that they didn't leave that position, that division, without every stone being overturned.
yeah.
So they made sure that that offer was out there, but it was some bullshit, is what I'm trying to tell you,
No, it
bro.
was. I'm not saying it's not,
So
but
you cannot hold Shakur Stevenson to that,
what
is
I'm
what I'm
saying,
trying to
what I'm
tell y'all.
I know,
Us
but
as fans, listen, hold on. Us as fans, we greedy. We want to see the best versus the best. So yes, we're gonna look at Shakur Stevenson and be like, "Oh, you's a motherfucking idiot because you didn't take 25% of what could have possibly been the biggest fight of your own of your career." But why would I do that when I have a automatic 30% offer in my back pocket? If this dude really want to fight me, like I'm saying I want to fight him, if he really want to fight me, the negotiation would die right here at 130. I'm not gonna get no more than this 30, but I'm not gonna get no less than this 30 either. So if you really want to fight me like you saying you do, you gonna at least give me 5% more. Because I know what I bring to the table as being Shakur Stevenson, the
mm,
silver medalist, the two division champion, former unified champion. I deserve at least 30 to 35% of this fight. I
yeah,
have 30,
but
30% right here in my back pocket. So if you really want to fight me, take 70%. You still getting a huge A side with 70%.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, you're right on everything.
He
What I'm
did
saying
not want
is,
to fight Shakur Stevenson.
But
He just
listen to
wanted
each
that
other
out
now.
in the
Listen,
public,
not
listen.
bro.
you gotta
Let me
listen, you
tell
gotta
y'all something.
listen.
Y'all all
He,
listen. Y'all both really pay attention to boxing, so y'all listen to each other now.
I'm
Don't
listening.
just
I'm
bowl
listening to
over
you.
each other. Hmm Y'all, not me. Everybody that make a point
I'm listening,
because
bro, because I'm
we.
just trying to tell y'all what it is. Like,
No,
you
what you
can't,
trying to say?
dude. That
You said,
negotiation should have. If Devin Haney truly wanted to fight Shakur Stevenson, and if it was truly an offer on the table, they would have fought at a 70-30%. But the fight didn't
bro, that's
happen
a
because Devin
narrative,
Haney
though,
moved
bro.
up when
You know
Shakur
what?
Stevenson
All,
activated
all I'm
his
saying is
mandatory for 30%. You
that's
still
a
getting
narrative.
70-30, bro. If you
But
really
what?
want to fight me and prove you the best and do all this shit, why is an extra 5% when you still getting 70% of this pot a big deal to you? If you really want this fight.
If I tell you that
You see
your
what I'm
tag,
saying? All it
look,
was for
listen
public
to me, listen
perception,
to me.
for people like
If you
y'all, for the fans that's greedy for these big fights
understand what you're
to be
saying,
like
you made
Shakur
your
Stevenson,
point.
man,
You
he
made your
dumb.
point.
He didn't take
You made your,
25% to fight Devin Haney.
you
And it's
made your
like, bro,
point.
like, come
But
on, like,
if
let's be real. We gotta
if
think,
my
we have to be, there's a difference between taking short money and there's a difference from just being dumb. And if
it
you
don't
offer
matter, bro. It
25% and you
ain't
have
about him.
a
You
legit
know what,
way to get at least
bro?
30%,
Bro,
why
you keep
wouldn't you
trying.
activate that?
You keep trying to make it like he has a
You
choice,
see what I'm
bro.
saying?
You treat no, I don't. I really don't. Because to me,
Hello?
if a dude go, can you
yeah, I
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Yeah. So I mean,
If you gonna
that's
give
where
me,
I'm at with it, bro. Like I
listen,
feel like
no, we already
Devin
got it.
Haney and Bill
L-
Haney, they was brilliant when it came to what they did with that Shakur Stevenson shit. They got up out of there and they made sure the public looked at that shit the way that they looked at it. You know what I mean? And the motherfuckers that understand
the
business,
thing that killed me about y'all niggas,
we
y'all already
understand why Shakur didn't do what he did. Shakur fans, we understand why he didn't do what he did. You know what I mean? But the
Right.
fans
We
that's
we
thirsty and
understand
that's
that he could
greedy
have
for
made
these
more
big
money,
fights,
but
we looking at
hold
Shakur
on,
like,
hold
oh,
on,
you
hold
didn't
on.
believe in
The
yourself. You
nigga
didn't
on the
whoop de wop.
bottom.
And then you
Jay,
look,
Jay, let him
yeah.
Oh,
talk.
hold
Let
on.
him talk.
Stop,
Let
stop,
Pool
stop.
talk.
Everybody stop
I
for a
can't hear
second.
Pool at all.
Because I know. That's why I'm trying to get everybody to stop. The nigga on the bottom act like just
Is Pool
because,
talking?
yeah, can you hear me? Y'all hear me? Y'all can't hear me?
I can
Oh
hear you.
fuck.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Like y'all
I can
about to
hear
get
you,
the
but I
fuck
can't
out.
put hear Pool.
Y'all can't hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh man.
Pool,
Man, look here.
Pool. Can you
Look.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can y'all hear me? Let me see. I'm
Yeah, I
edit.
can hear you now. I can hear you now,
Okay.
Pool.
Can you hear me now, Jay?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. What I'm saying, fellas, no matter how strongly you feel about what could have happened, we know what already has happened. That's what's really frustrating me because you
Right,
already know what has happened. That's what's frustrating me because he didn't accept the 25%. So you still trying to press on him like you're Shakur Stevenson, right? When he done already turned down the shit. That's what's
right.
pissing everybody off. Is that you're acting like, well, he should have just accepted 30%. Bitch, he turned down the 25%. It don't matter. It don't fucking matter if he could have got. I wish that Shakur could have got what he wanted. That's not what I'm saying. I
Right.
think he was worth it. And I think, but he couldn't negotiate that because really the pussy punk ass nigga hasn't done nothing to really earn it. But he didn't get it, so he should have took what he got, so he could take advantage just to get in there. Now we got fighters that just turning down fights when they get the opportunity. You see what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if he offered them 5%.
All right.
You understand? Because
Right.
that nigga good. I think my style would be. I think Wu Tang would be Lotus style. So I'm fit. Hey, you. That's what you want to do? Okay, you gonna cheat me, but I'm gonna beat your ass, and then I'm gonna make you fight a rematch, just so I can show you that I'm gonna beat your ass. No, that's not what's happening today. Today, what's happening is I'm gonna get by you because I feel like I'm faster and healthier than you are. I'm watching what you're doing, and I think I'm a little bit more than you are this week, than these 2 months. I've been monitoring you, how you've been moving. You've been eating 15 hot dogs, and you're not digesting, you're not taking bowel movements, and it's like these motherfuckers are trying to get any advantage just to get by somebody instead of fighting a motherfucker 6 times to see if you the best. They don't give a fuck about who the best, bro. Is my point. They don't care
Right.
about that. They just want to
And-
get by against their toughest opponents and never see them again. That's what
Right.
makes them boxing. Yeah, that's what's
Now,
happening.
now let me tell you this. Let me ask you this, Pool. If you got a load, right? Since you a
Yeah,
truck driver, I'm a truck driver too. I'm an owner operator, right?
yeah.
Let's just say it's a load out here that's paying you 15. Let's just say $1,000, right?
Hmm.
If you know with one dispatch you can get this load for a thousand
Oh,
dollars.
you done already fucked up right there when you brought brokers into it.
Yeah, so hold on, hear me out. So then you got another situation over here where you can get this same load for $1,200.
Hmm.
Are you gonna at least attempt to get the $1,200, or are you just gonna be like, oh man, I'm just gonna take this 1,000?
Now, I'm gonna tell you, not for the sake of just trying to throw sand in your face. You already know where I'm going because the reason why I'm saying I'm going with the guaranteed is because the other
It's
thing,
guaranteed.
you know who they say two bush, say a bush in the hand is better than two bush. How they say that shit? You know what I'm talking
Yeah, I
about?
know. I know what you're saying. I know what you're
Right,
saying. Yeah.
right. That's where
So
we getting away from. We're getting away from what's guaranteed to what's possible. And too many people are gambling on the double money instead of the money that's already in their hand. And that's destroying the sport because
Okay.
everybody see these triple and quadruple earnings since the Mayweather and Pacquiao fight. Everybody want quadruple earnings on minimal return. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, you can't get lightning in a jar every time. It's almost as if like these producers and networks, they think they always go after the exception than the rule, right? If the rules is that two fighters get in, promote, and do their thing, they generate a certain amount. No, they want the lightning in the jar. That's what they want. They want the lightning in the jar numbers. But you got to build that up. That takes time to build up. That's organic. Say Mayweather and Pacquiao was organic. That was an organic buildup. Say for them to flip them kind of numbers, and they
Right.
don't see
And I
the
and I,
they
un-
don't
I
they don't
I'm
want to
glad Judah
understand
here
that.
because I already know Judah got some shit. But look, all right. So
Right.
look, Pool. With that being said, I can't even be mad at you because you right about that.
Nah,
You
but
right about that. I can't
I
even
know
be
I'm
mad
right
because
about
if you
that.
saying that,
I'm Gandalf,
why
nigga.
look at
You know what I'm
the
saying?
possibility when
You
you
would
can
not
just take the
pass.
guaranteed? But the way I see it from Shakur's angle, and I'm not even mad at your take
what I was
because you
saying,
hit that right on the head. You
I
right
was trying to
about
go
that.
back to
That
the
is
fight
fucking the sport up, and these fighters
because
not taking their
stylistically,
guarantees, whatever.
they could both beat each
But
other.
from Shakur's standpoint, you got to look at it like I'm looking at somebody
Hold
that
on,
I think
I
is
was moving
serious
stuff over.
about fighting me.
Hmm.
You know what I
Stylistically,
mean?
I believe they
So
could
if
both
I'm
beat each
thinking
other,
that
but they
somebody's
have to
serious
believe in
about fighting
Who's
themselves.
me,
playing on this
why
motherfucker?
just
Who is
give me
playing?
one offer
The
and this
goddamn
is
the
it? This is
Israelites
dead
got
right here. If it's
y'all the five
like, give me
percenters on this
something.
shit. I
Like
feel
if
my
I
soul
see if
is shit.
Shakur was like, fuck that, I want 40%.
Hmm.
Then if I'm Devin
Yeah, but
Haney,
all I'm
then I'm
saying
like,
is they
hell no, like,
they can
nah, this
both beat
dude
each other,
ain't
but they gotta
serious. He ain't
believe in
really trying to
themselves.
fight. Like,
Hold
he don't
on,
deserve 40%.
Josh. Let Jay
But
say what he said. 'Cause I can't
30?
hear you. I can't
Oh,
hear you, Josh.
he
You
was
see what I'm
talking
saying?
Yeah, y'all
me.
talking at the same time, bro. Y'all talking at the same
Can y'all
time.
hear
Can't
me?
hear. Yeah, I can hear you, Jay. I can't hear Josh because he's saying low and
Hello?
your speaker high. Hmm.
Yo,
You can hear
yo.
me?
I can hear Jay. I can hear you second though. You in the background, so that's why I
Can
said y'all
y'all hear
talk
me?
one at a time.
Oh, hold on.
Can anybody hear
Yeah,
me? Shit,
yeah,
I
he
didn't got
just
Can,
telling y'all
yeah,
not to talk at the same time, bro. He just saying
right.
don't
I
'Cause
talk
can
I
at the
hear
can
same
hear
y'all.
time.
Josh and I can hear real Josh, but I can hear Jay louder than Josh. You can't hear you, Josh, because Jay
uh,
mic
can
is
you hear me
loud.
now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can
He
hear
Okay.
you now.
always heard both of y'all. He just don't want y'all talking at the same time.
Right. And y'all both saying some fly shit. So I think Jay was talking, finishing up his thought because he had it going, and I want to hear you, Josh. Okay, and then of course King. So we'll do it like that. Say go ahead, uh, Jay. Damn, Jay done snap. Jay done been snapping. Maybe it's my damn Wi-Fi. Go ahead, Josh.
Okay. What I'm saying is, I was trying to get back to the fight instead of just talk about what could have been. But this is a perfect opportunity for Shakur Stevenson sh- to showcase who he is and what he's been yapping about. So this is a perfect opportunity to either he can drop Tio and he can put out a shutout. I want a shootout like how Shaki Foster did Stephen Fulton. If he could do
Yeah,
something like that, that will definitely bring up his bargaining race uh, against Devin Haney. Because I want that fight next. I want Devin Haney versus Shakur Stevenson. Since he talked about going to 147. But I don't want no him going to 147 and fighting Carter Ben. I don't want I don't want that. I want the smoke. I want Shakur Stevenson versus Devin Haney right now. Since they talking like they want to be pound for pound number one, like who's the best, I want it right now. Put your money where your mouth is. So that is where I'm at with both of those fighters. But it's a chance to make it right.
hmm. What up, King? What's happening? Damn, took your ass a while to get up
Man,
in
what up?
here. What
Man, what up?
happened?
Listen, bro. I think everybody excited about the fight that's coming up this week. This weekend, bro. But I keep hearing where people are overlooking the main point. Now, everybody, like I heard this guy, and I respect your opinion. I don't know you, but I respect your opinion. You like you want to see the Devin Haney versus Shakur fight. That's fine. A lot of us want to see it, but a lot of people overlook what it's going to take to actually make that fight. Y'all already gave Shakur a pass when he was offered all the belts at 140, I mean at 135, and the highest payday he ever had. It would have been his first pay-per-view that he was ever part of a headline if he would have fought Devin Haney. And he did all that without having to lift a finger. At that point, I don't even think he actually had a fight at 135 yet, and Devin offered him all of that in one fight. And then y'all telling me that Shakur, on top of being offered all that with doing nothing at all to get it, Shakur also had a right to determine how
Connect
much
your
money he
audio,
got
Jay. There you go.
when he
There you
wasn't
go.
bringing nothing to the table to begin with. So I say that to say this. Now, we offer that. I don't want to get into that because I'm going to be honest with you. If you still arguing on the side of Shakur, then there's nothing to argue with you about. You're not being logical if you think Shakur had any kind of leverage to tell Devin Haney anything at 135, anything. If you think Devin should have sit there and listened and discussed or negotiated anything with somebody that's not bringing nothing to the table, then you don't understand business. Shakur had no leverage.
I was
At
telling
that
them
point,
that
Right.
shit earlier.
Okay.
I was telling them that shit earlier.
Shakur wouldn't have even been Devin's biggest fight at that point. He had already fought Lomachenko. Shakur
But
brought
okay.
nothing to the table. His
My
name
bad.
wasn't even the big. His name wouldn't have even been the biggest name on Devin Haney's resume at that point.
That's what I was
So,
mentioning
and I
brand.
say that to say this. Now we move on to now it's present day. Let's say Shakur beats T.O., and I think he will. I think it's going to be a good fight, but I got Shakur winning that fight, right? Y'all saying y'all want to see this fight again, but y'all not realize we setting up for the same dilemma. Shakur just told y'all, he told y'all in y'all face, yeah, kind of being drained Eubanks to the point Eubanks looked dead. Then he doubled down and told you, that's what I want to do to Devin Haney. He told you, yeah, when I move up, I want to drain Devin Haney to make him look dead before I
That's what
fight him. And if he
Crawford
don't
said to
accept it,
Spence.
I
That's what he
won't
said
fight
about
him.
Spence.
And what y'all gonna do, after he beat T.O., y'all gonna say, yeah, Devin, you scared because you don't want Shakur to drain you to the point you look dead. Instead of y'all telling Shakur, no, fight that man at 100%. Because Shakur said in the same interview, this how dumb Shakur is. Right before he said he want Devin to be drained dead, he told y'all, yeah, I don't like that rehydration stuff. I think you should fight a man at 100%. Then turn around and told y'all he want to drain Devin Haney till he look dead before he fight him. And y'all gonna let that shit slide. That's
Nah,
the
but
only problem I
listen,
have with
Judah.
the
Nah,
fight.
nah, nah, nah. Hold on, Judah. Let me
This is
go
what
real
they
quick.
do. This is what they do.
But
Didn't
this
Crawford
is
say
hold on. This the
they gonna
difference.
say you
This
were drained? Because that's how you play it, that shit, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm
but
sorry.
look, hold on, Pool. Cause
I'm
listen,
sorry.
this
I'm
the
sorry.
thing. This the thing. Judah, I 1000% agree with you. But as far as the Devin Haney
No, Jay
rehydration
speaking.
clause 147 stuff. But the 35 stuff, I disagree with you 100%. Because you can't say that right now, if Shakur Stevenson was on Devin Haney's resume, that wouldn't have did nothing for him. That will 100% have done something for Devin Haney's career, his legacy. Shakur Stevenson is a part of the Four Kings, Five Kings, whatever you want to call
Right.
it.
You right.
Shakur
You
is
right. Nobody
he's
ain't
one of
denying
the
that
great
shit.
fighters
You
of
right.
this
You right.
era.
You 100% right.
So
You
so
want
to say
yeah.
to say that if he had 30%, he don't at least deserve that.
30%,
That's
nigga. You
wrong.
got the opportunity to
That's
beat this
wrong.
nigga
That's
ass,
wrong. That's
Joe.
wrong.
No, bro.
You got the
That's wrong.
opportunity.
Because let me tell you
Listen,
why it's wrong. Let me
listen.
tell you why it's
No,
wrong. Hold
it
on, Pooh.
ain't wrong.
Go.
You don't get 30%. You get the opportunity to get in there and put your toe in the ring. 30% gets you what? What we got now? Nothing.
Right, right, okay, but
That's what
Poole,
I'm trying to get you to
You get
see.
what I give
I
you. You
get,
get what
I
I give
get,
you.
Look at
Look
I'm
at De
trying
La
to get you
Hoya.
to look at
Look at De La
hook
Hoya
up
in
your
Floyd.
audio reel, Josh. Look,
Floyd,
if you
Floyd,
get
Floyd,
nothing,
Floyd. My bad. Go ahead.
what you talking about don't mean shit, right? If you would have went 30% and he got the fight, then I'd be all behind you. So I want you to understand the difference, right? If you would have held out
I get your
30%
point,
and got the
Poole.
fight, yeah, yeah, you right,
Right,
nigga, you a genius, nigga.
but
Man, you
this
know
is the
boxing more
difference,
than
though,
anyone.
Poole. But
Go
this is
ahead.
the difference. The difference is to me and to what y'all saying
Yeah,
is
how much blame are y'all willing to give Devin Haney? And it sounds like
It
to
don't give a
me,
fuck about
None,
no
hold
blame. We ain't
on.
none,
getting the fight.
none.
We
This is
ain't getting the
this
fight.
is this, hold
When I
on.
said,
Hear me
look,
out.
look, look.
Hear me
Hold
out,
on.
Pool.
I'm
Let me
gonna make it
hear
short.
me out. I'm
I'm
arguing
gonna make
for
it short. I'm gonna
Shakur.
make it short.
I'm,
If he would have took, I said, when I seen 25%, I knew it was bullshit. But I said, you know what? He need to take that 25% and beat Devin ass. That's what I said. And I said
okay,
it on
now
my
let me tell you.
channel.
Let me
If you
now
go,
let me say my
y'all
stance.
go
Let me
back
say
on
my
my
stance.
channel. Y'all don't watch my
I
rewinds,
believe
man.
you. I believe
Y'all,
you.
Man,
y'all
I
keep
believe you, Pool. I believe you. I believe you. And I understand
y'all
that
don't watch
from
my
a fan's
rewinds, man.
perspective.
Y'all be on this bullshit, bro. Y'all, if y'all
no, bro.
go back and watch the
Okay.
film.
I got you, Pool. I got you.
Okay,
I 1000% agree with you. I see where you coming from a fan's perspective as far as he offered you an offer, you should have took it. I'm a fan. I want to
nigga,
see the
I'm
fight.
Merlin, nigga. I ain't
Yeah,
no fan,
and
nigga. I'm
Devin
But
Haney
Merlin.
was
then,
the and okay, all right. So let me get to the point. The point of it
Yeah,
is how much blame are we going to give Devin Haney for the fight not happening? Just
none,
because
we
hold
ain't gonna give him
on,
none.
just
none. We ain't
because
gonna give him
okay,
nothing. None.
Judah,
Zero.
hear me out though. All y'all, hear me out.
Yeah,
This is the same arguments that these Tank Davis fans have because they look at Tank Davis having the A side position and him not
right.
seeking the fights. Devin,
False.
if Devin Haney was
You think
was
that apply to Devin Haney?
100%,
Devin
huh?
Haney, the
False.
only motherfucker that looked for the fights.
No,
Come
No,
on
listen,
no,
now.
no,
pause,
no, no,
brother.
no,
Pause,
no,
because
no. Hold on. Hear
You
me
keep
out, cause I
talking, but
hold
no,
on.
Yeah,
listen, you keep
wait, wait.
saying hear you
Let Jay
out,
talk.
but you
Let
never
Jay
give me
talk.
a chance. You never give me a chance to rebuttal what you
Let Jay
saying.
talk. Get to
Nah,
the
cause I
point though.
can't. I can't
I
say
know.
I
I
didn't
know
get
what
to
you
my point
thinking
yet.
of,
I
Judah.
didn't get to
I
my
want to hear
point.
what Jay. Get to the
Let me
point.
get to my point, and then I'm gonna let you go, Judah. And I ain't gonna say nothing.
Right.
My point is, when we look at Tank Davis having his A side position, we, to me, this is me. I look at him like, okay, yeah, you got the A side position, but why ain't you going the Earl Spence route and seeking the best fighters in your division, around your division, this, and that? If you really want to fight them, give them something fair that they're worth. Not saying give away your A side, but give them something fair if you really want the fight. Earl Spence tried to do that. That's why I look at Earl Spence in the light that I look at him in. Now, let's fast forward this to Devin Haney. Devin Haney gave Shakur Stevenson a 25% offer. I feel like that was a good offer for a starting point. But if Devin Haney was serious about wanting to make a legacy fight Shakur Stevenson, why is 30% too much to where you walking away from the fight?
Because
That
Devin
nigga
only
focused,
got
man.
22.
That nigga
Devin only
focused.
got 22%. Devin only got 22% to get
Yeah.
the belts himself. You
Shakur,
saying
I
that
have
he should
never
have offered
rewatched the
Shakur,
Shakur
he
fight.
should have gave Shakur a better percentage of what he got himself. That is retarded. Also, you try to use the Tank
How
Davis argument, saying that that Devin pulled a Tank Davis by not offering somebody they shouldn't. Let me tell you how wrong you is in this whole situation. You saying that Devin took a Tank Davis route by offering an unrealistic offer, which I just debunked that because he offered Shakur more than he got for the same opportunity. Also, with Tank after Shakur had that fight with De Los Santos and he ran and everybody said Shakur looked bad. Devin joked with Shakur and said, "Shit, the next time I'm gonna offer you 10%." Tank Davis went right back behind it and told Devin, "Nigga, that's what I'm offering you to fight you." Devin told that motherfucker send the contract. That's the difference. The difference is if you saying what blame we should have put on Devin, the onus was always on Devin because the moment Shakur said, "I'll fight you," and Devin sent him a contract, all Shakur had to do was take the fight to call his bluff. That's the only way Devin would have been to blame if Shakur said, "Let's do it," and Devin backed out. The moment Devin said, "I have an offer for you," that was Shakur's chance to call Devin bluff. The fact that he didn't, you cannot put the blame on Devin because Shakur had Devin right where he wanted him. He could have called his bluff by taking the fight. And again, when Devin was in the same situation with Tank Davis, it's no doubt in my mind that the way Devin Haney been moving his entire career, if Tank Davis would have stood solid on that 10%, Devin would have took it and whooped his ass. He would have whooped him with that same 10% off.
all right. So look. So I'm gonna just get to because I can't debunk the
But
fact that you
it's kind
saying
of hard to move from there, though. Jay. I mean,
No,
you just kind of fucked it
this
up.
is no,
You
he
fucked it up.
didn't
I
because
mean,
this
I
is
ain't even
no, he
trying to
didn't because
goddamn. I
no,
mean,
he with the whole tank in the 10%, all that. Okay, if Devin Haney was
that
willing
shit
to
ain't
take
got
short
nothing to
money,
do with
that's cool. But
the.
let me hold on. Let me just speak on the Shakur Stevenson factor. He's tried to debunk the 25% that I said that Shakur offered deserved more because you saying that Devin Haney got 22. But
You
that's
can't
not the
use
same
that though,
risk.
bro. You
Hold
can't use
on. Let
that
me
money. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I ain't saying nothing else.
Shakur Stevenson and Cambosis is not the same fighter, not the same fight, not the same negotiations, not the same nothing. George Cambosis was just a nigga with the belts at the time. Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney are legacy fights for each other, bro. Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson, if built properly, could possibly be one of their biggest fights.
And
I'm
the only
not
thing you was
taking
right
that.
about,
I'm not taking
Let him go, T. Let
22%
him go, Judah. 'Cause I don't want this nigga
for
to get
because
distracted. Go ahead and
taking
make your point.
22% of George Cambosis is like this is a lick for me to go get these belts from him.
Right.
Taking 25% as
and two
Shakur
fights.
Stevenson against Devin Haney is not the same situation. You have to get the most you can get for taking a risk like that.
Nah,
What
that's not the
risk?
same thing. You
What
don't
risk?
have
That's the
Hold
way
on,
leverage.
I
hold on,
look
hold
at
on,
it.
Judah.
You don't
Stop,
have
That's the
stop.
way I
leverage.
look at it.
Let him flush it out because I don't want him thinking that nobody
Nah,
took nothing from.
that's just what
Okay.
that's just where I, and
No.
Judah and hold on. So
Hold
to
on.
y'all
Stop,
point,
Judah.
hold on to
Let him
y'all
go
point,
ahead.
Oh my
real
God,
quick.
bro.
This my last point. This my
Let
last
him
point.
have it.
This my
Let him
last
get it
point.
all out.
To that point, I'm not. This is my whole take about the whole Devin Haney Shakur Stevenson situation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like neither one of them wanted that fight at the time. Just being honest. I'm gonna tell you from my own perspective as a fan, spectating. But as a business person from both sides, if I'm looking at it as in I'm going into this situation from a business standpoint, from Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, if I'm Shakur Stevenson and I automatically have 30% in my back pocket, I'm not never gonna take 25 because I'm looking at Devin Haney as a person that wants to fight me. And he gave me a 25% offer. Why would I not get at least 30? If Shakur Stevenson would have, if Devin Haney would have said, you know what? Okay, I want this fight. I want this legacy fight. He got this 30% on me. I can't go nowhere. I can't, I have to give him at least this. I'm gonna take the fight. If Devin Haney would have
Have to
accepted
do
it,
nothing. That's when
boom.
you keep missing. Devin don't have to do nothing. That's when you keep
You
missing it.
right. He don't
This,
have to,
this,
but that's where I'm
this the
saying
point.
you
No, this
not
the
giving
point,
no
bro. Because
blame
you
to
keep
Devin
cutting me out,
Haney
bro.
though.
I
That's
know, and
my
I'm telling
point.
you
You're
why,
not
but you
giving
keep
no
cutting me
blame
off.
to Devin.
You keep cutting
He's
me off
trying to
every time it's my
leverage.
time to go.
Hold on,
Nah, I let you go
stop.
for a
Everybody,
minute.
stop. Because you
Oh my
flipping
God, bro.
it every time you trying to put the blame on Devin. It's like, bro, the man made you an
It's
offer.
not.
You trying to make it something else. My thing is stop trying to go with projections when it's already on the table. Okay, if somebody offered me 25, but the fight ain't gonna happen at 30, take the 25. That's what people been doing all their lives to get ahead, right?
But
You take
when
the short money to make the long money. That's what Mayweather did against Oscar De La Hoya. You see what I'm
right,
saying? To become the lead, the man of boxing. I don't understand how you don't see that. How you
I
think the
do see. I
underdogs?
do see.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
If
Go
I
ahead. My
heard you
bad.
and I listened to you,
My bad.
how in the world the underdog going to become the top dog? He ain't got shit to offer.
at all,
Let me tell you something. Devin don't owe him shit. You know what I'm saying?
at
He
all.
still go when he moves forward and he don't take the 25%. What happens? Going to happen. Nobody gives a fuck about Shakur Stevenson. Let me tell you, he haven't even made his name yet. Is what I'm trying to get you to see. If he was Zab Judah, or if he was somebody who had already turned the corner, he still haven't solidified or validated himself in boxing yet. That's what we're
Devin
trying to
is the
get
only
people to
A side.
see.
Yeah, Devin is the
No,
only
no,
A
no.
side.
What I'm trying to get people to see is these guys they've been in here for 10 years, was pissing me off. That they haven't
Yeah.
even validated themselves yet. And yet you still trying to act like you can turn down 25% on a signature fight that could make your legacy. Nigga, what you doing?
But
What
yeah,
you
but Devin is the
doing?
only A
Your legacy.
side. Devin is the only A side that's expected to capitulate to the B side. Nowhere else in boxing do you see somebody
No,
blaming the A
EJ
side.
did that shit. Look here. If anything anybody has ever learned, don't capitulate to the B side. That's what EJ did.
Yeah,
Didn't EJ do
yeah,
that? Just to make the
yeah.
fight the fight that
But I
everybody
believe,
been waiting.
I believe, but this is my my
I've been
my
trying to get a
perspective.
point off, bro, and you gonna
Go
go
ahead,
again, Jay.
Judah.
I
Go ahead,
still ain't
Judah.
never
Go
get the
ahead. Go
point.
ahead, Judah. Go ahead.
Let's let King Judah get in, so
So
you don't feel
because
frustrated. Let him
I'm
get it
about
in.
to piggyback off what you said because I see Jay looking at, but this is what I'm trying to say because I'm looking at logic. Jay, don't think I'm coming at you on some personal shit. I'm only looking at it like if I was on the outside looking in and it's pure
Right.
business. I don't see no way Devin did nothing wrong, and I'm about to use him. I'm a Ravens fan, right? I'm a diehard Baltimore Ravens fan. I've been wanting John Harbaugh to get fired for the last 3 years. They finally did it. But let me tell you how it went down. And I'm going to tell you what leverage means. When I talk about Shakur didn't have no leverage, the Ravens went to John Harbaugh. Now, they like John Harbaugh. He's been there for over 20 years. He the longest 10-year coach in history, him and Mike Tomlin. They didn't, Mike Bisciotti, so Steve Bisciotti didn't want to get rid of him. But he told him, he said, listen, I got to do something this offseason. I cannot go back into the next season with the same coaching staff or, the fans and the team don't feel like we're not trying to get better. They told John Harbaugh, I will keep you, but we have to fire your offensive coordinator, Todd Monken. John Harbaugh say the only way I'm going to stay is if you let me keep Todd Monken. They fired John Harbaugh on the spot. I said that to make this point. John Harbaugh didn't have no leverage on the Ravens. The Ravens gave him an option. And when he didn't want to capitulate to it, it was over with. It was no negotiating with John Harbaugh because John Harbaugh has no leverage against the Ravens. Shakur didn't bring nothing to the table. He had no leverage against Devin Haney. So when you don't take what I give you, there is no more negotiation. You don't have nothing I want. And again, you keep saying that, yeah, it was a great fight. But at that time, Lomachenko was the biggest name on Devin's resume. It wasn't Shakur Stevenson. And you also said that Kambosos and Shakur was two different fighters. They were. And in the world of boxing fans, purists like us, we know that Shakur is a better fighter. Let me land this real quick. We know that Shakur is a better fighter, but what you missed in the world of business, Kambosos had a better win on his resume than Shakur. He had already beat Teofimo Lopez, and he was already unified champion at 135. Business-wise, Kambosos had more leverage than Shakur at that point.
But that's wrong, Judah. He had the belts, but he did not have more. He did not
He had
have
the better
more.
win. He had the better win, but Shakur was fighting C-class fighters.
You're right, but Shakur also had his viewership, what he was doing on ESPN. It might not be much, but
That's
he
free
was a
TV,
bigger,
bro. He still
but he
hasn't
was
been
a
on
big,
pay-per-view yet.
but his
We were still
brand
under
was
the
bigger
pay-per-view
than
model.
his brand was
Jay,
money
he did not.
wise, but
Jay,
He
money
was
listen,
never
wise,
on
he bring more
pay-per-view.
to the table than Kambosos.
listen,
He was never
listen.
on
No,
pay-per-view. How did he
no,
bring more than Kambosos? He had never been on
listen.
pay-per-view.
No,
Bro,
he did not have
Jay,
a
now
are
brand.
y'all really trying to
You
argue that
know,
Kambosos and Shakur's
hold on.
brand was the same brand?
yes, there was at the
Shakur didn't
brand.
have
He
one.
didn't do
Shakur
nothing
didn't
there.
have a brand. He
That's
never been on. He never
Wait a
been on
diabolical.
minute.
He did.
Wait a
pay-per-view.
minute,
He did not
Jay,
have
stop.
a.
You know that you throwing bullshit out there because you already
Listen,
know what Kambosos was.
the
Stop.
pool.
We know who the talent don't meet to the positioning, right? You know that.
Right. Of
So
course, but
stop playing. We don't do that on Full Counter Boxing. You
right, but
already
this
know
I'm
that
not trying to play
Kambosos,
that game. I'm not trying to
right?
play that game. I feel like y'all trying to play that game with me because y'all trying to say
Wait,
that
us? The way we
Kambosos
talking? You
and
think we trying to play
Shakur is
that
the
game?
same situation.
Bro, wait a minute, bro,
Like
wait a minute.
I don't feel like Shakur and Kambosos are in the same conversation at all
No,
when it comes to
not at the time.
brand,
At the time that,
positioning, none
bro,
of that.
Hey,
stop.
if
I
Shakur
listen.
would have moved up,
Stop playing dumb, nigga. Now don't get me because I know you're smarter than that. You
I'm
know, we
Nah,
not.
this
talking
thing
about at
about
the
I'm about to kill it.
time.
I'm
We
about to
talking
kill
about
it, boy. Let me
at
prove my point. Let me prove my point, Jay. You
the
saying
Judah.
that you saying that
Go ahead,
Shakur
no.
didn't you
Right.
saying
You
that
know, at
Shakur
that
was
time,
different, right?
Pull,
Shakur was
pull,
at
let him talk.
130.
Pull,
He
let
was
him
Let me
like
say
talk.
this.
126.
Pull, let him
He
talk.
was like, okay, all right. All right, go ahead.
Nah, my bad, Paul. My bad, Paul. No, I just want to kill this because he's saying that he believes that at that point, right? I'm not talking about right now, but at that point, you
At
think
that
that Shakur
point,
had more baggage. You think
not from today or the talent
no.
wise, we already know.
No, we know that,
Yeah,
but
go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm talking about
Sorry.
from a bargaining standpoint and money. He thinks that at that point,
Hey,
that Shakur was a bigger draw and had more bargaining power. I'm about to
no,
prove you
no, no,
wrong
no, no.
because if Shakur would have moved
He
up
knows
to
that.
fight
He knows that.
Cambosis
You
for
ain't
them
got to
belts,
tell Jay
guess
that.
who would have
They
been the A
already know.
side, Jay? Guess who
You
would have
ain't
been
got
the
to
A
tell them
side if
that. You
Shakur
know.
would have moved up to fight Cambosis? Cambosis would have been the A side.
Yeah,
Right.
but he was the A
So
side
you
over
know.
Devin.
True, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm trying to tell you that when
I
Devin moved up to fight him, Devin had to capitulate to him just like Shakur. Devin didn't have no bargaining power against
It's
Cambosis.
the
He had
A
to do
right.
side
what Cambosis
leverage.
Okay,
said.
hold on.
It's
Time
the
out.
A
Time
side
out.
leverage,
But
like I
hold
told
on.
you.
Hold on, Judah. Let me make my point real quick to what Judah's saying. I agree with you. When you say A side and B side, you 1000% right. Cambosis would have been the A side over Devin and Shakur at that time. But when we talking about Devin and Shakur, we're talking percentages. We're not talking A side and B side. So what I'm trying to tell you is, yes, Cambosis would have been the A side over Shakur, the A side over Devin. They would have had to concede to what Cambosis wanted. I agree with you, but the brand of Shakur Stevenson, just the fighter in general, you cannot tell me now when we're talking from a percentage standpoint, it's the same. It's
Shakur
not the
don't have a
same to me.
percentage. He never sold a pay-per-view. That means Devin had all the belts and he had already sold more pay-per-views than Shakur. Shakur
Even
didn't have no
I'm
leverage at
not
all
telling
against
you that
Devin.
he deserves A side though. I'm just
That's
telling you
bro.
he didn't
That's how they
deserve
choose. You
25%.
listen.
if
You know they divide the percentages based off what you did in your previous pay per view, right?
I
If
mean,
Shakur never sold a pay per view, he had no
I mean,
data to go off. He didn't have a percentage. They was
he
gonna go
didn't
off the percentages of Devin Haney. Devin Haney was the
uh,
only one that had fought on pay per view.
You
he
right.
yeah,
he
You
I mean,
didn't
right,
have no
Paul.
brand. He didn't have nothing to go
I
off
ain't gonna talk
of.
Listen,
He
power.
didn't
Come
have
on now.
nothing to
right. Okay.
negotiate with.
This is the
Nothing.
difference. Okay, okay. I mean, obviously we're gonna agree to disagree, but
Yeah,
I
that's
see
cool.
y'all point. I see
I
y'all
want to hear what
point.
Poole got to say, but yeah, we gonna agree to disagree, bro. I made every point that can be made, Jay. He never sold a pay-per-view. The model that they choose percentages go off your previous pay-per-view. If you never been on pay-per-view, Shakur didn't have a percentage to split with Devin. All he can do is take what Devin give him. He had never fought on pay-per-view.
But Paul, but Judah, this is the point. This is where I feel like you missing my point on it. And I
Okay.
agree with you. If you want to say Shakur Stevenson, Devin was the A side, so Devin should have offered him 25%, and Shakur was going to either take it or leave it, and that was it. If that's where the negotiation died at, that's just where it died at. If that's your stance and that's where it sounds like you at, then I can't do nothing about that. You right, because had Shakur taken the 25%, the fight would have happened and whatever would have happened would have happened. But this is my standpoint from Shakur's standpoint that y'all have to see. Shakur had 30% in his back pocket with the negotiations from the WBO where he could have took it to purse bid and got 30%. He has that leverage. So whether you want to say how much he deserves, whether you want to say how much of an A side he is, how low his brand is, he had that position through the WBO on Devin Haney,
Jay, Jay,
regardless.
And
Jay,
Devin
Jay.
don't
You
have to
know
stay
why?
there to wait on that.
Jay. He has no A side can do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to.
There and again, you
He doesn't
missing
have
my
to
point.
agree to
I'm
that.
not
Man,
saying that Devin Haney
Let me
couldn't
hear
have walked
Poole speak
away.
on this, y'all. Because I ain't
I'm not
hey,
saying he couldn't have walked
we
away
ain't
at
let Poole finish
25.
yet. We ain't let Poole finish yet. I want to hear
Go
what
ahead,
Poole
go
got to
ahead.
say about this, man.
Look, man, I done went over this shit over and over, and I was pissed off. Let me tell y'all something. I was so excited about the fact that Shakur and Devin was presenting an opportunity to fight each other. So to me, that meant that no matter what percentage that Shakur Stevenson, you know what I'm saying, got, that he got the opportunity because in the past, we know in boxing that most champions don't even give the contender a opportunity, right? No matter what the percentage is, they don't even get the opportunity to fight. So because Devin gave him 25%, I thought it was bullshit. But I said, this is going to give Shakur a chance to get a shot at the title. Y'all don't even understand that the percentage don't even matter long as you get a shot at the champion, right?
You right,
So
you
no matter what
100%
you
right, Pool. And if you look at it from those lenses, then you're always gonna see it as in Shakur Stevenson is not, he's in the wrong. And I cannot argue that. I can't be mad if
but then
us
what the
as
fuck we
fans
talking
are
about?
looking at it like you got the opportunity, you didn't take it. But what
Right.
the part that I'm trying to let y'all understand from Shakur's standpoint, and whether I agree or disagree with him, I see where he came from. That's a big legacy fight for me. That's a risky fight. I'm walking into this with
That nigga
30%
ain't
in
shit
my
though.
pocket.
That nigga from Ridge de Niro. He from where the
That's
big
all I'm
Jesus at on the
saying.
hill.
Why would I
He from
why
where the
would
big
I
cross
if
at on
I'm
the
looking
hill.
at
He from the city of God, the city of blood. That nigga ain't shit. Take the fight.
Yeah, yeah, take
The
the
nigga
fight,
ain't
bro. Listen,
shit. The nigga come from he's a Brazilian Afro nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's like fuck what he talking about. Take the fight, beat Devin ass. I think he can or can't. So y'all evenly matched. Shut the fuck up. Fight that nigga because y'all the most exciting two. You understand where I'm coming from? Y'all two of
right.
the most
I get it.
right. Fuck all
what
that.
one
You know what
one
I'm
one
saying?
thing I
It
think we
ain't
missing.
about right. Yeah.
Look, one thing I think we missing, bro, is that all right? This what I'm trying to tell you, Jay. What you're not looking at is that before Devin got that belt, right? Let's do it like a walk because you see you coming from it as a point of, you obviously you're a Shakur fan, right? I'm coming from it from a Devin fan. What I watched for him to get that belt, Teofimo Lopez went in front of the whole world and told Devin, yeah, you think you're gonna get a fight, but I done talked to all the sanctioning bodies and basically told Devin they already came together to make sure you don't get this belt. Now, nobody could have anticipated that during that time it was going to be a war between the Ukraine and Russia, where Loma wasn't going to be able to fight um, Cambosis. Nobody also didn't project Cambosis beating Tio. Devin was never supposed to have them belts in the first place. They had already planned on boxing him out. Then after Tio lost to Cambosis, he said, yeah, it's a good thing I did lose them belts because they know what I was going to do with it. I was going to drop all the belts and make it harder for Devin to be undisputed. They telling you they was already navigating to make sure Devin couldn't have no success. Devin ended up getting it. And then once Devin did get in position to get the belts, Cambosis told him, well, take 22% and fight me twice in Australia. Devin did it with no hesitation. Now, if you fast forward, what's happened at 147? Since Devin got to 147, he told the whole world, I want to unify. They are blatantly doing the same thing they did to him at 135, at 147. Rowley was the first one to duck him. Then Eddie Hearn turned around and said, no, he's not going to fight such and such for the belt, Crocker. He said, I'm not letting him fight Crocker either. Nines came out that they actually want Keyshawn to move up and get a belt before they even allow Devin to unify. What I'm trying to tell you is, if Devin find any success for us unifying at 147, you are going to have to watch Devin take a bad deal again to do it. And one thing, Jay, that's frustrating me about you not realizing what I'm saying about Shakur. Shakur is not built like Devin, because when they put Devin in a position where he wants something, they say you have to take a bad deal to get it. He believes in himself. He will take that bad deal and beat the fuck out them. That's the difference.
Okay.
He
So
had to
I
fight.
mean,
He had to
listen,
fight
I can't
Cambosos
I can't.
twice. He
Right,
fight
but
fight
okay,
Cambosos
but
twice.
and
Mhm.
this is the thing though. This is the difference though. I feel like Shakur would have did that to Cambosis too. The difference is you're
Man, you
asking
crazy
Shakur
as
to
hell.
do
Shakur
that
don't believe in
against
himself,
Devin.
bro. Shakur don't believe in it. Shakur don't even want to
You
go up
don't
and
think
fight
that
Devin
you don't think
without
that
a rehydration
okay.
clause.
Okay, and that's fine. You might believe that he don't believe in himself, but Are we gonna be honest
It
as
ain't
boxing
that.
fans and
It's just
tell me
that
that you don't
Shakur
believe
is.
that he believed in himself to beat Cambosis? Let's be
I
if
mean,
we
yeah,
gonna keep if
yeah.
we
Why
gonna
do
call it
you
down the
believe
middle,
in
let's call it down the
Shakur?
middle.
Bro,
If
why
we
do
gonna
you
call it
But
down
you're
the
believe
not,
middle,
in
let's call it down the
Shakur so
middle.
much?
bro. What
I
you're not
get it.
Jay,
realizing
Yes,
is
you're not gonna call. You're not
Jay,
gonna
Jay, why do you believe in Shakur so much, bro? I'm just asking.
because I believe that
he can
Shakur is.
fight. He can fight. He can fight.
I
I'm not
believe
saying he
that he's
can't.
the
He can
best.
fight, but why do you? The nigga has shown you that he don't want to
He
fight
showed us.
everybody
Right.
on any
Right.
terms.
He showed
When
us.
That's all
right,
I'm
okay.
saying.
This
He need
this is
perfect
okay.
conditions. Shakur need perfect conditions, just like Terrence Crawford. He is opportunistic. Everything has to be in
No,
perfect
I don't like
conditions. He will
it.
not
It
take
don't
a
matter
chance.
like it's Shakur.
He
You
will
know what
not
I'm
take a
saying? 'Cause they
chance.
need perfect conditions.
I
Like
I
niggas,
I I 1000% agree with y'all with that. But
mm-hmm.
this is what I'm saying. With Devin, I love Devin. I always say this. I don't really care for Devin outside the ring, but I will never disrespect Devin for what he as a Shakur fan. Because I keep it down the middle when it comes to boxing. I look at
I
it from
believe
a
you. I believe that.
objective
I don't question that.
standpoint. So I will
I don't
never hate
question
on Devin Haney. I will
Do
never hate
y'all
that. I
do
on
never
Devin
y'all know
Haney.
question.
do y'all know that before Devin fought Brian Norman, when the whole world thought he was gonna get knocked out, that Turkey, that all the people that was putting money up, they actually negotiate. Brian Norman Sr. said this on the Boxing Voice. We was talking to Bill Haney. Part of the negotiations was to actually make the ring smaller. They told Devin, we're going to make the ring smaller. People feel like you ran from Ramirez. Are you still willing to fight Brian Norman Jr. if we shrink the ring? Devin still said yes. It's
Right.
a difference between them. Shakur
Yeah.
is not built like Devin Haney, bro. He not.
But Judah, you comparing Devin, I mean, you comparing Shakur to Devin, and I mean, yeah, you can say, okay, Shakur, I mean, Devin is willing to do this, but no fighter in the world is Devin Haney. Devin Haney is Devin Haney. You know what I mean? Earl Spence was Earl Spence.
That shit
So
don't
I get
mean
it.
shit, bro.
I
And what
get
I'm
it. I
telling
get
you,
it.
Come on,
that's why
man.
I
That shit
blame
don't mean
Shakur,
nothing.
bro. That's why I blame Shakur, bro. Listen, what I'm trying. If this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is why I say I'm not putting blame on Devin, because if the roles was reversed and Devin had beat Cambosis to become undisputed, and he offered Devin Haney 25%, Devin Haney would have took it, and he would have had full belief that he was gonna beat Shakur up. That's the difference.
Okay. I
That's
mean,
that that that's
I
that's all I'm
I
saying.
ain't, I ain't
That's
mad at that. I ain't mad at that. And you know what? To be honest with you, I agree with that. But I'm not putting no blame on Devin, and I'm not putting no blame on Shakur. I mean, maybe you can even put blame on Shakur because Shakur was the one offered the 25% and he didn't take it. So yeah, I
But
can say, even though I felt like that those negotiations went left and it really wasn't nobody's fault in my
no,
eyes.
nigga.
If you was to
No.
put the blame on somebody, you would have to put it on Shakur.
It
I
ain't
will
even about
concede that.
blame.
but
It's about
To
look
my
at how
hold on to but
good
to my point,
Shakur is.
if
Look
I'm
how good.
Shakur and I'm looking at it from a business standpoint, that's not the right thing to do, bro. That's all I'm trying to say.
yeah,
Y'all saying that
That
Shakur
nigga
should
is
have
that
took a
nigga
risk,
is on the
we
but
get
bottom.
that.
he still
So what
had
are you
that was
talking
still his
about?
choice whether he wanted to
We
take the risk or not.
Mayweather
we get
is
that.
Shakur better than
It was not
Mayweather?
the
Let
right
me
thing to do
hold on,
for Errol Spence to lower his A side
stop.
position
Is
to
Shakur better
Terrence
than
Crawford.
Mayweather?
Terrence
Right.
Crawford at that time
100%.
did not earn none of that stuff. He
God
wasn't a
damn, nigga,
cash
you can't
cow
hear me?
or anything
It's
like Errol
like, what
Spence.
the
He
fuck?
wasn't even
Like,
promoted like
look,
that. So, but
look.
the whole
Is
thing
Shakur
is,
better than
this is the
Mayweather?
point. Shakur, don't get
Hold
mad, but
on.
Shakur, this is between Devin Haney and Shakur. Shakur is not going to be a great. It's not going to be a
Josh,
great.
Josh,
He's not going to be number
can you hear
one.
me?
Not going to be pound for pound number
Can you
one.
hear
He's not
me,
going to be the
Josh?
best fighter at
Y'all know
135
I
or 140
Josh,
because he doesn't take
You
God
risks.
can't
damn.
can you hear
He
Pool? You
doesn't.
can't I don't think he can hear you, Pool, if you can hear
Hold
me.
on. I got to mute Josh. I'm sorry, Josh. I just click you back in.
My
I just
Bring
bad.
it
want to
back up,
say,
Al.
You saying something? Hold on.
hold on, y'all. I just want to say, like, I love Shakur, y'all. Don't get me wrong. I love that nigga, but when
Hold on.
boxers
Let me go out.
turn down stuff, y'all, we can't give them extra excuses. Because to me, when you have a special fighter, I don't give a fuck if you give them 2%. They're gonna show you gotta hit your you gotta put your auto on, Josh.
Okay.
Did to me, long as you get a 2% chance to get in there, you're gonna beat their ass. So for me, Shakur, that was enough. 25% was enough. He don't have to fill out everything because he just like Mayweather took the 70-30 split. He took the 70-30 split and he knew he was gonna beat Oscar because he felt like he was the superior fighter, right? So to me, Shakur, that's his deference to the A side. If he had to take 25%, that's his deference that he's got to pay to get the opportunity. Everybody, where do we get this pussy punk ass shit where you got to get your full potential? You know what I'm saying? To get an opportunity. Motherfuckers used to be like, back in the day, they didn't even get a belt. They didn't even get to fight for a shadow of a belt. You know what I'm saying? It's been so many great fighters that could have beat the champion back in the day that didn't even get an opportunity. But for Shakur to get an opportunity and he could beat Devin Haney and he didn't take that opportunity, fuck your chances of getting 30%, nigga. You got an
Yeah,
opportunity to be the best.
yeah.
So for
Go ahead.
when I see niggas talking about, oh, well, he could have had 30%, nigga, you lucky to get offered that. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Because there's so many people that didn't get a chance. And man, I'm just like, what is going on today? The
That's a fact.
damn side, the side B is acting like they got some kind of level. When I heard I mean, Errol Spence Jr. wanted this fight for the fans so fucking bad
Right.
that he was willing to fight at 147 when everybody wanted to see him fight, not Crawford. And he said, well, fuck, I know I ain't right for 147, but shit, I'll fight at 147 just for the fan. I'm not going to move up to 154. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gives a fuck about seeing Crawford fight. You know what I'm saying? So everything is on EJ to make the entertainment. He goes out there and get his ass whipped, right?
Yeah.
So to me, it's like, I don't know, it's like we got shit flip-flop in boxing. The motherfuckers who are making the fight, you know what I'm saying, are giving up their advantages
Right.
just so the fight can be made to the B side, man.
That's this
It's
new
like,
shit, and it's Crawford them. It's everybody from that crew, bro. Listen, bro, Shakur tried to pull a Crawford on Devin. Basically, that's what Crawford came to 147. Everybody know he could have fought EJ as soon as he got there. Bomac admitted that they dodged EJ to fight Jeff Horn to get that one belt that he had. This nigga kept that one belt while Era collected all the other belts. He didn't take a single chance to help Era unify so they can meet at the end. He waited till Era got all them belts one by one, then caught Era at a bad moment. Caught Era when he was about to he got too big for the weight class. Then he fought him. Everybody Crawford fought, he fought them at their worst.
but
He
that
didn't
was
fight the best version
planned.
of Kell
But
Brook.
that was
He didn't fight the
planned,
best version of Sean Porter. He
King
didn't fight the
Judah.
best
That was
version of
planned,
Canelo. But see,
King
Shakur
Judah.
tried to do the same thing to
Just like
Devin.
he
Think about
did,
it.
just
Think
like
about
he
it, Jay.
did Kell
That's
Brook. Just like
that's
he
what would have
did Kell
happened.
Brook. That shit
Yeah,
was planned. Oh, they're gonna say you was weight drained. They're gonna say
yeah.
you was drained. Like, bitch, you playing that shit, nigga. That ain't no reverse psychology, nigga. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
you
that's what
see
I'm
how
trying to
you
say to
did in
Jay.
your
Jay
weight
Shakur
class.
tried to do the same thing to Devin. He tried to do because think about it. Devin in a situation where I told you they tried to block him. Devin reached the pinnacle of his career at that point, the biggest accomplishment of his life. Then Shakur want to fight him. Shakur stepped in the ring with him and everything. What I think this, yeah, but after
Damn it.
Lomachenko,
Damn it.
Devin still was
Right.
gonna give him, Devin was still gonna give him a chance, right? But Shakur had it to where not only is you gonna give me a chance to take your belt and take you off your high horse, I want to start capitulating to you. I'm about to disrespect your A side. I'm gonna disrespect all the work you did to get all them belts by making you capitulate to me the B side. That's exactly what Bud did to Era. So when you lose, you demoralized. Not only did I beat you and take your belts, I made you capitulate when you didn't even have to. That's psychological warfare. Devin didn't fall for it.
Right. And now, all right. So this where I'm at with it, and
Mhm.
I just heard where y'all at, and I can't argue y'all points because y'all looking at the fighters that's the fighters that are 100% fan friendly. You know what I mean? For lack of better terms, you got the
I don't give a
Deontay
fuck about that.
Wilders, you
It's
got
the
the
A
Earl
side
Spences, you got the
making
Devin
the
Haney's,
fight.
right? Hold on, let me make a
It's about
point
the
real quick,
A side.
Pool. Let me
Go
make
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
a point real quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I get it because, like I said, I come on Pool counter boxing, like you say, we gonna call that shit down the middle, right? I'm on y'all 90% of the shit that y'all say, Judah. That's why I fuck with Devin Haney. As a Shakur fan, you don't see fighters that have a rival and fuck with the other side. I fuck with Devin Haney because of what you saying. I fuck with Earl Spence because of what you saying. The only reason why I'm on the stance that I'm on with Shakur is because I feel like I haven't felt like Shakur has turned down a fair offer, if that makes sense. Like I feel like
Nigga, that don't
everything
even matter,
I do
right?
feel like he off.
You must
I
mean
hold on,
what
hold
you
on. Let me
said.
let me let me let me let me say what I'm trying to say real quick,
Go ahead.
Pool. I do feel like the 147 situation with the rehydration that he offered to Devin Haney, that it is 100% putting Devin at a disadvantage. He tried to drain him at 147. But I also feel like Shakur is not a 47 pounder. I do get it. So before you even go there, don't go up to that weight class. Don't even mention that weight class if you're not going to mention that weight class in a fair light. I get that 100%. But from Shakur's perspective, he's like, if I do go up there, I need it to be where it can be even. You know what I'm saying? So I say all that to say, I see y'all side of it. Y'all like, okay, I'm fucking with the fighters that is gonna take the risk. That's gonna make sure I get the legacy fights. That's gonna do whatever it takes to cement their legacy, to do what they gonna do. I see that point of it. But from Shakur's point of it, I like Shakur because for one, I like his style and I think that he's the best. And to me, the reason why I'm still rocking with him is because he has not done to this day nothing that I felt he has taken a fair offer and turned it down. Like for an example, if let's just say Devin would have took the would have took the 30%. Even though I get y'all point, y'all saying it shouldn't even be a 30% because you was offered 25, take it or leave it. I get it. But from my perspective, I felt like from Shakur, you got 30% in your back pocket, activate it. If Devin Haney turns it down at that point, and I mean, if Devin Haney say, all right, fuck it, let's do it at 30%, and Shakur say no, I want 32, I want 35, I want anything over 30. I'm looking at Shakur funny. You see what I'm
Bro, that's
saying?
too much. But that's too much you looking for because Devin was already in a situation where he told everybody, look, everybody seen this nigga looking like Skeletor at the weigh-in. Everybody knew that even if he would have fought Shakur, he was going to be weight drained in too. You telling Devin that he was going to have to capitulate, give this nigga more money, give him a shot at all his belts, give him his biggest payday, give him his first pay-per-view, and fight the nigga drained? No. You don't get all of that. When you don't take what I gave you, I'm gone because I don't need you for my career. I'm already undisputed. I've already got the better resume. You still haven't fought on pay-per-view. You still haven't fought on pay-per-view. Your biggest payday to that point is still $5 million.
Basically,
You're not, bro. And another thing is too, you're not looking at right now what's happening because you're saying that if Shakur would have moved up, he not a natural 147 pounder. But what you're not looking at is Devin has never been in this real weight class. They called him a weight bully at first. So when Devin started getting weight drained and getting knocked around because he didn't have punch resistance by Lomachenko and all these people that was dropping him, he started to move up. He started to be more successful every time he did it. Now he found the weight he is at. So on one end, you got people like fans like you, Shakur telling Devin, yeah, I'll come up there and fight you, but I want you weight drained. But you got other people that don't like Devin. They blocking him. The other promoter saying, we don't want none of our fighters fighting Devin in his real weight class. We gonna duck them. Then you got Devin Haney saying, move up to 154 then. Devin looking around like, who the fuck want to fight me at my healthy weight? Nobody. Shakur don't want to fight you at your healthy weight. Tank don't want to fight you at your healthy weight. Lewis Crocker don't want to fight you at your healthy weight. Ryan Garcia don't want to fight you at your healthy weight. Ronnie Romero don't want to fight you at your healthy weight. Everybody telling Devin to either drain yourself at 147 or move up to 154. Nobody want to fight Devin on the equal playing field. Nobody. Ryan Garcia didn't do it either.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, but that still don't take away the fact. Do you know Shakur said that he walk around at 148 to 150 pounds? We not saying that we already know that Devin Haney don't walk around with that because you just conceded that he been draining himself to go to 135. So we can say Devin is at least 165 pounds at his natural weight. Now he fighting at 147, a healthy weight. So he's a bigger
Tell me
dude
one
than
fight at
Shakur
135
Stevenson.
when Shakur was the smaller fighter. Tell me one fight he had at 135 when he was the smaller fighter.
De Los Santos.
That's a lie. He was
I
bigger than
think
De
he
Los Santos.
I disagree with that.
I just saw
I
Shakur standing
disagree
up
with that.
next to I just saw Shakur standing next to Regis Prograis and he towered over him and he more muscular. This is a natural 140 pounder. Shakur is way bigger than him. I saw Shakur stand right now. You can go look up right now. Shakur training with Terrence Crawford. He is the same
Shit, I
size as
was
Terrence
about to
Crawford.
say Terrence Crawford. That nigga bigger than Terrence
But but
Crawford.
but but
He
but
is the
this is
same size as Terrence
but
Crawford.
it still
He was
is.
bigger than Yoshino. He was bigger than Zapata. Yeah, this dude lying to y'all. He telling y'all that, oh yeah, I'm a real natural 126 pounder, but you lost your belt on the scale at 130. Then you got to 135 and you've been bigger than everybody you fought. Nigga, you was Devin Haney's size. You was a liar. You lying like Terrence Crawford lied to everybody.
I disagree with
For
that
years,
because
everybody thought that Terrence Crawford was a natural 140 pounder or 135 pounder. Bomac told people years later Terrence Crawford had been shrinking down. That's why every time Terrence Crawford move up, not only is he filling these weight classes out, he be the bigger and stronger man every time. Every time he move up, he the bigger and stronger man. The nigga was stronger than Canelo and bigger than Canelo.
but Judah, did we not see them spar when Devin was 17 and Shakur was 19 and he was way bigger than Shakur?
He just taller. He wasn't way
No, he
bigger than
was
Shakur. He just
bigger
naturally
too.
taller.
He was
No,
bigger
bro, he just
too.
taller than Shakur.
Okay, but if he
What
taller, he was more full. He was more full. When they sparred, when Shakur was 19 and Devin was 17, Devin was the bigger fighter at that time. Devin
Bro,
Haney
none of
has
that matter.
repeatedly,
The size
but
difference, listen, let me tell you something. The size
what
difference
matters
between
is
them
they're
is the
about
same size
17,
difference
they're about
between Devin
13
and Ryan.
pound difference,
No,
12
let me
pound
tell you the
difference.
difference again. Let me tell you the difference. The difference between them is the same difference between Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, and Devin still trying to get in the ring with him. That's the
That's
same
not true.
difference.
That's not true,
That is the
Judah.
same. Bro,
No.
Ryan Garcia is taller and heavier than Devin. Ryan Garcia is 5'10".
Right. Okay. That might be
He
true,
come in
but
like at
this
160.
I just feel like Ryan Garcia and maybe he is a little bit bigger than Devin, but I feel like they're closer to their weight class. They've been fighting in the amateurs against each other for years. On the
That
in
don't
the
have nothing
same
to do with size, bro. You moving the
right.
goalposts. We
No,
talking about the size.
I'm not moving the
You
goalposts,
is.
bro. I'm
Because
just trying to tell.
you just said they size because you was on size. Now you talking about how much they know each other. We gonna stay on
No,
size.
because I'm saying that they always competed in the same weight class. That's why they fought each other like 6 times.
And I'm
Because
telling
they
you that Shakur
always
could have
been the
made those
same
weight
size
classes
person.
too. You missed my whole point about how Shakur is bigger than he always been telling everybody. Shakur has always been bigger than the weight class he was in. That's why he missed weight at
Right.
130, and that's why he bigger than everybody at 135. That's why
I
he's
just
bigger than
told you that
Regis
he's
now, and that's why
150
he's the same size
pounds.
as
That's
Terrence
what he said
Crawford.
he was. He said he was 150 pounds. That's bigger than 135. That's bigger than 130. He's 150 pounds. That's how heavy he is. Devin Haney was the one that was 165, 170 pounds trying to fight at 135. Not Shakur. Shakur was at 126 doing that shit.
You don't
So
know what
he
Shakur walk around in. You don't know what
that's what
Shakur
he
walk around
said.
in.
I'm just telling you what he said,
Keep
bro.
listening to Shakur. Shakur been lying since he been up there.
Right,
Shakur
but
been. He
but
told you he
but
sent
but
the
Judah,
contract to
but
Devin.
Judah,
He
but
told you he
Judah,
sent the contract to Devin at a fight at a party, only to come out later and said, "Nah, I ain't really do that. I ain't really
but
do that." He been lying since he been talking. That's
but
why even
Judah.
his fans telling him to
I've
stop
been
picking
getting
up
a
the
lot
mic.
of rest
All he
lately,
do is lie.
so my energy to argue has increased. So what I'm saying is for y'all to use your aficionado stuff to cut out all the fluff. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of confidence in everybody up here. Real Josh, King Judah, Jay. I think y'all some of the best motherfuckers when it comes to analyzing boxing. So when I see you get caught up on certain things, it just kind of befuddles me because I be like, come on now. It's like it's got to be something that's kind of blinding you because to me, Shakur really hasn't proved himself, right?
I
He
agree
didn't
with that though, Pool. I said that
no,
earlier.
no, I know you do because that's why I fuck with you because you're honest. right? I just don't understand what. Damn, you got to put your head. Yeah, I just don't understand what you caught up on because Shakur, until you have really proven yourself, you know what I'm saying? You can't really advance him, right? If he would have
but
had a good, if he would have fought what his name, DeSoto, what his name fight? If he would have
Del
fought that
Santos.
motherfucker, Del Santos, I don't know why I can't pronounce that bastard name, but if he would have fought him and dominated that dude, then Devin Haney couldn't say shit. You understand what I'm saying? Devin
Right.
Haney couldn't say if he would have dominated Dos Santos, then but the way he handled now we looking at Shakur like, dude, that was your signature fight. That was your signature fight. Just let everybody know that your talent is separate from a power puncher and a dude with a classified IQ that's a thinking IQ, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that I know everything because I was so wrong with Andy Cruz this weekend. I was fucked up on that. I'm still fucked up on that. I'm pissed off with Andy Cruz that but Matella was a lot better than I thought, bro. That shit surprised the fuck out of me. So I know I could be wrong. That's why I'm still listening to your ass. You know what I'm saying? Cause I know I could be wrong on some of
But
this shit
Paul,
that I be talking.
this is where I'm at with Shakur. I just feel like Shakur. I get where y'all coming from, Judah
I don't think you do
and
because you.
I
I don't
do
think you do.
100% because
Okay.
listen, y'all want Shakur. I'm maybe let me not even say that because I don't want to my
Mm-hmm.
words to be misinterpreted if I misspeak. But y'all are drawing to the fighters that are willing to be the risk takers, that are willing to take the short money, to give the fans, to show nuts, to show, you know what I mean,
It's
to be a
called boxing, my
warrior.
nigga. It's called
And
boxing.
okay, right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But where I'm at with Shakur is I just don't feel like Shakur has turned down a fair offer
Oh,
against
stop that shit. Look,
nobody
come
in
on now.
his
You know that.
but hold
Mm.
on. And
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
feel like
business, bro. It's
hold
not
on.
fair.
Right, okay. Business fair, whatever you want to call it. That's where I'm at with. That's my stance. I feel like
Why?
he has not,
Why though? You
but hold
know that
on.
it's the ASAP. Okay, go ahead.
All right,
Go ahead.
so to the last point of what I'm trying to say is he hasn't had the opportunities besides the Devin Haney opportunity to
Mm-hmm.
prove himself against the best because Pitbull Cruz ducked him, Cambosis ducked him, Loma ducked him. Everybody ducked Shakur Stevenson when he got to 135 because he was a high risk, low reward type of fighter. Frank Martin backed out of the fight. Kid Austin said he had the flu. Like all these dudes have had the opportunity. Shakur has been trying to get names
He sound
that
like
we would
Terrence
be like.
Crawford to me. He sound like Terrence Crawford. I'm sorry, I
To
did it
me,
again.
I feel like the point that Shakur is in right now is the point that EJ was in before he got the Kell Brook fight and got that IBF belt, where you see the talent and you just feel like he need the opportunity to prove his talent. That's where I'm at with Shakur Stevenson. Y'all might
I'm gonna be
differ.
honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jay. There was charisma with Errol Spence.
Yeah,
With
I'm not talking
Shakur,
about that part though.
but it's the whole table. It's the whole table.
Go ahead. My
Because
bad.
you mentioned about bargaining and it's not a fair offer or anything like that. He does not have the even right now, he does not have if he beats T.O. how I want him to beat T.O., percentage might go up, but it's still the same landslide. Like he can't he can't negotiate with Devin Haney like that.
Right.
He can't say, "Oh, I got this, I got this." He does not have that. He does not have that. And Tio already lost. That's the whole point. Oh, well, I beat Teofimo. Well, I beat Cambosos, which Teofimo lost to Cambosos. He has
Yeah, I think he
everything.
gonna beat T.O. I think he gonna beat T.O.
So
ass. I
So
do.
Yeah, me too.
outside of Devin, where is another situation y'all feel like Shakur
He need to
like
go fight a
did some
Shaki
hoe shit?
Foster. He need to go
Look,
fight Shaki Foster. He
it's
need to
about
get
timing,
he need to go
homeboy.
fight a
It's
Shaki
about
Foster.
timing. He's too late in the game to not have had a signature fight. You understand what I'm saying? And I
But that
understand what
then
you're
but
saying.
this is what I'm
No
just trying to
matter,
say. Everybody ducked
no
him.
matter
Wait,
how
wait.
many people look, listen.
Nah.
I don't care how
Shaki
many
Foster ain't ducked
people
him.
you got to get it. You got to get the fight in, right? You
And
got to get
and
two fights
pull
in.
to your point. Hold on, real quick, pull. Let me just say this real quick. This is why I say that I don't think y'all 100% seeing that I'm on the fence with y'all when it come to Shakur, because I say the reason why he got this fight right now with Tio is because Turkey is willing to dish out money that these promoters are not there. These promoters was looking at Shakur like, you a boring ass fighter and you are a skilled ass fighter at the
They
same
put a
time.
narrative. They put propaganda out on him.
Right, but
They
Pool,
put
you gotta look at. Hold on, Pool. Let me just say this real quick, and then I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna be quiet. I felt like at the time we was looking at outside of Devin Haney with the Lomas, the Pitbull Cruises, the all the top fighters at 35, because at 126 and 130, Shakur fought the best that he could fight. He got a belt at 26. He unified and beat Devin Jamel Herring at 30. So it was at 35 that everybody felt like these are where all the names are, and you haven't fought nobody. And at that time, the only person out was Devin that gave him an offer or whatever. But at this time, it was these promoters that was looking at the value. They looking at the profit that they can make off of these fighters. And the narrative and the agenda around Shakur was he's not a seller, but he's a high risk to all these fighters because of how good he is and his style. They can't beat him. So the promoters wasn't trying to give Loma to Shakur. And Shakur was ducking them. Frank Martin said, I need more money, and ducked out of the fight. Kid Austin said he had the flu, whatever the situation. But now I feel like Turkey is willing to pay people what it don't matter if you worth this much. He gonna give you some good money. So
I see what you're
now
saying. So basically,
Shakur
you
has the
saying
opportunity
what you
to
saying.
prove
What you kind of like saying is like if you gonna take a L for the risk, Turkey is offering the money what people are.
willing to do it with Shakur
Yeah,
because he's not a draw.
right, right. But at the same time, though, that's why I say the 25% was good for Shakur because of that. You understand what I'm saying? Because
Right.
people are not willing to take the risk because of his style, but Devin was, and that should make you respect Devin Haney even more.
And I
To
do.
even open, to
100%.
even open up that window. See what I'm saying? Because 9 times out of 10, Shakur is probably going to beat Devin because he's going to play it safe. He's going to use an amateur style. Devin take more risk coming forward, and Steven is never going to overcommit. So if they ever fought, I think Shakur would beat Devin in a boxing match because of the style, right?
Right.
He's never gonna use a pro style to beat Devin Haney, right? So unless
Right.
Devin Haney come up with some kind of special offensive plan, it's going to be hard for him to catch Shakur Stevenson, right? Because Shakur Stevenson is just going to box from the outside, and he don't give a fuck how boring it is. He's going to wait you out until you sell out, and he's going to catch you, right? So that's why nobody wants to fight Shakur,
But
right?
my thing is,
So
I agree with Jay when he was saying that nobody, to answer your question, nobody, you saying who else gave Shakur an opportunity, to either prove that he was, willing to step up or not. Nobody, because nobody else wanted to fight him but Devin Haney. Nobody else wanted it. Tank Davis didn't. Well, nobody else wanted it. But to your point, I get what y'all saying. The whole point I was trying to make is I wasn't arguing that Shakur was this crazy ducking. He ducking everybody. I never said that. I said that he should have took that offer from Devin Haney. That's all I ever said about Shakur is that he was wrong for not taking that offer. That's all I was saying. But when it come down to that fight, too, that breakdown that everybody got, I do think that Devin and Shakur make for an interesting fight. But I still got Devin. I hear what you're saying about Shakur fighting from the outside. I don't think he got the advantage from the outside against Devin. I honestly think that Shakur stepping in the ring with Devin. I think that Devin gonna be the most fleet-foot fight he ever fought, the tallest fight he ever fought, with the most range and the most skills. And if you're talking about a fight from the outside, Devin has the better jab, not Shakur. I don't think Devin has to go in to score on Shakur either. I think that against Devin, Shakur have to take more chances than he ever had against anybody.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Shakur don't give a damn how boring the fight is, bro.
I'm not talking about that. You saying that he gonna win from the outside. I'm telling you that Devin is gonna score more from the outside than Shakur.
Didn't I just say that? God damn it! Didn't I just say that? Devin's gonna have to take the lead. Who's a counterpuncher? Shakur is a counterpuncher, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You're not listening. You saying that Shakur gonna bait Devin into making mistakes because Devin will have to take chances. I'm telling you that Devin can find a comfortable range and land with his jab, and Shakur gonna have to take chances.
Okay, well, I mean, I hear you.
I
I'm just telling you.
agree
I'm
with
just telling you. I just think that Shakur is going to put the onus on Devin to make the fight, and you thinking that Devin has enough offense to make the fight, regardless of what Shakur sees coming. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm putting it in layman's terms, and I'm respecting what you're saying. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a give and take. This thing about it, bro. If whoever win that fight, the thing about Devin and Shakur, whoever win that fight, nobody gonna dominate the other one. It's gonna be ebbs and flow throughout that fight until the fight over with. Whoever capitalized the most. But what I'm saying is, yeah, Shakur gonna have the moments where he lured Devin into these different traps where he gonna have his counterpunching opportunities. But I'm saying that Shakur is not a natural inside fighter. He's also not naturally aggressive to close distance. But the fact that he's shorter than Devin, the fact that he's shorter than Devin with shorter arms, Devin is going to find a comfortable range to get his jab off, which his jab is longer, faster, and better than Shakur's. It's going to be Shakur. He going to put the onus on Shakur to get around that jab to score his points, because Devin is going to find a range where he can score points with just that jab.
Now let me tell you, and I agree with your breakdown, Judah, but let me tell you what I think the difference in that fight is going to be. I think the difference in that fight is going to be that Shakur knows how to score points with his defense, and Devin don't. Devin is he uses his feet to get away from punches. Shakur knows how to score with his defense. So I feel like the points.
You think he's a better counterpuncher?
I think he's a better counterpuncher, and I think he slip punches, and he just evades punches a little bit better than Devin. And I feel like the punch count might be equal, but I feel like Shakur is going to slip more and make Devin miss more.
You talking about catch and shoot? You talking about?
I'm talking about all of it: slipping, catching and shooting.
That'll be his first time. That'll be his first time doing that since Jamel Herring and Oscar Valdez.
I mean, it can be. He know how to do
better
it.
show me. You better show me on Saturday.
But you saying that you said that he did it against Oscar Valdez and Devin.
That was his best version. That was the best version of him. I have not seen it since. That was the best version of Shakur.
Hold on, we seen Errolson Jr. box the shit out of Mikey Garcia. That nigga was doing all kind of shit. Then when he fought EJ, it's like he didn't even know how to fucking box.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What I can say about this, that's why I say my fight breakdown is what it is, but I'm not disregarding the fact that it's a reality that it's going to be times throughout that fight where Devin is going to be at a disadvantage against Shakur. What I'm saying is that nobody breakdown I heard yet is not looking at the fact that Shakur is the naturally shorter fighter with the shorter arms and he don't have the better jab. Devin is going to force Shakur to have to take more chances than he ever did just to score points. Devin is not going to have to run behind him like a pit bull cruise to score points. That's what people are not looking at. Devin is not going to have to go. Devin is not going to have to go in there with reckless abandon and turn into a brawler just to hit Shakur, and that's going to force Shakur to have to take chance.
And Judah, that's what I was saying. He's going to have to show me that he has range. I even said in the beginning of this live, without Shaggy Foster. He's gonna have to show me range. And Shaggy Foster got range.
But he
And
has range.
Shakur,
But hold on,
That,
hold on. We
that's not what
know
I'm saying. That's not what I'm
certain
saying.
things.
I'm
Okay.
talking about different levels of his offense. He's
bro,
gonna have to show me he has
Shocky
more.
Foster is not that, bro. I'm sorry. We
He
got to
not?
Man,
straighten
he
him
don't
out.
do
He
that.
not?
He's a
Oshaki a
good
dog.
He
fighter.
not?
Oshaki a dog.
He a
Oshaki a
He
dog and
dog.
he a
not?
good
He
fighter,
wait.
but
I'm
he
gonna
not.
tell you,
Going on,
his
We
let
skill
me
talk
set is
about
better than
Devin and
Shakur.
Shakur. I
hold
don't think
on.
he's
His
on
skill
that
set is better
level.
than Shakur. Yes, he is. His
I don't
skill set
think.
is
I
way
think,
better than Shakur.
man,
His
that dude
jab's
went
more
out there
sharper.
against
His cross more.
Conceição, and
O'Shaquie
he
Foster
had a
He
draw the first
outboxed him
fight, and
twice. Jay, he outboxed him twice. He just didn't let his hands go
man,
enough.
that
He didn't
first
let his
fight
hands
was
go enough.
questionable,
He
bro. And then
outboxed
the
him
second fight, I thought
twice.
he lost, bro. I ain't even gonna lie
What?
to you.
You
How,
gotta
how
go.
do you
You
feel
better go
about
watch
Shakur
I'm gonna
acting
film.
just
like
keep it
You
Oshaki
better
G,
don't
go
want
bro.
that smoke?
go what
How you
game of
feel about
inches.
how
Game
you feel about
inches.
Shakur
go
acting like he
watch
don't
the
hear
film and
Oshaki
come
calling
back
for the
and
smoke?
tell us what you think.
Because
Go
he know
back
he
and
gonna
watch
Say
the
what?
film.
lose. He gonna lose against
Hold on.
O'Shaquie
What you
Foster.
say,
He
Judah?
cannot beat
I
that
said,
style.
yeah, I'm talking to Jay. I'm talking to Jay. I'm like, Jay, how you feel about it? Because all right, what I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna disregard what Shakur doing. Go beat up T.O. That's a great win for you, right? But I'm saying, I heard him say that he got plans on coming back to 135. And I hear
Yeah,
Oshaka say, I'm coming to 135 for you. So
right.
how do you feel about Shakur acting like he not hearing this? And you know, Shakur also tried to throw Ray Ford off on Oshaka. Oshaka said, I want to fight you. Shakur told him to fight Ray Ford. If I'm not mistaken, ain't that's what Tank did when Devin wanted to fight him? He said, no, fight
Man,
Shakur first.
Shockey would beat the fuck out of
Yeah.
Ray Ford,
Now,
bro.
now,
Ray
now
Ford
let
ain't
me
built for no damn
let me say
O'Shaquie.
this. Let me say this. To your question, Judah. I mean, I don't know what Shakur gonna do so far. I mean, I can't say that Shakur has stood on nothing against Oshaki Foster, but I say this about Oshaki Foster though. You beat Cool Boy, and they for some reason weird as hell made you this mandatory WBC champion or whatever, and then you beat him, and I immediately dropped the belt.
I just
Like, why
told you.
didn't you
I
hold
told
that
you.
position
No,
at
I told
35?
Jay. I told you in the beginning. He has leverage. His leverage was 130. They gave him an option. He had to drop that 135. He could still petition to do his mandatory if Shakur come back to 135. So when
Yeah,
he comes
you
back
can
to
do that.
But
135, he can get automatic mandatory. So that's one-on-one,
Right.
a mano a
okay,
mano. So let's
okay,
fight. No talking. No. Let's fight Raymond Ford. Raymond Ford has brought nothing to the table. That's somebody that has nothing. He's
But
trash. He
but
lost to
see
okay.
Nick
this
Paul. Trash.
hold on. This is the
Trash.
problem. These guys already have an outside beef from sparring, right? They already them bust each other up in sparring. So O'Shaquie Foster is trying to follow up from the knowledge that he has gained outside the ring in sparring because they also made it very competitive. And for some reason, O'Shaquie Foster said that he feel like he can handle Shakur Stevenson. So now he's in pursuit of Shakur Stevenson, which makes me believe that this guy did what he said he did in sparring, right?
Right. Okay. Pulled. Okay. All right. I got you. Now let me say this though, because just like what y'all was just saying about Shakur, I mean, I know it's not no offer, but don't y'all feel like that him having the vacant WBC regular belt as the
Mhm.
mandatory for Shakur is a better position than him holding that title at 130 to fight nobody's down there?
But the
I don't,
I'm gonna
difference
tell
I
you
don't
is
why.
he.
think.
But the
I'm gonna tell
difference
you
See,
is,
why.
Shaki would take the 25%. That's who Shaki
Well, we
is.
No.
not
He'll
talking
take the
about that. I'm talking
No,
25%.
the
about the
difference.
belt that he had in
Well,
his
Jay, I'm gonna tell
hand.
you why. I'm gonna tell you why I think he's doing it and why I would do the same thing Oshaka doing. Look, check this out. You said that at 135, they said there's nobody's down there. I agree. But check this out. If he really want to fight somebody with the cachet of Shakur Stevenson, who is probably more than likely gonna beat T.O. and come back down, do you think he want to stay there at 135 and take the chance at one of them other monsters calling him out and challenging him for that belt and he never gets to Shakur versus keeping his belt at 130, fighting the pups down there to Shakur come back, then using the leverage of that 130 belt to go straight to Shakur?
So do he got the WBC though at 130?
Well, I ain't gonna lie, don't make me lie, bro. I don't know what's going on with him, but I do know
I
that
Yes, he does. He
that's probably the
does have
reason
the.
why he keeping that belt at one.
He
I'm just telling you
does.
why he probably keeping that belt at 130.
He does have the
he's
130
keeping
belt
that
right now.
at
He's only
130.
using
no
that
no,
for
but
leverage.
what belt is it though?
It's
Is
the
it the
super. It's the
WBC?
super
He's
The
keeping.
super
WBC.
If
what?
you ain't a
Super
WBC?
champion,
W. Yeah,
hold on,
WBC.
stop, y'all. If you ain't a champion, you can't demand shit. If you ain't got no belt, you can't talk about nothing. You ain't got
Right, but
no
they
rankings. You ain't got
but,
nothing, bro.
but
So
Pool, when
he,
that 30 when he beat Cool Boy, they made it clear, they made it plain that the winner of that fight was for the WBC mandatory belt position for the WBC at 135, which is Shakur's belt at 135. Like, to me, that sounds more like a power position than a belt at 130.
But what if
For
Shakur
if
don't
you
come back
want to
down
fight
though?
Shakur.
What if
hold on.
Shakur don't come back down?
Right, exactly.
But
Now, so
okay,
let me tell you
so
something.
that means that that means whoever has the belt at 135, you still got the opportunity to fight for that belt at 135, which is
No, this
more
man
than
wants Shakur.
likely
You're
gonna
not
be a
listening.
better
He
name.
wants Shakur. No,
Hold on.
listen. You're not getting it. He
God
wants
damn.
Shakur next. He gonna do whatever it takes. So if, let's say Shakur do move up. O'Shaki not worried about I'm gonna keep a 135 belt and fight them. O'Shaki telling Shakur, I'm gonna come wherever you at. That's what you're not listening to. He is trying to fight Shakur at all costs.
Man, I mean,
That's because he already has fought him in sparring, so he's got confident that he can beat that. Shakur is the prize, bro.
but I'm
You know,
saying, but
not
to
even.
me, this is like
Hold on. Let me get this off
go
because
ahead, go ahead.
Abdullah Mason is up and coming, but Shakur is already the man at 135 since Tank Dip. So the man to beat right now at 135 is Shakur Stevenson, but Shakur Stevenson is all over the place. We don't have a validated 135 tough guy at 135, and that's the problem. That's why we looking at these guys sideways. It's like, what are y'all doing? It's like y'all not fighting, bro, to become, saying those recognized champions at different divisions. Boxing is moving, constantly moving all over the place.
I feel like that was due to Tank Davis though, Pool. That's just my own personal, my own perspective. I feel like
Yeah,
Tank
you're
Davis.
right.
I feel like he had
All of them, though. Not, but all of them. Yeah, go ahead.
You can
Yeah, you're
I
fight.
right.
feel like with Turkey
My
now I
bad.
feel like with Turkey involved, I feel like these belts is about to start moving. That's why Abdullah Mason was able to get that WBC. Now we just had Muratalla and Andy Cruz fight for the IBF, and then we about to have somebody fight for the
If I Hey,
WBA.
listen. If I'm Abdullah Mason, I'm unifying against Murtadov, whatever his name is,
Yeah,
Yes,
of
sir.
this
agree.
Raymond. I'm
I
unifying right
to
now.
be
You
honest
know,
with you,
I
I
don't
think
know
he
if he
should
can
fight the
beat that
winner
guy
for the
yet.
WBA.
I don't know if he
Yeah,
can beat Martella
he
yet.
should leave that for.
I
I
don't
think
know.
that should be Shakur next fight. If Shakur
Man,
don't fight nobody at, he
I
said a
don't know if
higher weight
Abdullah
class.
Mason can beat. Yeah.
Jay, you was the
I
one
think
telling
he
us
should.
during that fight that Maratala was gonna beat um
Cruz.
what his name is? Crew. That was
Yeah,
you, huh?
yeah.
Oh, guess what though? Guess what? Y'all talking about Abdullah Mason, and y'all know one thing about me. I love me some Abdullah Mason, right? I'm gonna
Right.
tell y'all
Right.
what. If Abdullah fight Maratala the way he fought Noakes, Maratala gonna beat him.
I agree with that. I
That's what
agree
I'm
with
I
that.
saying.
know
Now
That's
that.
why
he needs
this
some more experience. He needs some more
look.
experience. Yeah.
Well, I think that Kid Austin is about to fight for that belt, that
Man,
Tank belt.
fuck
That
Ken
should be
Austin. That
Kid.
motherfucker pissed me
That's
off. Go
Abdullah's
ahead.
fight though. That's his level. That's his level. Leave
What
Muratalla for
level?
Shakur.
Wait a minute. Now you fucking pissing me off. Did you say Abdullah Mason is Austin level?
I think Abdullah Mesa is gonna watch Kid Austin, but I'm just saying, just from the perspective of boxing, I just feel like they're at the same points in their career. Let me say that. But I think that Abdullah Mason is way better than Kid Austin. But I think
Thank
that
you.
that's his fight. If he's gonna try to unify, wait for Kid Austin to win that title, unify with him, leave Muratalla for Shakur to unify,
I
and then
think
they make
Kid
an
Austin
undisputed
got
fight.
he's got more talent potential than where he at. I don't think he should have a belt right now. But because the way the belts are going in the league right now, he has a belt too early. Because I think Matella has more experience. I think maybe Andy Cruz is a little bit too more veteran than Medulla. I think Medulla is right there. He's like the third tier right now. He just need to get a few more, maybe three more fights up on his thinking fights now, where he has to dig deep. type fights where he had to figure it out, and I think he'll be ready for them other guys.
Well, see, my
Uh,
critique on him, I like Abdullah, bro, but my critique, and y'all know how I am, bro. I get a lot of flack for that. Is I think Abdullah take too many punches. I think he got way more
it
skill
ain't
than he's showing.
that.
I
It's
look
the
at him like
styles,
boots.
though.
I look at him
Judah, it's the
like boots.
style.
Like they stay there. They stay. That's what I'm saying. Paul, his style. I like this dude. I like Abdullah Mason, but his style is not going, bro. Abdullah is not going. He, how I want to say it, the potential I think he have. If I find out that that's the only style he have, and Abdullah will never change, then Abdullah gonna take a few losses. As good as
Hmm.
he is.
That's a fact,
Mm.
Judah. I agree with that 100%.
That's why I say
Yeah,
that's why
we all
that's
saw him go down a couple of
Mat-
times, couple of fights. He went
Matula.
down.
They have to figure out his traps. He has really good traps, really good counters. He's a natural counter puncher. You
Hmm.
hit him, he gonna naturally counter right back. So he sets crazy traps. Like you would even it's a thinking man IQ.
But
You
more
just gotta
importantly, he
have a
can
deeper
turn up to
IQ.
the next level. He has that level change where when
Hmm.
he's ready to turn up, it's on another level. You know, you can't reach. He has that.
Yeah.
He has that Oscar De La Hoya. He has that Terrence Crawford. Whatever it
Hmm.
is that when he get hurt, he turns it up. Either he gets knocked out or he gonna beat your ass. He got it.
Right, but
Hmm.
You
what I
know.
seen from Maratala in that fight, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I wouldn't up on this dude's skills. But I'm telling you, the way I was able to watch him deal with a boxer like Andy Cruz, and in milliseconds he was making him pay for mistakes. He will hurt Abdullah if Abdullah fight him the way he fought Noakes. If he gonna come in that fight and think he gonna walk Maratala down, and it's just gonna be I'm gonna outpower you and I'm gonna make all these mistakes, Maratala is gonna punch on him.
Yeah,
I
that's a
seen it.
fact.
He
Yeah,
gonna
that's a
bully him.
fact. Yeah, I agree. He not
Lamont
ready for that
Roach.
shit.
Hey,
Yeah,
who?
yeah,
So
yeah,
W.
yeah, yeah.
So
Maratala,
so
y'all. Maratala is a cerebral fighter.
yeah. So what
Um,
y'all think about
What make him
Martala
dangerous? Hey, let me say this.
versus?
Let me say this right quick before you go there, bro. Like about Maratala, what I noticed, what make him so dangerous? Because I was pulling for Cruz because I like pure
me
boxers,
too.
but
Me too.
but Maratala is the most dangerous thing for a pure boxer. You know why? Because when he count, he looking to count what he pressure you with a jab. First of all, that's what make him dangerous. That he actually a brawler that comes behind a jab. Also, when he counters you, he doesn't counter with one punch. He counters with combinations like Marquez. That makes him
Hmm.
dangerous. So every
Yeah,
Mhm.
mistake you make, he don't answer with one punch. He counters in combinations.
yeah, like Crawford,
Hmm.
Crawford, and
Yeah.
what's his name? You hit it on the head, Judah. What's his name?
Marquez.
Marquez. Yeah,
Marquez.
yep.
Mhm.
Both of them motherfuckers, they got that shit, boy.
Because
Oh yeah.
They
that's
be
why
So
countering
Andy
they
could.
common. They gonna
Let me
hit
tell
you
y'all
three, four,
something.
five
That's
times.
why Andy couldn't finish that fight the way he wanted
Right.
to because he took that body punishment throughout the rounds, the middle rounds. You know what I'm
I
saying?
forgot the
He,
body work. I forgot the body work.
yeah,
Yep.
the body
that's
work
what it
break you
was.
down.
It was that
The
body
body
work
work
why
break
he
you down.
couldn't finish the fight the way he needed to. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Andy Cruz,
I'm telling you.
yeah.
I like pure boxers, so y'all know that's my favorite style. So I know the worst thing for a pure boxer is somebody that counter in combinations.
Yeah.
Because
So
most pure
Judah.
boxers don't throw combinations.
So
So if
Judah.
you fight somebody that's going to capitalize on your mistakes with multiple
Mhm.
punches, well, that puts you in trouble all night.
So Judah. So with the Oshaki Foster versus Shakur Stevenson, how you think that's gonna go? The same way as Devin and Shakur, or a
I
little
talk my
different
shit. I
technical?
talk my shit. I talk my shit. Really is just because I want to see this fight, right? But I ain't really did my analysis. So if I can give y'all the rough analysis I do have of that fight, I actually look at the way Oshaki fight and Shakur fight, bro. They very similar, bro. They very similar. They both fight. They both
Hmm.
fight from their own range, and they both control their own
But
range
this is the
throughout the fight.
problem, King.
So
This
if
is the
if they
problem.
do, if
This
they
is
do
the
fight,
problem.
yeah.
Oshaki got more power than Shakur. He has more power.
I don't
He's
know. He
more
don't hit that
I
offensive.
hard.
don't, I don't,
Neither
I
one of
don't
them
No,
hit
agree
that
no,
with
hard.
that.
no.
His punches are
Listen to
like
me.
Neither one of them hit
I
that
want to
Listen
say
hard.
to me.
powerful,
Listen
but
to me. Oshaki is way more offensive minded, and he's very
I say
sharp.
that. Yeah, I say that. He more offensive with it. He more offensive,
He's
man.
more
I say that.
I
offensive.
can't really say that either.
Look, Shakur is.
it
They don't
depends.
already spar, bro. They already know each other. There's not going to be a fill out period. Shakur is going to be trying to fight that offensive style. Shakur already know. I mean, Oshaki already know what he's looking for. Oshaki all day if they fight. Sorry.
I don't know. That's my
Shakur
thing.
all
That's
day.
so
I
I want
think
to say this
Shakur
to
was
Jay.
Y'all
nasty.
I
crazy.
ain't made my mind up yet. I ain't made my mind up yet
No,
if
nigga.
Oshaki will beat Shakur,
Oshaki
right?
better than
But I
you
will
think,
say
bro.
this. I will say this. I think Oshaki will give Shakur all he can handle. I don't know if he can beat him though, but he'll give Shakur all he can handle. I'm that high on Oshaki, bro. I'm
Yeah,
telling you, I've
I
been
think
high on him.
yeah, I think it would be a competitive fight, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that I think Shakur would probably beat him like 8-4. But all the rounds would be competitive. Like, okay,
Yeah.
for an example, y'all didn't score that fight with Andy Cruz and Muratalla like I did,
Man,
but
that shit was not as that shit was
I
That shit
not
was
scored
close.
that
bro.
fight.
That
Hey,
shit,
hold on,
I
just hear me
know because
out,
you put
Bull.
it in the
Hear
fucking
me out.
comments. I was like, bro,
Hear-
that shit was not as wide as
I
you thought.
scored
I
that
was like,
fight
this nigga crazy as
8-4.
hell. This nigga
I'm
cross-eyed
telling
like a
you.
motherfucker.
No,
I,
I'm gonna tell you the
I
truth, Jay. Jay, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I give you
yeah.
all credit. I give you all the props for doing your homework and knowing what Mara Tyler was, because a lot of people did. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at a lot of people reacting to that fight.
I gave it up to him in real time.
Everybody's saying what I said. They was like, "Damn, I knew he was
Yeah.
good. I didn't know he was that good." So
Yeah.
I respect you for knowing that. But what I will tell you this, bro, I promise you this. I'm standing all 10 on this. That
Yeah.
fight, realistic, if it was no belt on the line, right? And that fight went the exact same way, it would have been a draw. He got
I
the
mean,
nod because Cruz could not do enough to justify taking his belt. But
Let me
if
tell
they
you.
didn't have a belt on line, it would have been a draw.
Let me tell you why I
yeah.
disagree with that. Let me tell you why I disagree with that, Judah. Because all three of them judges saw that fight differently. But one of them saw it a draw, like what you saying. But somebody saw it super wide for Muratalla, and somebody saw it the same way I saw it for Muratalla. So
You know what
nobody
that
saw
means?
that fight
Remember that
as
15,
Cruz went.
13? That
If
shit was
you if
bullshit.
how many people how I don't know how much y'all been looking at like reactions and all that to that fight. How many people thought that Andy Cruz actually won a fight? Regardless of how close you thought it was, who have you heard actually say that Muratalla pulled it off? Or
No,
that it was
listen.
a draw?
No, listen, you gotta understand, brother. That happens when it's a close fight. The reason why you have all them different eyes that seen it, because you have people like you, right, who seen it from a point of view that that Mara Tyler kept the pressure, right, and
Right.
that Cruz didn't do enough. We all felt like he didn't do enough to take the belt from that champion, no matter if you got it close or wide, right. But then you have the people that wide margin you said you seen that come from what style you like. I guarantee you that the one who saw that wide margin for Maratala was somebody who favored aggression over boxing. It's simple,
Bro,
bro. Because guess
Shakur
what?
Stevenson is my
If you would have
favorite
traded that
fighter. I
fight,
like boxers.
no, but
I
I'm trying to
favor
tell you, bro.
boxers.
Y'all
I
should get
got you.
along then.
I'm trying to
Y'all
tell you,
should
but
definitely
listen,
get
what I'm
along.
trying to tell you is you ask how three different people can see three different things. That usually happens in a close fight.
No,
Because
no,
the
I'm
fight's
not.
so
No, no.
close that
I
everybody see
hold
both
on.
of the fighters having success.
Hold on. Let me make my point more clear because I understand that. My point wasn't that I seen all three fighters saw the fight a different way. It was that they all saw the fight for Muratalla. Was my point.
I did too because he was the champion, but nobody thought Cruz did enough to beat him. Nobody.
So
Yeah,
Like
he
I
you
told you,
really
definitely still
if no
hold
belt
on,
was
bro.
on the line, I would have called it a draw. But since a belt was
really
on the line, I gave it to Moratala.
okay, all right. I see what you're saying. I disagree with it though. I see what you're saying though.
Yeah.
You like it was close enough to where you just gonna give it to the champion. But for me, I feel like it was clear that Muratalla won by at least
No,
a couple
no,
of
it wasn't
points.
clear to you like that, bro.
I
Malatala,
promise you, it was
Malatala
clear to
couldn't.
me.
Let me tell you, the only reason you could say it was clear to you was because Andy Cruz couldn't hurt Malatala, and I think
Right.
Malatala could hurt Andy Cruz. That's the difference. That's the only difference. Now he didn't dominate enough. He didn't use that ability to hurt Andy Cruz enough to dominate the fight. Is what I'm trying to get you
Right.
to see. He
And
Like
I
allowed.
get
the
and I
ebb and
get it,
flow,
but
the ebb and flow. Let me say this right quick. The ebb and flow of the fight, but this is why I say it was so close. This is what I seen. This is what I distinctly remember. Why I knew it was close. The ebb and flow of the fight with me was every time the fight was in the middle of the ring, Andy Cruz outscored
Thank you.
Maratala. The
Thank
moment
you.
he pushed him to the ropes, Cruz got punched on. That was
Yeah,
the ebb and flow of the whole fight.
I mentioned that in the commentary. Come on, y'all.
yeah. And y'all 100% right. But The reason why I feel like Muratalla it was wide was because I 100% agree with what you saying, Pool. I mean, Judah, we on the same page with that. I just feel like in more of those rounds, more often, Cruz was up against them ropes, bro. That's that you hit it right on the head with the action of the fight and where they was winning at 100%, and it was close for most of the rounds. But if
Right.
you
Right.
had to edge them, if you had to edge most of those rounds, where was the fight being fought at more often than not? And
I
more
can't
No,
do
often
that,
you
bro,
than
you
not,
you
because
can't
you got to
say that.
understand
It
they
was a
start
mix.
off
It
in the
was a
middle.
mix.
Yeah, they
Right.
start off
It
in the
was a
middle,
mix.
bro.
That's
So
what
you
I'm
got to
I
trying to
understand
didn't
tell
see
every
you.
that.
time,
Yeah.
every time Maratala pushed him to the what I'm trying to say, every fight starts where each fighter they come from their corner, they meet somewhere in the middle. What I'm trying to tell you is every round start off with Cruz landing more shots, and then eventually he get pushed back. So when he get pushed back to the ropes, you can't disregard everything he did and all the punches he landed for Maratala to push him back. They both had success.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that's why I say that the fight was that my point of bringing this up about Oshaki Foster and Shakur was for that exact point that you just said. That fight was razor close when it comes to competitiveness. But when you're scoring it round by round,
Game of
you have to
inches.
give it to one person.
The game of
So
Right.
the
inches.
rounds was won by Muratalla, but every single round was very competitive. Say
I
for an
always
No.
give it
example,
to the person that
No,
landed the
but
most.
for an
hold on.
example,
Here's the
go ahead,
caveat.
go
Here's
ahead.
the caveat. The caveat is, my nigga, you keep saying that it was in the favor of Matala. Matala wasn't as busy as he should have been, and Andy Cruz wasn't as busy as he should have been. In some rounds, it was a lot of swing rounds. That was the problem. When you have a fight where the guys are looking for openings and it's a chess match, and they doing about an equal amount of work. You know what I'm saying? One guy, he has the harder punches and the other guy is more volume punches. That's a hard fight to score. And that's what we saw. So we had to get to the micro level and start actually counting on a concubine level, because one guy was doing damage in spots and the other guy was just outworking the other guy in spots. So you kind of had to figure out when the outworking worked against the clean punch and the clean hard damaging punches. So
And
when you
pull
have
to your my bad, go
Mhm.
ahead.
No, I'm just trying to get you to see why it's so confusing, because Ramatella, he didn't want to make mistakes and get jabbed up. So he stopped picking spots. He figured it out not to leave himself open so much. So when he did get the opportunities to get my boy on the ropes, he took the opportunity to dig in some heavy points, but it wasn't enough because he didn't have the advantages, what I'm saying, to keep capitalizing on that. So, he'll do it, he'll get them on there, fuck them up on the ropes a little bit, but then the rest of the round, and they'll get the jab, jab, jab all around the ring. But Andy wasn't consistent enough with the boxing to take the points from the champion. So that's
Right.
what was disappointing to me, because I thought Andy Cruz could turn up on another level. All champions who will separate themselves, they can turn it up to another level. And I didn't see that in Andy Cruz, even though I thought it was a draw fight. And I thought that I wasn't mad when Raymond won kept his retained his channel, because I didn't think Cruz really showed himself to be anything special. Even though
Right.
his defense was amazing, his offense was good. He just don't have the talent or the power to change fights or to change the tempo of the
Yeah,
fight.
everybody scored different too, bro. So that's another thing I always want to talk about. So I know you said you seen something different. Everybody scored different. I ain't saying none of y'all said it up here, but I was talking to arguing other people about the way the fight was scored, right? And you got people
Hmm.
saying, yes, Cruz scored, but them soft punches didn't count. I don't think when people hear power punch or a power shot, they think that the punch has to land hard for the judges to counter the power shot. They don't realize that, bro, if I throw a cross, right? If I throw a cross
You
at
know,
you
anything
and it
besides the
land,
jab.
I can throw as
Hold
soft
on.
as I
To
want.
save
I
you
can
a
throw
lot.
as
To
soft
save
as
you
I
a lot.
want, and that's still
Anything
a power
besides the
punch.
jab is a
Right.
power punch.
Yeah, that's still a power.
Anything
So, but
besides the
people don't realize that when they be like, oh, but Cruz didn't do that, and all his punches were soft. So you disregarded every uppercut, every hook, and every cross. You don't realize those are power shots when they
no,
land. That's how the judges are
know.
throwing it.
That's why I say everybody here is an aficionado. King. I think you think people here discriminate against boxers. No, these guys been watching boxing for years. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you, they know what's a power punch. They know what count is clean, hot shots. They know how the judges are looking at it. We done seen thousands of fights where judges look at, you know what I'm saying? We just saw what's the name got robbed, Jesse Hart. We saw him get
Yeah.
robbed horribly.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the guys know. We just got to make sure we keep them honest because we
Right.
know they know what they know. We know they know
Right.
what they know.
Well, no, that's
So
Yeah.
what I'm saying. That's
And
what I'm saying. That Cruz landed enough, bro. What I'm trying to say is that fight wasn't a large margin, bro. Because I can't
no,
remember
it
the
wasn't.
breakdown I seen, the break, but it was, I forgot which boxer it was, but it was a boxer I trust. They saw what I saw.
Mhm.
They was like the
yeah.
judge
Right.
that had that wide margin. They was like that dude was off base, and that fight was way closer than that wide margin that they had.
Right. And
Yeah,
and,
but
and
but we but in boxing, no matter what close fight, and we all know this, as that's why we get tired of watching boxing, but we still can't stop watching it. That in
right.
every close fight, one judge, he cross-eyed. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
He cross-eyed. You know what I'm saying? He
And
be like, bro. hmm
now let
Go
me
ahead.
just say this real quick to Judah's point. I agree with you that I just think the difference because like Poole was saying, like I see what you're saying, you know, like yeah, we know how to judge, like, okay, just because the shot don't have the power on it, don't mean that I'm looking at it different. I know you said we didn't say it on this panel, but I see
Yeah.
what you see. But to that point, what I'm trying
Mm.
to say is just so I can make myself clear. And I'm not saying this is exactly how it went, but just use this analogy for an example. If one fighter won 2 minutes of the fight and the other fighter won 1 minute of the fight, somebody had to win the fight, even though it was, or let's just say it was 115 to whatever that come to 145. You know what I mean? Somebody did a little bit more in every round, even if the
Well,
round was razor thin. And I
I'm
just
gonna tell
felt
you like
like
this,
in
G. I'm
more of
sorry to
those
cut you off.
rounds,
You remember Larry
Muratala
Merchant?
did a little bit
Y'all
more.
remember
Yeah.
Larry Merchant? Y'all, somebody I hate. He used to say, "Whoever wins the drama, if it's an even fight, whoever wins the dramatic perception of the round is the winner."
See,
Right.
I don't look at fighting like that. I don't look at fighting
No,
like
no,
that.
no, 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 no,
That's
no,
the
no,
difference
King.
between me and a lot of
It's
people.
it's 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 when you get down to like because at the end, like the 10th, when it got down to the 10th and the later rounds, Andy was going backwards. And remember when I was saying he got to come forward? Remember I was saying that? And you were
Right.
even
Yeah, I
saying this,
know.
King Judah. You were even
Yeah, I
saying this at
know.
the end. You said
But
he
And,
my
does better.
hold on real quick. Let me just say this real quick because I didn't quite get to finish my point. To your point, Pool, that's exactly what I'm trying to say because I felt like you said, Judah, to your point, you said that Andy was winning in the middle of the ring, Muratala was winning on the ropes. And to your point, Pool, you saying the story of the fight. That was how I saw it. Anytime the round was fought more in the center of the ring, them was the rounds that I gave to Andy Cruz. But when the rounds was fought more, even if it was by the slightest margin, even if it was by fought on the ropes, I gave it to Muratala. And I felt like if you go back and watch that fight, majority of those rounds, even by the slightest of margin, they was fought with Andy Cruz going backwards and being up against them ropes. You know
and
what I
look, and
mean?
that's what we and see. I found out why we score fights different. What we look at different. You like how you just saw you broke that down. You're
Yeah.
looking at for how long the person was able to fight the fight on their terms. Me
Right.
personally, I look the way I look at fights, bro, and I've been doing this since I was younger. I'm always looking at the punches landed. And I'm not counting them one by one, but I do have a radar, bro. I'm telling you, I have a radar punch counter that's natural in me where I can gauge how many punches each fighter is landing on each other. By the time that round over with, I know if it was even or I know who landed the more punches just watching the round. That's how I score fights. And the reason I told you I do it like that is because I don't want to get caught up in the emotion of it. See that when people say, "Oh, the drama," you know what happened with people who look at drama in fights. Those are the people that'll tell you that Lomachenko beat Devin because at the end of the fight in the last two rounds, he
because I
punched
thought
on Devin.
Devin won. I think
I
Devin
thought
won the
Devin won
dramatic.
that fight
I thought
clear.
that he won the dramatic side of the fight too. He won that
Well, I
too.
don't
I
know.
think people were so biased against Devin in that fight.
Yeah.
They counted
Me
the
too.
clutches. When they started counting the clutches, the first time that they ever start counting the clutches, I said, man, get the fuck out of here. I've
Well,
never
I
no, that's
seen
what
thought
I'm
that.
saying.
Devin
Like, that's
beat
what I'm saying.
Loma 8-4.
The biggest drama. I'm a Devin Haney fan, but to me, the biggest drama was Lomachenko punching on Devin. He did it in round 10 and 11.
But
He
he did
punched
it
on
in
Devin.
spurts. He did it in
It,
spurts.
it
You
wasn't
know what I'm
enough.
saying?
Yeah.
And
No, he
then
won those two
he
rounds.
was missing the spurts.
Yeah.
It
He
was
won those 2 rounds, but overall, it
Yeah.
wasn't enough.
But I'm telling
anytime
an emotional watcher. That's why people telling you that Devin lost. Like an
it's
emotional
not
watch, they gonna remember
emotional,
the drama.
bro.
Right.
It's not
Right.
just emotional. Andy Cruz, Andy Cruz had to, you got to take the belt from the champion. Nothing changed. You got to
Yeah.
take it.
Yeah,
I'm
he
talking
didn't
about
do that.
even if the champion got his ass beat in the middle round, even if he got his ass beat in the middle round, if a champion is fighting his ass off coming forward, you got your corner. That this is why you got to have a good team because they can look at the drama of the fight. Okay, this dude look like he's still in the fight. He's walking through your punches. He's trying to put on a show that you ain't shit because he was walking through Andy Cruz punches, right?
Right. Right.
So Andy Cruz had to do something that Mayweather does when he don't have the power to hurt fighters. He makes sure his defense is so good that he can box you and he can get on them ropes. He can make you miss. And Andy Cruz is getting hit just enough to lose the fight.
Yeah,
I
that's
agree
what I
with
look
that.
at.
See,
I look at that. That's what I look at. I look at the person who landed the most. That's what I'm looking
Yeah.
at. That's why
Yeah.
Floyd won so
bro,
many rounds because he made
that ain't
so you never
Judah.
outlanded him.
You know that you can't get a draw with a champion. I thought it was a draw. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was a draw. But to beat the
Yeah,
champion, you
I'm
got
not
to take
talking
it.
about that, bro. I'm just saying that yeah, Andy didn't take it, but I'm saying I'm talking to Jay how I look at fights. That's why I always go off who landed the most punches.
No, you
Yeah,
correct.
I go off
You
the I
correct.
go off that too though, Judah. I just feel like it was the times where that fight it was just way too subjective, man. It ain't
No, it
never
wasn't.
gonna be.
It
Boris
wasn't
Collar
that.
did what he was supposed to do, bro. That was a master class on how you fight somebody that's on your
We
level every step of the way and still defend your belt. That's what he did. He was fighting.
look.
He didn't fight a bum. He fought a nigga that was on his level and he defended that belt.
Right,
What
right.
we got to
I
understand
agree.
is when you fight a defending champion, you got to take it, bro. You got to go to that next level. You got to hurt him. You got to put him on the receiving end for at least, especially in the you got to win the championship rounds. You got to, especially if it's
As a
Right.
matter
close
of
fight.
fact, that's what I think. You know, I'm a Devin Haney fan, right? That's what I think a fight with Devin and Shakur look like. I believe Devin gonna win, but it's gonna look something like that. He gonna defend that belt, but Shakur it's gonna be people that say Shakur won. There's gonna be people saying
No,
Devin did enough to
no,
keep his belts. That's how I see it. It's gonna
no.
be that
I'm
close.
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. If Devin have a chance to beat Shakur, he can't make all these mistakes because that's all Shakur is gonna do is hang back. He's gonna be a counter puncher. Devin take more risk than Shakur.
He
Shakur's
gonna be
defense is
cleaner, bro. He
way
gonna be
better.
cleaner.
It's
I
way
don't
better
believe that,
than
bro. I
Just
really
bro.
like
don't.
Listen
just
to
like
me.
when
Listen
y'all
to me.
go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
Listen. Y'all don't. You know what I'm saying? Shakur would sit there and wait. He would not throw a fucking punch, bro. He would sit there. That's why they say he boring. He would sit there and wait for you to make a mistake until he could get a couple of picks in. You know what I'm saying? It would be a boring fight. Devin is more exciting fight. Devin, people don't understand. Devin is if he had knockout power, he coming to get you. See what I'm saying? And that's Devin, that's his flaw because he wants to make the fight, even though he can counterpunch. We saw he could change up his game plan. But when he fight Devin, that's got to be an extra boring fight because if he's gonna overcommit, he's gonna lose. Because
What I'm
Shakur,
trying to tell you, bro, Shakur not gonna just sit back on Devin, bro. I'm telling you, Devin is
bruh,
gonna push Shakur. He is gonna push Shakur in situations where he find a range where he can land his jab on Shakur, and Shakur can't land on him without taking a risk.
The
Y'all think
battle of
that
the
Devin gonna follow
jabs.
Shakur around the ring?
this is
That's not
what
how
I'm
that fight
telling
gonna
The
you,
go.
Judah.
battle of the
He
jabs.
he studied that fight with what's his name? Damn,
De
Norman,
Los
right?
Santos?
Junior.
Oh no.
He studied the Norman Junior fight. He knows what Devin could do. Devin is looking at punching angles. He's seeing how he's gonna come at him. And he see Norman it just didn't have the experience. Shakur got experience, bro. That's something
Right.
you got to understand. That's why this fight is gonna be so boring because
Yeah, and
nobody
Devin
wants
got
to.
experience too, bro. Y'all keep overlooking the fact that
That's
Devin
Uh,
what I'm
got experience
saying.
too.
Judah,
Right.
let me say this. Let me say this real quick, Pool. I think the difference for me is I feel like Devin is somebody where even if he's in a boxer, even if he's fighting a fight from a and he's taking a boxer's approach to the fight, he's still being an attacker. And he's fighting the fight that he wants to. I mean, he's fighting a aggressive fight, even if he's doing it from a boxer standpoint. I feel like Shakur has the ability to make you fight the fight he wants you to fight.
No, no, no,
That's
no,
I
no,
false,
don't
bro.
feel like I don't feel
no.
like
Devin only
Devin
did that
has
one
that.
time in his career. It was only one time Devin career where he fought somebody else fight, and that was against
No,
Ryan
no,
Garcia.
no.
And to
Okay,
this day, I
okay.
don't know why he did it.
Did y'all
And to this
y'all
day, I don't know why he did it.
remember?
Let me clarify that because that's not exactly what I was trying to mean. So if I said that, let me switch it up because I know what you're saying. He shouldn't have fought Ryan going forward. But what I'm trying to say is even when Devin boxed, like even when he fought Regis as a boxer, right? He fought that fight and he approached that fight as a counterpuncher, right? But he was still an attacker. Like for an example, Shakur and Jamel Herring. He fought that fight from an attacker standpoint, even though he was boxing. He fought the fight in the center of the ring, but he was attacking. But
Look,
from a boxer standpoint, I feel
He
like
got to,
Devin.
bro, because they gonna blitz him. Listen, what I'm trying to, bro. Listen, look, he did the same thing with Norman Jr. The reason why you
Yeah.
see Devin attacking more is because Devin want to establish his jab, but Devin is going to attack a Regis or a Brian Norman Jr. because they will blitz him if he don't.
no,
He have to
Okay.
attack
he
him before they
Well,
attacked them
blitz him.
because they got
but
slow feet. They
we
got
haven't
slow.
seen
Hold on,
Shakur.
hold on. He
Go ahead.
attacked them because they got slow feet. Devin is the superior athlete. You understand? He already knew that Brian Norman Jr. was trash. And I told y'all in the videos that I made that his feet ain't quick enough to fuck with Dev. That it was going to be a
Right.
dominant performance
You
because
saw
his
that
Well,
hook
feet
that
are
Devin.
I had Devin winning that fight too. I picked
yeah,
Did
him
you
to
see
win that
Devin?
fight
Did you
too.
see
yes,
that hook?
but
Did you see the hook that Devin landed on Brian Norman Jr.?
Yeah.
He loaded
Just
Yeah.
know
that.
that Devin.
That was
Just
Yeah.
body
know that
weight.
when Devin fights
That
Shakur,
was
I'm
body
trying to put
weight.
something in perspective for y'all. I'm trying to put something in perspective. Just know that when Devin fights Shakur, he is not gonna throw that hook one time in that fight because he know it's not gonna land.
Cause he put his whole weight. You know
Yeah,
That
what?
might
he
be
not even
true.
Shakur,
gonna do it.
I mean not Shakur. Devin Haney throws that same punch within the first 3 to 4 rounds. That same left hook punch, just to see where they are. Just to see where they are. He throws
mm-hmm,
that punch to
mm-hmm.
kind of see where they are. He does it every fight. He did it with Ryan Garcia. He did it with Rikus Prograis. Who else he fought? He did it with Lomachenko as well, but he just does it just to see where they are. So like a range finder, basically, if you needed to land that power punch. But he loaded up. And somebody loading up a full
Because he
fledged
could do that as a
160.
slow-footed fighter.
That's
Right.
Norman is a
that
slow-footed
right,
fighter.
right, right.
But
From
I'm
what
trying to
I'm
put in perspective of y'all. Y'all think y'all, I know y'all say Devin is attacked and he aggressive. I'm telling you that the strategy
No,
for Shakur
no.
Stevenson is
What
gonna
I'm
be
saying
completely
is
different than what y'all think. The strategy is gonna be not to leave yourself open.
we already
But
know
what
that.
me
So
and
that's
Pooh
why
are
it's
trying
going to
to
be a
say is that
boring
he's
fight.
gonna be more aggressive because he okay, Judah. If what you saying is true, then Devin gonna have to show us something that we don't really see from
No,
him
no, 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 no,
normally.
no.
I don't
Devin
see
can
that from
fight.
him.
Look, Devin can fight. he could come up with the game plan. But what I'm saying is, this is Shakur normal disposition. He thinks defense first.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why we don't know what's going to happen during this fight, because Devin is going to have to adapt to what Shakur, you know what I'm saying, his fighting style. He never fought a fighter with that kind of athletic ability and only think defense. So he's going to have to figure out some
And
creative
Shakur never
offensive.
fought an athlete like Devin either, and a boxer. Shakur never fought
I
somebody on that
understand
level,
that, but
skill
when you
wise
fight,
or athletic wise.
listen. When you fighting normally how you fight, and you have to figure out, just like this. That's why I think Shakur is going to beat Teofimo Lopez, because Teofimo Lopez is not an offensive genius. He don't initiate offense good against other fighters that can move like Shakur. And I think that's going to frustrate Teo, and I think he's going to lose confidence, and I think Shakur is going to outpoint him badly in the fight, because he don't have the attention span to be able to chess match with somebody like Shakur. Shakur, he is a fighter of attrition. You know what I'm saying? And I think Devin is a fighter to attrition up to a point when he's trying to make the fight. So it's going to get to the point where who can fight the more disciplined fight, and who can make the other fighter fight his fight. And I think that favors Shakur. You know what I'm saying? Even
And
though I
I
think
I
Devin,
disagree.
1000% agree with you,
And
Paul.
I disagree. I see Devin. I see, because y'all thinking that when Shakur in his defensive shield, which is gonna happen, that y'all thinking that when Devin have to close that distance, he is gonna come throw anything it takes to hit Shakur. No, Devin is gonna come to a distance in between them two where he can land on Shakur, but Shakur can't land on him. And the punch of choice is gonna be a jab. If Shakur can't counter that jab, which he can't, he's not gonna counter it with the hook like Ryan Garcia, because his arm's not long enough. Whatever he counters Devin with is going to put him in position to get countered. I'm telling you that Devin is going to be able to find a position that he can jab Shakur without Shakur doing nothing. Shakur not going to be able to do nothing without taking the risk, because he is the shorter fighter with shorter arms. Once Devin find that range, he is going to land that jab on Shakur, and Shakur not going to land nothing back.
But Judah, I feel like that Shakur is the better fighter when it
one
comes to
thing,
range.
one thing that Judah's not
Even
taking
though
into account,
Devin,
He not.
go ahead.
one
He not.
thing he's not taking into account is the southpaw. See, the southpaw angle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that
And
too.
that southpaw angle is going to give Shakur, it's going to cut a lot of that distance shit that Judah's talking about out. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
this is how Shakur has been fighting his whole career, right?
yeah,
Unless Devin comes up with a game plan fighting a southpaw, you know what I'm saying, and cutting out the advantages that a southpaw has. You know what I'm saying? All that distance shit is because really, Shakur don't throw until he's sure that he can touch you. He don't throw no
yeah.
punches. He throws single punches. You know what I'm saying? He don't really throw in combinations until he can touch you. So that's what's
Right.
going to make this fight so interesting,
Well,
because
how
they
does a
both got.
southpaw counter the jab of an orthodox fighter? With what punch?
It's gonna be the
Well,
battle of the lead hand. It's
No,
The
gonna be
no,
hook.
no.
straight
The
left,
hook.
straight left, or
It's gonna
straight
be a
right.
it's
no,
gonna be a
it's
cross. It's gonna
the
be a
angle of
cross,
the
and that cross is gonna leave him open. Like I told y'all,
well, the right
the way
hand.
you counter a
Only the
jab
only
of an
way the only
orthodox
way to
fighter is with a
counter
straight
the
cross.
only way to counter a southpaw is the straight right, right? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because of the angle, right? It's the only way. And Shakur already knows how to fight a orthodox fighter. Now, um, unless Devin comes up
Y'all
with a
completely
plan,
missing the point. I just asked y'all how Shakur
okay?
gonna counter the jab that I'm telling you Devin gonna use on him. He gonna have to use his cross, which is gonna leave him open for a counter.
Because but think
I
about
think
it.
Shakur
That
gonna control the range though,
if you think
Judah.
about how the position is the orthodox versus the southpaw. The southpaw always has the advantage to get his jab in. You know what I'm saying? Versus the orthodox, right? Or to get his. You know what I'm saying? Man, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's
No,
gonna be
once
hard.
y'all learn how to fight, I mean, no, once an orthodox fighter, Devin went on a whole, when he thought he was gonna fight Tank, he went on a whole a brigade where all he fought was southpaws back to back.
Right.
But those
It ended with
southpaws.
Lomachenko.
But look, who has the fighting style and southpaw fighting style of Shakur Stevenson? The speed, the
Who
timing.
has the orthodox fighting style of Devin Haney that Shakur fought?
Bruh, damn.
It go both
Mhm.
ways, Judah. But the I think the difference is this is what how I'm seeing it. I feel like Shakur, it's gonna come down to who is because they both want to do the same
It's
thing.
gonna come down to
Pretty much.
adjustments.
Who's
It's gonna come down.
sharper? It's going to me. It's going to come down to who can control range better, who can
Yeah,
land their jab a little bit more, who can be a little bit not overreaching. It's going to come down to mistakes
yeah.
and who's sharper in that fight,
That's
who's
what I'm
better
saying.
defensively. I feel like
Right.
all those things favor Shakur except for probably the
Mm-hmm.
jab. That's
And
probably
I
the
don't.
only thing that you can probably say for
Theoretically,
sure.
theoretically,
Is
theoretically.
yeah,
I don't.
Now,
And
theoretically, now I say the way Dev is gonna be because Dev take more risks than
yeah.
Shakur. Those risks can work for Devin, just like they worked against Lomachenko.
what
See what I'm
risk Devin
saying?
took against Cambosis?
Man, Cambosa's trash, bro.
None.
He trash,
No,
bro.
no, no.
You know.
I'm proving a point that Devin don't have to take a risk. You saying it like Devin never had a fight where he
But
didn't
but
take
but
a risk.
Cambosos
He don't
That's a
have
is
good
to.
smaller
point too,
than
Judah,
Shakur
because that was a
Stevenson.
fight where it was looked at like he couldn't lose a round because he was gonna get robbed. That's a good point, and he did. He was razor
No,
sharp,
it
And
ain't
what
but
punch
razor
did he
sharp
Shakur is a
use?
different
What
because
level.
punch did he use,
Shakur
Jay?
is
Jay, what punch did he use to dominate that fight?
His jab,
His jab.
right. But
100%.
what I'm saying is,
But
who do
Shakur
you
just a
think
different
that? Do you
level.
think
It
who has a
it
higher
it
boxing IQ?
Right.
Shakur's jab could be taken
What
away
y'all not
easy.
realizing, we keep coming to the same conclusion. That's what y'all, you see, what it
I
is y'all,
do
we coming
agree.
to the same conclusion
No,
that
Yeah,
no.
this fight can go either way.
We know that though. We're trying to figure out who got the. How can it
who
weigh
got
out?
the
What I'm
edge?
saying,
Yeah, who got
yeah,
the
who
edge?
got
I
the
feel
It's
edge?
like Shakur.
50-50.
I feel like
I think
Shakur is a
Devin do.
little bit sharper, a little bit better defensively, little controls range just a little bit better. Like if
Nah, I
Shakur
think
is a
I
nine
think
nine
I think West West got the
five,
control
Shakur Devin
range.
like a
I
9-3
think
or
Yeah.
I
nine
think
two or
Devin
something.
Haney got the control range.
I believe that
Me
But
too. I
watching
believe
him a
Devin
lot.
jab. I
hold
believe
on, hold
Me
on,
Devin
hold
me
jab
on.
is
watching
the
him a lot.
control.
He
Bro,
got a lot. He got
We
he
don't
good.
know
I'm
something that
telling
we
you.
don't know. Something that we don't know is who got the hand speed. We really don't know who got the
right.
quicker hand speed. We really don't know how that's going to play out. And that's going to be a big difference in the fight. How the reflexes now, they say Shakur, what and the weight that they fight at is going to be a big deal too. You know what I'm
Right.
Well, I'll
saying?
say
What
this: when it
weight
comes to
they
hand
fight.
speed, my opinion, when it comes to hand speed, right, the same way I looked at Floyd Mayweather and Pacquiao, right? Pacquiao had faster combinations, but Floyd had faster single punch. I look at it the same way. Me personally, throwing jabs and crosses, Devin got faster one punch hand speed than Shakur, but I don't watch Shakur get off combinations faster than Devin. That's how I look at it. I think from point
No,
A to
no,
point B,
I'm talking about boxing
If
IQ.
Devin and Shakur go to jab each other at the same time, Devin hand speed is faster.
I'm talking about boxing IQ and
I can
timing.
agree with that.
I'm talking about boxing
Right.
IQ and
But
timing.
right, and that's where that it's gonna come down to, and this is where the De Los Santos fight kind of play a factor because it Shakur feint game, his lead hand game. This is what's gonna dominate this Tio fight because he gonna keep Tio so off balance. He gonna make Tio start overreaching and all kind of stuff, and
But
Shakur gonna be catching him. I
listen. What
feel
I'm
like
saying.
that's the go ahead, go
Listen,
ahead.
Jay. This fight with Tio is not going to happen like every other Shakur fight. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna
I want to see it.
I disagree.
Shakur's gonna have to make adjustments. I don't know why y'all think Shakur just don't have to just do nothing. He's gonna have to make adjustments. I'm
I
That's
think
true,
he,
sorry.
Jay.
He
Jay,
just
check this
I,
gonna
out. Check
have
this out,
to.
Jay.
yeah,
Check this out, Jay. This thing about it, bro. And I'm picking Shakur, but
yeah,
this thing, bro. This fight gonna look different than anything we ever seen, bro. Shakur, I like Shakur, but what people not looking at, Shakur ain't never been in the ring with somebody to the skill level of T.O. yet. Period.
right. That's a
This
Right,
is the
fact.
right,
best fight
right,
he ever fought in his life. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
a
gonna
right.
fact.
look like what we think. And you got to think about it too. Now, mind you, we said that about Crawford, right? But you know what Crawford had that Shakur don't. Crawford had crushing, blowing power where he can break EJ down fast in the first round. Shakur don't have that kind of power to break T.O. down. So T.O. gonna be there for 12 rounds. We have to assume. Now, I'm not saying that Shakur is not capable of knocking this nigga out. Everybody can knock somebody out. But we have to
Right.
assume that T.O. gonna be there 12 rounds. Another thing about T.O. is T.O. don't just have to come forward like Valdez. Tio has shown us that he can also fight on the back foot. There are going to be ebbs and flows where it's going to be Shakur that's going to chase him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree
but
with that.
one thing you got to understand when it comes to T.O. trying to initiate the offense, if he already knows that you're faster than him, just like when he fought, you saw it with
Jermaine
Lomachenko,
Ortiz and
yeah,
Jermaine
and
Ortiz. Yeah,
Jermaine
you're right. You're right.
Ortiz.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? When you saw he only does better against the top guys is when they come to him and they make
Right.
mistakes. That's
Right.
where he capitalized. He don't capitalize. He only capitalized when he's fighting lower competition on the front foot. Right?
Right.
He tried that shit with Sandor Martin, somebody with fundamentals, and he looked horrible. He looked
Oh,
horrible.
well, I will say this too, y'all. Now check this out, because me and Poole, we talked about it, but I ain't talked to Jay and them about this. I like
Hmm.
what you just said, because guess what? That's right. If Shakur can frustrate him the same way Jermaine Ortiz did, but I'm gonna tell y'all a big difference though. Shakur like to jump straight back. Shakur don't have a lot of lateral movement,
Yeah.
That's
like
not
stepping
good
to
Right.
the
with the
side.
athletic fighter. That's
Yeah,
not
so
good with the
so so
athletic
this
fighter.
this what I'm saying, y'all. The optics of this. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something. Suppose Shakur do go in there and frustrate T.O., right? Suppose T.O. can't catch him. I told Poole this. If Shakur fight a fight with T.O. and T.O. trying to knock his head off and he can't touch him, but Shakur using a lot of the same defense he used like he did against De Los Santos, they're gonna give the fight to T.O. If he
Yeah.
running to get out the way of these punches, if he not standing there punching back with him, if he is moving to get away from these punches like he did against De Los Santos, they not gonna give him the fight like they gave it to him when he fought De Los Santos.
And
Yeah,
Judah,
I agree
Judah,
with that 100%.
Judah.
I agree with that. That's a
I think I
fact.
was telling Jay earlier, don't be surprised, because this is gonna be the battle of the jabs. Don't be surprised if Teal does the same thing to Josh Taylor, because I said Shakur's jab is just like an amateur jab. It's not, it's basic. It's not no Terrence Crawford jab where he can switch speeds on it and stuff like that. It's gonna be basic jab. Don't be surprised if he uses cross guards, parries, slips, just to try to like take away his first punch. Don't be surprised if you take away Shakur's first punch, and that would be his jab. So that would be
What
like
scared
one
me,
of
what scared me though for Shakur, what scared me for Shakur is that a lot of time, people, y'all know I don't like T.O., but
Yeah,
I gotta keep it real when it's time to keep it real, bro. T.O. is an explosive athlete, bro, with explosive speed.
I
So
was
my
just getting
thing
ready to
is,
get there, Paul. I mean,
I'm
Judah.
scared. I'm scared for Shakur more so. Not saying that he can't take it, but it's gonna be moments in that fight when it's gonna be dangerous, bro. Because I don't watch T.O. get off combinations. That shit come out fast and powerful when he
Yeah,
do decide he want to hurt somebody.
Let me
and
tell you
Judah,
something.
to me, as far as the boxing match, I don't feel. I feel like it might be similar to what happened with the Cruz fight. I just don't, with the Cruz and Maritala fight. I just don't think it would be that close. But it's gonna be pretty competitive. Not as competitive as that back and forth, but it's gonna be pretty competitive. T.O. gonna have his moments. But my biggest concern as a Shakur Stevenson fan going into this fight is, can he take those weird, awkward punches that's gonna be explosive and fast from weird angles that you might not be used to? Because Shakur is so much of a boxer, he used to things being in a certain alignment. You know what I mean? He used to them, everything being lined up right.
Right.
T.O. is gonna be that fighter that can come from a weird angle with speed and power. And if one of
Let,
them punches catch you, how you gonna stand up to it?
let me
If
tell
he can
y'all something.
stand up to
Let me
that,
tell you something.
it's
Right.
it's it's bad business for T.O.
Let
I'm
me tell you
telling
this.
you, it's
T.O.
bad
ain't
business.
gonna throw. T.O. ain't gonna throw them punches against a caliber of
Eh,
fighter
eh,
of
and
Shakur.
pull.
Yeah.
I agree. I was just curious. I mean, when you said it, that's why I'm not worried about the fight, because I feel like Shakur's feint game is gonna keep T.O. so off balance that he's not gonna take them chances.
but you know
It's
who
like
else got good feints that he don't
mm,
use them? If you go back and watch believe it was Lomachenko and Josh Taylor, he could transition from offense to defense, defense to offense pretty quickly. So so Shakur gonna face another good defensive fighter.
Yeah. I
Not
only
okay.
thing
probably
I
not as good
disagree
as
with.
him,
Let me
probably
tell
not as
y'all
good
this.
as him, but
But
Yeah, I'm
he
gonna tell
gonna
you
face
that.
another
Let me
good
tell y'all,
defensive fighter.
T.O.'s gonna get in there and he's gonna see. If he's more athletic than Shakur, if he's quicker than Shakur, he's going to test Shakur. And if Shakur is just as fast and just as sharp, it's going to change his whole prime directive for the fight. I'm telling
No,
y'all.
and I see it different, bro, because I know y'all saying that y'all don't think T.O. gonna sell out. I think that T.O. gonna start off that fight to try to figure out what he actually dealing with Shakur, right? Which he probably gonna find out Shakur is sharper than him, right? But I do think that T.O. know what I just told y'all.
Hello.
I'm not a genius. T.O. know too that if he can get in there and throw bombs to try to hurt Shakur to the point where he have Shakur running, he know it's a very strong chance they're gonna give him the fight. We don't watch T.O. get 2 gift decisions in his career already. He got a gift decision against Sandor Martin. He got a gift decision between Ortiz. And guess what they were both doing? They both had the optics that they were running from him. T.O. knows that if he throw these bombs to scare Shakur like De Los Santos did, and he can create the optics that Shakur is running, he can get another gift decision.
Got to hook up your auto, bro. Yeah, there you go.
That's what I'm saying. So I do think he gonna throw bombs, because I'm not gonna lie to you. If I was T.O. and I know I got gift decisions already from people who wanted to box me and they really did outbox me, and I done got these gift decisions, I'm going up against Shakur Stevenson that the world don't like him. I got the complexion of protection, and Shakur already been labeled a runner. They saying he had the worst fight in history against De Los Santos because he ran. Shakur don't like to deal with power. And the moment he start outboxing me, I'm gonna start throwing power. I'm gonna create the optics that he running from me too.
And Shakur don't like body shots. He even said that in one interview. I think it was Oscar Valdez. He said, "Yeah, he hit me with body shot. It hurt me." But he said ain't show it though. But he don't really like. And I think it was Nakatani, the African guy. I forget his name. He didn't like his power. He didn't like his
Yeah.
power. He said, "Yeah, he was throwing too much heat." He
What
said
T.O.
this
got to
way
lose though,
back,
y'all? Think about
way
this.
back.
Like honestly,
I believe
what
he was
T.O.
at 130.
usually you don't
But
want to
yeah,
wing it, right? Because
this is something to look out for.
getting counted can mean you
He
can
gonna
get
have to
knocked
really
out, right?
show that
But
he has
what do T.O.
a
got to
different level to
lose
his
with
game.
winging
Hold
shots
on,
against a
I don't know
Shakur?
why my
You feel me?
Yeah.
He ain't got nothing to lose. That's all I'm saying. What I'm saying is, now again, I could be wrong too, but I'm just saying that that the possibility that T.O. would wing these power shots and try to knock him out is there, because what do he got to lose? Yeah, you're gonna get countered, but guess what? Shakur gonna counter you no matter what you do. So why wouldn't you wing it and try to knock him out to correct? Because think about it. When Shakur do see that you going for that knockout, we seen how he reacts to powerful fighters trying to knock him out.
I'm gonna to answer your question, Judah. I feel like the reason why he's not gonna do it is because T.O. is a boxer first. So no matter what, like we look at everything that he brings to the table. Yeah, he's an explosive puncher, all that kind of stuff. He got weird angles and all that. I just feel like his boxing mind won't allow him to be reckless because of
Yeah.
what he's came up as an amateur on the highest level, so he's so fundamental mentally that I don't feel like he's gonna be somebody like a Williams Zepeda, where when everything is not aligned right, you're not gonna overshoot that line if you know that's not the right thing to do. Only
Well,
time T.O. do it is when it's by accident. And
one
I feel
thing,
like Shakur is gonna keep him because Shakur is so good at the boxing game that he's not gonna see no openings. Like when Shakur standing in front of T.O. and he right there and they at mid-range, he's not gonna see nothing open for him for real. So it's gonna cause him to keep his hands in his pockets, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? I do
I
feel
got
like
you.
there's gonna be times where he's gonna do that, but it's not gonna be that often in the fight. Like it's gonna be rare moments where he's gonna take those chances where he's gonna be like, "Fuck it, I gotta go." Like for instance, De Los Santos. When Shakur fought De Los Santos, there was times where he just said, "Fuck it, let me try to charge this dude." And Shakur backed all the way out. Like, nah, you're not getting none of that off. Like, when you try to charge me, it's not happening. You gonna have to beat me when I come to you and we right here and we playing this feint game. You gonna have to get your punches off right here.
But
because when
listen,
you
that's
try to
my point.
charge me,
That's
But
the
it's
he
not
better
win.
working.
he better throw some
That's the
heat.
win,
He better throw
Jay.
some
That's
heat.
what
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you. My mindset and what I think T.O. looking at, that is the win. The win for me is to charge you to make you back up. I need to create the optics that you're running from me.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
Let,
that's
that
the
let,
win.
let me
I
say this,
got you.
y'all. Let
I
me say
got you.
this.
I see that. I mean,
Shakur,
and if
let
that
me say this.
happens and
Let me say
Shakur
this. Let me say this.
don't
Let me say
look
this.
to counter him, then
Let
yeah,
me
Shakur gonna be up against it. If he just go into a complete defensive shell, then yeah, that's how it's gonna look, and that's what's the outcome gonna be. T.O. gonna be raising his hand at the end of the fight. I just
look,
don't think the threat of the power that De Los Santos had is the same as T.O. And I say
look.
I
that
got you.
because if you look at De Los Santos is somebody that can put you out with one punch. I don't
But
think
hey, what
T.O. is
wasn't
that
T.O.
that
knocking? But
same.
no, let's say
Hold
that.
on. Let me
But wasn't
say this
T.O.
because
knocking shit out
everybody
at
getting off.
135?
Yeah, he
Let me say
was.
this.
He was.
Let
But
me say
I
this.
just think
God damn. Let me
I
say
mean,
this,
yeah,
y'all.
you can say that, and they both. It was a pretty much the same level of competition. I just look at De Los Santos as a heavier puncher, a more explosive fighter than Tio. Even though
Can
Tio
I
got
say
that same
something?
ability,
Can
it
I
just
say
looked
something?
different from De Los Santos to me. He just looked more
God,
powerful. It just looked different to me. So I feel like
can I
maybe
say
that was the threat of Shakur. And maybe he'll feel that when he get in there with T.O. And it will be the same. But just from the eye test looking at they fights, when I look at De Los Santos, like what he did to Rayo, I'm like, oh shit, like that motherfucker, if he land on you, hey, that shit gonna be nasty. And I feel like that's what Keyshawn backed out of. He was like, nah, like I'm going to a shootout. Like I was telling them earlier, like I feel like Keyshawn looked at that fight like I'm walking into a shootout. I'm either gonna shoot you or you gonna shoot me, but somebody ain't gonna make it after this. And I felt like he felt like that was too much of a risk to take at that moment. So he backed out of it. I don't feel like Shakur is gonna have that same threat against Tio. Now I could be wrong. He could get in there, feel something, and be like, "Nah, fuck, nah, this motherfucker. If he touch me, I'm out." You know what I mean? And then play that game and start backing up and shit
Hello.
and lose. But we that's
can I
that's what
say
we gonna have
can
to
I
see
say
on
this?
fight night.
Can I say this? These guys know each other. They have been from the amateurs all the way to the
Hello,
pros. Can you hear me?
can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all
Can you
hear
Yeah,
hear
me?
me?
Oh, okay,
Can
yeah.
y'all hear me?
yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. It's an
Let,
interesting fight though. It's
Yo,
but
Shakur.
let
This
me
is
poor,
gonna be
let me say
proven.
was going.
let me
Poor talking.
let
Poor
me
was
Oh,
going.
I can't hear
let
him.
me get this off. You can y'all hear me?
We can, but Jay said he can't hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I mean I can hear everybody. These guys from the amateurs, they know each other's style, bro. They've sparred each other. So for the way we looking at Teofimo Lopez, Shakur already knows this guy's style in and out. Both fighters know each other very well. So that tells me that this is going to be a highly technical fight. They already know each other. You know what I'm saying? They've came up through the ranks together. They fought each other in the amateurs together. They watched each other careers. You know what I'm saying? So they already know what to expect. Not going to be any surprises. They know each other willpower. They know each other psychology. So to me, that gives Shakur the advantage in this fight because he always had that confidence. And I think Tiff, it's going to come down to psychological dominance. And I think Shakur has the advantage in the psychological aspect of this fight because I don't think that the boxing is too far off. You're talking about a master defensive fighter versus a very athletic Teofimo Lopez. So power ain't going to come into play if he can't hit nothing, right? And I don't think Shakur is going to give Tio the ability to hit him. You know, he's going to use his feet. He's going to use his reflexes. He's going to use his feet. He's going to use his reflexes. uh, He's going to use his reflexes to keep Teofimo Lopez frustrated until he make a mistake, and he's going to win a boring boxing match. And I'm sorry that you guys think it's going to be a lot of spark works. Y'all think that it's going to be a super fight. It's not. You know, what I'm saying these guys know each other. They sparred each other, so they already know what the fight is going to be. I know To's going to try to come up with some master shit, but he's never been an excellent offensive fighter. He's never been a good initiator. And it's going to take somebody with um who's very special on offense to surprise Shakur Stevenson. Then he's going to get the pacing wrong. If Teofimo Lopez come off offensively, he's gonna mess his pacing up. You know what I'm saying? Trying to knock out Shakur Stevenson. You know what I'm saying? He's never been a great offensive initiator, right? So he's gonna have to reframe back into what he knows. He's gonna have to be a counterpuncher, right? And I think that favors Shakur. Shakur is a good war of attrition. You know what I'm saying? He knows instinctively how to fight that fight. And I think that Teofimo Lopez he's never had the confidence of Shakur Stevenson. You know what I'm saying? Either he has so much speed and explosiveness to be able to pound out his opponents or to get points, but he won't have that advantage against Shakur Stevenson because he's naturally like a cat. Now, if they fight at 140, it'll be interesting to see if Shakur could keep that up for 12 rounds because some people have said that Shakur looked like he was slow in his paid fight, or he's been slow since he done moved up. I don't believe that. I think he'll be ready for Teofimo Lopez. He knows what he like to do. Teofimo Lopez is not that creative of a fighter. Um, you know what I'm saying? So I think we're going to be very disappointed at Tio, even though he rises to the occasion at to what's his name, Taylor, when he beat Taylor. But we're talking about Shakur Stevenson, somebody who has athletic feet, fast hands, and I think it's going to be a lot more one-sided than we think. Because I don't think Tio has ever he don't like fighting black fighters. He evaded Devin for so many years because of the same reason. You know what I'm saying? Why do they don't want to fight these fast-footed, boxers, bro? Because they don't rely on a lot of power and overcommitting. You know what I'm saying? And Teofimo Lopez knows that. That's why he don't fight black fighters like that. You know what I'm saying? Unless they slow and he has the athletic ability, the speed on him. So, you know what I'm saying? I think we've looked at the last of I think it's gonna be the last we hear of Teofimo Lopez. I think Shakur's gonna train his ass off and he's gonna separate himself. Now, if he don't separate himself in this fight, I don't think Shakur Stevenson is ever gonna be a star. I don't think he's ever going to be a star in boxing if he can't beat Teofimo Lopez. This is his signature fight. It don't matter if he go back down to 135 and fight Abdullah Masons. They're going to have a chance against him because this is his chance to separate himself to become a superstar. This is his signature fight. This is the time for Shakur Stevenson to stand out and say, "Okay, I am the headliner. I'm that dude." And if he can't do that, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be a wrap. It's going to be a wrap for Shakur. He's been around too long.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
agree with that, Pool. Like, I do feel like this is a fight where he's gonna actually have to take some chances because, like you said, this is like his breakout moment. If not, he gonna kind of be like Andre Ward. Like, he might always be
Hmm?
looked at like the best, but that stardom is not gonna
nigga,
be.
nigga
I
said
know you did not just say
I
that.
know
Well,
I heard that nigga. I was like, what?
Oh man,
what you mean?
He gonna
it's a
be like
big
Andre
difference.
Ward. Well, my
But
people ain't
I'm just speaking on stardom
Oh,
because
right.
Ward never was a star. You know what I mean? Like, even though Ward might have he was like pound for pound number one, he might have you know what I mean, was the best of his era, but he was never like a mega star. That's my
Right,
point. Like, even if
right.
Shakur wins this, let's say Shakur wins this fight. Let's say but he wins the fight in a boring way, like you said. But and then let's say he fight Tank and win against Tank in a boring way. He might always be looked at in the eyes of everybody like he's the best, but he's not gonna ever cross over into that stardom, is what
So
I'm
you're gonna
trying
be
to
like
say.
Terrence Crawford. So you're gonna be like
Yeah,
Terrence.
like Terrence Crawford or Andre Ward. That's why I said, well, I wasn't trying to say like he a goat like them right now. Like, no, I know he still got work to do. I'm just saying, like, he there's a possibility if he go in here and lay a dud in this fight that he might be looked at like the best, but he not ever gonna reach them. You know what I mean? That
Hey,
that next level.
hey, Shakur Stevenson, go. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, we
Shakur
hear you.
Stevenson. All right,
I mean, man, I'm just
Shakur
like,
Stevenson just gonna have to show a different. Is a
turn up
different.
your mic because can barely we hear the muffle.
Yeah, y'all hear me?
We got yeah, turn it up.
Okay, hold on. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, y'all
Mm-hmm.
can hear me.
We
Okay.
hear you.
So is this about Shakur Stevenson just gonna have to show his different side where he can't do the same thing that he been doing. William Cepeda, somebody that can't punch with their feet, arm punches. This is somebody that's actually gonna come and actually knows how to turn their punches, punch, and do offense to defense, defense to offense. So he's definitely gonna have to show a different side of himself. I forgot I was gonna say, but he's gonna have to definitely show that he's claiming a pound for pound status. Basically, he gonna have to show me he's super six Andre Ward, because he
Mm-hmm.
gonna have to show it. He gonna have to show it.
Mm-hmm.
If he make it look easy, all I'm saying about Shakur is I don't anticipate this going because like I say, bro, I think Tio gonna be the best fighter he ever been in the ring with. But if Shakur do make this look easy, I'm gonna just have to give the dude his credit, bro. I'm gonna have to say that Shakur is one of them ones. I'm gonna have to look at him as like a top 3 fighter. If he can make Tio
Yeah.
look easy, he a top 3 fighter to me.
I
That's
agree
Yeah.
just
with
how
that
it
too.
is.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree too. I agree
Yeah.
too. You know what
So
I'm saying? But y'all, we got to admit that boxing done got so weak, man, that we don't have those journeymen to test these dudes. You know what I'm saying? Because we got journeymen holding the fucking belts. You know what I'm saying? You know, we got journeymen. I'm sorry to say that shit, but that's why I haven't been on. We got journeymen holding the belts, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit. It's like, and then the top guys don't want to get in the ring with each other, and that's what making this sport die, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm listening to channels. They talking about the same motherfuckers we talked about 7 years ago, and they still haven't fought, and they still making excuses for why they haven't fought, bro. I don't want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? Who wants to see that, bro? And now that's why this fight is so exciting, and unfortunately, it's going to be a boring fight because these guys don't take risks like that. You know what I'm saying? Can you really see Teofimo Lopez trying to take risks against a black fighter? He avoided Devin Haney for how many years? And they say Devin Haney ain't got no power.
but
So Shakur
pull
ain't got no
pull
mm-hmm.
pull. This is why I say it's 50-50, because we both don't know.
50-50. Man, I think Shakur
Yes.
gonna beat his ass. Mm.
Listen. That's why I say
Me too.
we don't know until they actually get in there. We can speculate
Mm-hmm.
how,
Right.
Shakur gonna be this immaculate fighter that he's just gonna outbox and then look pretty, or we can say Tio is gonna look athletic and he can't fight against black fighters. So we don't know how Tio will fight against an African or black
He's
fighter.
gonna fight. The pressure it's not just the fight against Shakur. It's the pressure of losing. Right?
Hmm.
That's what Tio's going to be fighting. Tio, when he lost against Sando Martin, he stood there talking about, "Do I still have it?"
But
I
then
was like,
you
"Dude,
got to look at it.
this,
He
this
came
shit."
back and had a wonderful performance against Josh Taylor. So, and
Josh
people
Taylor
thought he
ain't
was gonna
shit
get.
though. Hold on,
I
hold on,
know
hold on.
people thought he was gonna
Josh
get knocked
Taylor
out.
is Josh
Everybody
Taylor.
was down on him.
You're right,
Everybody,
and I was one of them.
everybody was
I
down
was
on
one
him.
of them. I ain't gonna lie. I was one of them. I thought Josh Taylor, but Josh Taylor never fought on the level that he fought when he won. Right, when he won the titles. Right, he never
Yeah,
fought on that level again. So I want people to look at the Josh Taylor that before, you know what I'm saying, and he before he lost to Catterall, you know what I'm saying, even though they gave it to him, he really lost that fight, but he never fought on that same level again. We got to look at the nuances. He never fought on that same level again. That's why we thought the Josh Taylor that won the motherfucking belts was gonna show up. That wasn't the same Josh Taylor. That nigga looked human against
But
Tio.
but but let's if we gonna go that far, pool, let's break it all the way down because I feel like his whole reign at 140 could have kind of been a little overrated because
Right.
he beat at when he won that little tournament they was in at 140, he beat
Mm-hmm.
Regis to become undisputed, and Regis didn't turn out to be the best fighter, and we all know that
No,
Regis
but
was somebody.
that was the best. That was the best Regis we
I,
ever
I
seen.
I I I agree with you. I do agree with you. Regis was in his, in his best days, in his prime, whatever you want to call it, and Josh Taylor beat him. But I didn't. To me, I didn't really see. I seen a little bit of slippage when he fought To,
Hmm.
but it wasn't really much to me. I feel like it was pretty much the same fighter that fought Regis. I just feel like we overrated. I did. Let me speak for myself. I feel like I overrated the Regis win. So when To actually got in there with Josh Taylor, I thought Taylor was better than I thought he was, because that win against Regis was razor close. And what it came
It
down
ain't
to
that,
was,
Jay. It ain't that. It's the fact that this is the problem. Just like Holyfield, he fight up to his competition. That's the problem. That's how he throw people off. He
yeah,
fights up to his competition. I hate fighters like that. You know what I'm saying? He can't get
yeah,
up unless it's a big name or something like that. That's when he raised the level of his game. And I
right.
hate to say it, that Devin, I'm trying to see if Devin's like that. Because Devin, when it comes time, when everything's on the line, he fights his best. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just like he dogged out Norman Jr., you know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like he beat Regis when
Mhm.
it comes to the names, but you're a champion when you can beat that nigga who ain't got no name. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And Tio
But
always look his
Pooh,
worst. Hmm.
Pooh, what what are you looking for with Tio if he uses his jab? Because every time he uses his jab, it seems like he's landing or he's connecting with something. He's
Man,
on
that
rhythm.
shit is
What I'm
short.
saying,
Not he is
he's
not
on
gonna put
rhythm.
his jab out there against cause that gives
No,
Shakur.
I'm not saying he's gonna put it out there, but when he throws it, just when he throws it, or if he frustrates Shakur by not using his
Shakur
jab,
ain't gonna give a damn
like take
about
it
his jab. He's looking for
like
that
use
left. That left is the power. That's that the jab ain't shit for
yeah,
Shakur. Shakur is
but
looking
I
out for that
seen
left, just like
but I s-
Lomachenko looked out for the left.
yeah
Without him connecting to the left and he moves away from the power of the left, Lomachenko, unless he done something to change that, he ain't shit.
hmm
You know what I'm
yeah
saying? Oh man, my battery's low. You know what I'm saying? But he's gonna look out for that left. If T.O. can't hurt you with that left, and that's what
hmm
they're gonna concentrate on, staying away from the left, staying away from the trouble, and outboxing T.O. And I think he can do that all day. I think he can do that 7 days a week. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know where he's at right now because O'Shaquie Foster, now he's a, sparring, you know what I'm saying? O'Shaquie Foster is a little bit different because he's a lot lighter, he's a lot quicker. Um, T.O.'s a lot bigger and a lot slower. So to me, I see it as a Shakur boxing match, a boxing lesson that he's
hmm
gonna give Teofimo Lopez.
You
Um,
really think
it's,
that, Pooh? Man,
yeah,
Pooh, I gotta honestly, I gotta because I
That's
know
cause you
Shakur
that's
can
cause you a
box.
Oshaki Foster fan, bro. You
No,
looking at everything Shakur do.
no. That's not. I'm really a
no,
Shakur
I'm talking
fan.
about
I'm being
against
serious.
Tio.
Nah, I'm talking shit, bro.
No.
No, I'm talking about
No,
against
you
Tio.
good. No, against
Yeah,
T.
nah,
I feel like it's 60-40, but I have it at 50-50 because I don't know what's going to happen.
nah.
You
I
I
can
don't
got
keep
you.
either.
saying
It is a it can go either way. I'm with you. I'm with you. I just be talking
that's what
shit.
I'm saying because I we don't know. We don't know how good
Rome said
Shakur.
this shit is 50-50. I don't think so.
We don't know how Shakur is against this level of fighter. We
I
seen
don't
how he
think it's
looks
50
like.
50 either, Pool. I agree with you. I feel like it's like 70-30, but I can see
Yeah,
how people think it's 50-50.
but
Put it
we
like
see,
that.
I think
but we
I
see.
just think Shakur boxing IQ is higher than Tio. I think he's a better
Oh yeah,
athlete.
no doubt. He definitely. I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I think TL's faster. Y'all gonna see a little bit. Y'all gonna see TL a little bit more faster. Now
I mean, I
timing.
agree with that. I
Now
agree with that. I
timing.
said that too. You know,
Now timing. That may be a little different. But
yeah, that's Shakur.
with speed and offense to defense, defense to offense, and Shakur like what the heck? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
T.O.
TL.
is a better
Yeah,
athlete. T.O. is a better
yeah.
athlete than Shakur.
But who's the
Yeah.
He
better
more athletic.
counterpuncher? Who's the better
Well, I know
counterpuncher?
that's what he just said. We all agreed on that. That Shakur is more technical
Yeah.
and a better fighter, but he's saying that Tio gonna be faster.
You're gonna be faster, and
That's
that's why I
possible.
want to see adjustments. That's why I want to see Shakur adjust,
But
like
once that
Terrence
motherfucker start getting
Crawford.
confused, once the fight goes against him, y'all gonna see that motherfucker crash. Y'all gonna see
I'm
that motherfucker.
That's what I think. I think he gonna get outboxed. This is what I'm saying. I told y'all,
Mm-hmm.
if everything go the way it's supposed to go, he getting outboxed. I'm telling you, if that nigga thinking like me, he gonna go for broke and he gonna make sure he
I'm
gonna
going for
create the
broke.
optics that Shakur running from him.
I'm going
And
for
if
broke.
he can create that, if Shakur, this what I'm telling y'all, Shakur gonna have to get in his mind, his camp gonna have to say, look, you can't do what you did against De Los Santos. Even if he starts swinging bombs, you're gonna have to do something different than you did against De Los Santos, or they gonna give him the fight.
yeah.
Right.
Now, but I was telling Jay, I said I do see a knockdown. I don't know who. Could you be surprised? You'll be surprised who gets a knockdown. Just like people didn't think Devin Haney was gonna knock down Brian Omer. I thought Brian Omer was gonna get a knockdown
Yeah.
against Devin Haney. But
Yeah.
it happened when Devin Haney loaded up that shot, he
Yeah,
bombs away.
I think Shakur definitely can drop Tio, and
Oh yeah,
I
for
feel
sure.
like Tio can possibly drop Shakur too. You know what I mean? If
Mm-hmm.
because that's my biggest question mark going into the fight. Shakur's chin. That's the only thing that I
Yeah.
question in this
We
fight.
don't but
When it
we
comes to
don't
the skills and all that, I think
mm-hmm.
if it come down to Shakur can stand up to what Tio bring to the table, Tio gonna get washed.
Yeah.
The power factor is the only thing that I question. Now, the reason I say I feel like Shakur can drop Tio is because I feel like the difference in this fight is gonna be Shakur catching Tio when he's off balance, when he overcommitting to shots and shit. Every time he making them mistakes and Shakur catching them, one of them
Yeah.
shots, it might. I don't think he ever gonna be hurt in the fight, but I do think he
Mm-hmm.
can get knocked down.
Now if Tio's not using that cross guard, how he blocked the same distance where Josh Taylor is gonna be at, it's the same distance that Shakur gonna be at. Because Josh Taylor was way more longer at a good distance, but the speed advantage got over on him, the counter advantage. I really want to see how Shakur is gonna is he gonna use subtle movement? Is he gonna use angles? That's what I kind of want to know. But if he lands this the jab and he's landing that wheel, kind of like if Tio's not blocking or parrying it, oh, it's gonna be a long night. He might as well call 12 sweet. 12
Yeah.
sweet.
But
But
don't
think
I
about
sleep
think
it.
on
I
this
think
too. Let me say this real quick, Paul. Don't sleep on Shakur's inside game. Like to what Judah's point, if Tio start going for broke and like rush Tio Shakur, I believe Shakur might stand his ground and just go in the
Mm.
inside. And he might start pinning them and framing them and just you know what I mean, doing that inside work because I don't think Tio is good on the inside. And Shakur
Neither
is.
neither one of them is. No,
I think
Shakur ain't
Shakur is
good on
good on the
that.
inside. Shakur
I
got
think
good
I think Shakur is
positioning
good.
on the
Yeah,
inside.
he got good position. Good position. I wouldn't say
Man.
he should stay there. I ain't gonna lie to
Mm.
you. That's a faster fighter. Even if he going for broke, he way faster. He way faster, and he got tricks too. People don't know.
But
If you go back and watch that Josh Taylor fight, he has some couple tricks up his sleeve in the inside. So I would not suggest him fighting him on the inside. Keep him
I
at
think
bay.
he is. I think he is because I think the difference in this fight is gonna be it's gonna come down to both of them are gonna be wanting to do the same thing. Like Poole was saying, they both counter punchers. They both come from the same, amateur, American amateur system or whatever. So they gonna be on with the same. They gonna have pretty much the same type of fundamentals and go into the fight with the same approach. It's gonna come down to who is better at it, and I just believe Shakur is like maybe like a level and a half above Tio. So it's gonna be like he just gonna be a little bit better. He just gonna be
Uh,
sharper,
so what are you
fast,
expecting?
maybe not faster, but he
The
just gonna be catching To a
first
lot.
two rounds, what are you expecting? What are you expecting from both
I'm
fighters for the
I'm
first
a,
two
Nothing.
rounds?
Nothing.
in the
Not a
first,
damn
yeah,
thing.
yep. I
Not
expect
a
a whole lot
goddamn
of
thing.
feinting, a whole lot of feinting, a whole lot of just trying to figure out where they can win the fight at. That's the first couple rounds is gonna be a
That's
whole
it.
lot of nothing.
That's gonna be the
But I don't
whole
I don't know
goddamn
why
fight.
I don't know why I keep going back because I keep watching film. I keep coming back to that De Los Santos fight and I keep watching it. I said, man, it's gonna be just like this. Because
Yeah,
if he
yeah.
would have showed me something different, then I would have said, oh, Shakur just he gonna blast him, 12
Yeah.
sweep. But the fact that he didn't, and I know Floyd fought with one hand, Javante Davis fought with one hand, boxed him easily, one hand, Pitbull Cruz. And if he could, it's just Shakur's not giving me enough in my head. He ain't giving me enough where I can see where he's just going to just how I want to say,
Just just watch them.
yeah, wash him
Yeah.
in because I need
No,
to see
well,
something from him.
think
I need
about
to
this. Think
see.
about this. When Shakur get a couple of solid shots on Teal's going to be weary of that. He's not. He's going to want to get his punch back, and they're going to be shuffling for position of who could get a safe shot. That's all we're going to see the whole fucking fight.
And
Both of
then
them
Yeah,
trying to
do
get
I disagree. I kind of agree with him when he was saying about the De Los Santos thing, and I don't think that Shakur. A lot of people they like to put it on the fact, oh, he was running because his hand was hurt. That's not what I think it was, bro. I think Shakur. A lot of people watch Shakur. Shakur first instinct even though he good at defense is to jump straight back. If he dealing with somebody blitzing him, then he gonna always be going back. That's why the optics is he running because his first instincts is to jump back. Bro, I've never seen Shakur. His first reaction to anything is to jump back first, and then the rest of his defense starts to take place off that first action. That's something that's not going to change in Shakur. That's why it looked like every time De Los Santos do something, Shakur was jumping out the ring because his defense is to jump back.
and
it's
De
his
Los
That's what I
Santos
do.
reflexes.
feints.
His
De Los
his his
Santos feints were
defense
giving him problems.
his
Yeah.
defense is his reflexes, and what I'm telling y'all is that even though he does certain athletes can do certain things that like Roy Jones, he could go straight back. Where other fighters, it was a detriment to other fighters because his reflexes were so fast. That's Shakur Stevenson, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna depend on if if Lopez got enough speed to be able to reach Shakur. You know what shape they're gonna come in. If Shakur is on his A game, it ain't shit Lopez gonna be able to do to reach that boy if he's
Yeah.
defensive, right? So it ain't
Mhm.
nothing. We know he thinks defense first. So we know that Lopez is not a creative offensive fighter. I'm just trying to give y'all the basics and the fundamentals of how I'm thinking. So there's nothing creative that Lopez can do to make Shakur break what he does, right? The range and everything. Even if he press Shakur, all Shakur is going to do is come out the corners. He's just going to run out the corners. So like you said, it's going to be like the Del Santos fight. Because one thing about Lopez, he don't hide his punches very well. You know what I'm saying? When he comes
Right.
out to his offense, he don't hide shit. Shakur gonna see that shit all day. It's nothing I've seen he do that is very slick, unless you turn him with him on the inside, unless you get close enough and turn with Lopez on the inside. That's the only way he's gonna be able to get some slick shots off on you. And Shakur ain't coming nowhere near that shit. I'm
Well, that's
telling
the thing.
y'all, bro.
I know, bro, but that's why my take is it can't look like the De Los Santos fight because Shakur gonna lose.
Okay.
That's my take. My take is if he running like that, like y'all saying, he not letting
He ain't
Tio land
running.
nothing. Tio
He's
gonna look at
doing
the crowd. Tio gonna look at the crowd. They're gonna be booing Shakur. He gonna be looking at the crowd like, "Why are you running from me?" And at the end of the fight, they gonna rob Shakur even if he outlanded Tio. They did it with Jermaine Ortiz and they did it with Sandor Morton.
You're right.
Yeah.
I hear you.
So
I hear what
so
you're
so
saying.
so have y'all been like watching like all the build up and shit?
No,
Somewhat.
I
Like the
don't give. I,
interviews
I
A
and all
little
hate.
that?
I
bit,
hate. I hate both these niggas.
a lot.
Damn.
Nah, a little bit.
Look,
Dang.
I
look,
can't stand. I can't stand to see them talk about shit.
Nah,
I
but
don't
I was
believe it.
I was definitely excited when our Shaki Foster got interviewed because
me
he
Yeah,
he
he
too.
didn't
just
get
had one.
he
He
didn't
just had
get
one. Yeah.
yeah we just watched it earlier like in the beginning I was telling Pool about it but just it's just the excitement like you getting your recognition because Shaki Foster everybody been avoiding him
Oh, Shaq
nobody
Foster's
been
getting more recognition out of this than these two, because that's who
Yeah.
That's who everybody want to see because that
Man,
nigga
I
Yeah.
coming
can't. I
real.
hope Shakur smoked that dude after this, man. That's
What?
crazy.
Are
I
you
can't
serious? Oh,
believe.
He
I cannot
Shakur finna
believe
smoke.
that. I,
he gonna
I, I I mean,
hey, he
I
gonna keep
can't believe
Shakur's
it's
hands in
people
his
on that
pockets.
side of the argument. But
He
I
gonna
mean,
keep
it is what it is.
Bro,
He
when
gonna
you
keep
talk about a
Shakur's hands
fighter
in his
that
pocket, taking away his jab.
anybody that's going to move up to a division with Abdullah Mason and Martella in it, he got my respect. He's moving up
And
to a
he
division.
didn't do it, Paul. That's what I was telling y'all about the
He,
WBC
he's
position.
trying
He
to
dropped it
mandate.
and went
No,
back down
he
to
has
130.
leverage. He
Y'all
Oh,
has
he
tried
went
to
back
leverage.
tell me that
down.
was a
He
better
has leverage.
option.
Jay,
He
He
gonna
only
Jay,
put him
wants
he
on the
has
Shakur.
moving up.
leverage. He has leverage. He wants Shakur. He said, I don't care if this end of my
But
career.
but
I
Poole
want
just
that
said if he
boy.
was going to a division with Raymond Muratalla and
He
Abdullah,
is. He is. He's waiting out
man,
his
Well,
y'all
no, my
talking
option.
about
thing
He has
is,
Shakur.
I
leverage.
respect poor. I respect poor. That's poor point of view. You know what I'm saying? I respect the fact that he got his eyes locked on Shakur, a top fighter in my opinion, and that's what I respect him for that because he's saying I want Shakur at all costs. So poor respect him if he go to 135 to fight everybody else. I respect him if he every move he make from now on is doing what he said he gonna do. He been telling
Right.
us for months now. I only want Shakur. If his moves match that, I'm gonna respect it.
And
All right,
before
hold
Lamont
on.
Roach,
What's your
J,
name, bro?
and before
In the
and
white shirt.
before Josh, and before Lamont Roach fought Tank, Shaq Foster and Lamont was supposed to fight for
You mean tell
unification.
me my 300
Lamont
don't know each other? God damn, that's crazy. I ain't been on in a while. Damn.
Yeah.
Lamont Lamont Roach went up to fight Tank. They was supposed to be an on fight. He was Shaq Foster supposed to fight Nunez, whatever that guy's
Mm.
name is. Nunez. They ducked him. This new guy. He said he even told him I'm willing to go to London to go fight you. And he said let's talk. And he said bet. And so they supposed to be talking, but I don't know what's going. It's the IBF holder, I think. But yeah. But
So
I'm just
so
saying,
so Josh,
yeah.
run that by me one more time. How you said that position he's in for that
Oh,
belt at
okay.
30 is better.
So
So I can
so
keep an eye on that
no no
shit.
no. So they gave so that only why he got in that position, that was supposed to be schoolboy uh Cool Boy, whatever his name is, Cool Boy Fulton. That was his position. So when he couldn't beat or Shaky Foster because he missed the weight or whatnot, Cool Boy, he got the 135 interim regular belt. So they gave him an option. The WBC gave him an option, either be take the 35 regular belt or vacate the 30 because they was trying to make Raymond Ford or something like that. Whoever was up in that number one, number two, they were trying to make that vacant, make them fight. So he took the more leverage fight. So the more leverage card is take the 130 belt because you can do unification. You can still go mandatory to 135 and get your position back there. Cause he has both options. He wouldn't have that option with if he kept the 135. Cause we
So
don't
how,
know. Cause Shakur at that time, Shakur was talking about 147 weight drainage with old boy Connor Ben and Devin Haney. That's why he took back that 130 because he was started talking nonsense. So
so
I might as well.
the WBC would, so what you saying is the WBC would honor his belt at 130 and then put him right in position for
Yeah,
Shakur at
because
135.
he would petition his 130 his 135 exercise. He will exercise that and make him mandatory for Shakur Stevenson. Whenever if you're a champion at a lower weight division, you can exercise a mandatory with that champion to the next division.
Okay. All right, I got you. I'm gonna pay attention to that because I ain't even really been, I ain't been tripping on Shocky Foster. He just been like a dude that's just talking right now to me. That's how
Nah,
I've been seeing it.
I'm telling you,
But
but hey, when
let me let
Shakur is
me
at
let me
130, my bad, pull.
let me switch focus because we just watched the Andy Cruz failed mission. And let me tell y'all something. I was so disappointed, bro, because I've been talking shit about Andy Cruz, thinking he was the next coming. I called him the Black Lomachenko, bro. And I was like, bro, you know, I was just like, I understand sometimes you got to go for the championship and lose and be better the next time. But he showed me his limitations in this fight. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on with the Bozy Ennis camp, with Fulton and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? There was once just like Errol Spence Jr. them camp, you know what I'm saying? Once upon a time they were shining stars, and then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, when he got some, top competition, everybody folded. You know what I'm saying? From Frank to everybody. They just folded. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the Bulls now. Is Jerron Booth in his next, bro? Is he gonna be the next one to fall? You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Because we already see Fulton fall. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Are we gonna see that whole camp just get demolished, bro? Because now I'm starting to lose hope. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, damn, you're like, who is Jerron Business next opponent gonna be? You
I
know what I'm
Yeah.
think
saying?
Boots. I think Boots will be okay style wise. Any fight
But
he'll
who
be
is
in,
gonna
he'll
fight
be okay.
next though? Who is gonna be
I
the
want
next?
Virgil Ortiz. That's why he's trying to get that lawsuit. He's trying to get that lawsuit because Bull was trying to stop the fight, doing all them antics and stuff. Man, shut up and fight. Man, I don't care about all them antics.
But
$10 million.
then you got all of the Oscar De La Hoya feud
That's the whole
with
point. He was
Virgil
trying to
Ortiz.
sue his people because his manager was trying to really sue because the manager wants to fight. He wants to whatever his fighter wants.
I mean, I don't
That's
understand this era of boxing. It's like we run into the weirdest um situations with these
it's
fighters. You know
political.
what I'm saying? It's like
It's political. It's politics. It's
Yeah.
it's
politics.
It's hella.
it's too much. It's like, dude, everybody know that nobody even want to see the other champions fight before they see Virgil and Geronimo Sanders fight. They
And you
got
know
more
Right.
what?
cachet
And
than
you know what?
everybody else.
154 is the most loaded division.
Yeah.
Most loaded division. You got Eros, well, postly Errol Spence, but I want him to fight at 160. And Jamel. I want Jamel to fight at 160, bro. You already accomplished what you need to accomplish at 154, bro. Take your ass up to 160 and fight Jennebeck, fight Lara. He can beat Lara. I don't know about Jennebeck, like 100% Jennebeck, but
But
he can at
Janabek just
least
got
attempt to
busted
try.
busted for drugs, right? He just got
Yeah,
busted for
but
Yeah.
drugs.
skill wise, Jennebeck is still he a live dog.
He a
He
live
could
dog,
really
but
be
without
undisputed.
drugs, he gonna look like Ryan Garcia without the drugs. You know what I'm
We
saying?
don't
In
know
the
that till
system.
we get
Yeah,
we
we
don't
we
know
know
that till we
that
get
for
in there.
sure. We know that for sure.
No, with Ryan Garcia, but we don't know with Jennebeck. We don't know with
We know with
Jennebeck. I haven't
Janabek.
seen
If you don't have that, if you don't have them PEDs, bro, you don't look like that, bro. Them
well, they need to
PEDs, they make you get up in the morning, bro.
they need to go
You know
ahead
what I'm
and
Hell
start
yeah.
saying?
them.
Do y'all think I think Ryan Garcia on that shit again?
No, you gotta be shitting me.
Yeah, neither
Man,
one of them drug testing, Barrios or Ryan Garcia, neither one of them enrolled in Nevada right now.
What?
see,
Oh
I'm
my
and
God.
I didn't
Damn.
even know that,
But he
Judah.
looking
I'm just
fit
looking
though.
at Ryan and
Ryan
he got
Garcia
that
looking
erratic
fit though.
behavior back and shit. I'm looking
Oh
at
Lord.
Ryan like, bro, this
Yeah.
motherfucker look like he back on that shit.
He
But
all the
I didn't
Barrios,
even
places,
know that.
acting like a
Yeah.
junkyard dog.
Barrios to me is a journeyman. He shouldn't even be holding no belt. I don't know how he got a belt.
Man,
Yeah,
Barrios
but
is a
shit.
decent fighter. He's a decent. He's a snack programmer too. Now he's on that snack shit too.
Yeah,
You know
this
what I'm
that Timmy
saying?
Crawford stuff.
That nigga eating PED corn. What is that?
I
Judah,
just
Who is
get it.
Judah
that?
playing Street Fighter or some
Oh
shit.
shit, my bad. I'm watching some shit, my bad. But
Son,
now I was saying like I just look at it like these dudes they not enrolled in VADA. A lot of these Hispanic fighters, bro, they like the Jews. I don't care what nobody's saying, bro. I was trying to wait and hold out before I said that, but I got enough evidence to say it's coming from these Hispanic camps, but they like the Jews. Ryan Garcia said they ought to start a steroid league. And now it look like we about to see a steroid fight because neither one of these dudes enrolled in VADA.
Yeah.
I tell you
crazy.
what, Errol Spence Jr. He signed up to I don't know if it's official or not, to
The
that
Zuffa.
Zuffa
Yeah,
league. So I think that's good for him. Tell you the truth, with everything
I
that's
think it's
going on,
good.
yeah, on this side, he'll have enough names to get himself worked up till he can work his name up. If he's got anything left, it'll show. You know what
I
I'm
think it's
saying?
good for boxing, period, because what they trying to do is, Turkey and Dana, they work together. They trying to
Mhm.
get these fighters to leave people like Oscar De La Hoya and to leave these other promoters who saying, oh, we can't make this fight because see, Dana White don't play that. With Dana White, he don't care if you his champion, bro. You gonna fight. You know, he not protecting you. You gonna fight. So Turkey and them trying to make it to where look, y'all leave where y'all at. Come with us. We gonna pay y'all more money, but you gonna have to fight over here. They gonna start giving us these fights we've been wanting. You're not gonna see this no more when somebody like Tank Davis saying, "No, I ain't got it. I don't want to fight nobody, but y'all gonna say I'm the best." They gonna tell him to move around, move around.
Hell
You ain't, you
yeah.
know what I'm saying? You ain't
Ain't
nobody.
it convenient though, Judah, that now it's time for everybody to start fighting? This motherfucking Tank is missing in action.
That nigga ran.
Yeah.
Listen, Jay. That nigga is on the run. Look,
Trying to tell you.
Turkey say, look, I'm about to give y'all that bag, but y'all about to start fighting. Tank said, shit, I'm on the run. That nigga beat
Hell
his
yeah.
girlfriend up and said, come look for me. He told the U.S. Marshals, come look for me.
Hell yeah,
And
bro.
and
Hey, they still
That
and
can't
nigga
find
and
hard
him.
ass,
like
like Pool be saying.
That boy out the
and and
country.
and and the thing is, it seems like is he broke, bro? What's going on? I mean, not that it's important, but is does he have the money anymore? Because I don't know if they done froze his
Mm,
accounts or what's
I
Oh, they
think
might
going
have did
on.
that. Oh,
they
yeah, they can
might
do
have.
that. They can do that.
Yeah,
They can
hell
freeze your
yeah.
shit.
For
But
sure.
this
I'm
thing,
just
this is what I
like,
seen about Tank. A lot of people, I know y'all know I don't like Tank, bro. Y'all know
Me
this shit.
neither.
But
Me
like
neither. I don't like his
you
seriously
motherfucking
though,
ass
biased,
either.
you biased as a
seriously
motherfucker.
though, seriously though, my breakdown of Tank Davis is what we was just joking about. The truth of the matter is, you was on top, bro. You was the king as long as the pay-per-view was the main model. When Turkey
Pressure,
stepped in, who hated Turkey more than Tank? Bro, Tank been going at Turkey since he figured out
Mhm.
what Turkey was doing. Turkey was trying to get rid of the pay-per-view model where fighters didn't dictate everything and they wasn't getting paid millions on top of millions to fight anybody. When Tank realized that, he went at Turkey hard. I don't want nothing to do with you, Turkey. Turkey say, well, look, fight Devin Haney. Man, give me 2 Ferraris. That nigga, he was ready to do that. No, he said, give me 1 Ferrari. He was ready to do that. He said, I need 2. Then he said, but how about I just give you 2 gloves? Bro, Tank Davis never wanted no part of this new model of boxing. Bro, right now, only Tank Davis fans is mad that Dana White and Turkey coming into boxing.
Now, I was just finna say that when you stopped.
They
Tank
the only
fans is the
ones
only
mad.
fans that's mad at Turkey, bro. And they be trying to hide behind, oh, it's the some what they be saying, some religious shit or like some American shit. They
Oh,
be
they
trying to
say they
use the
say they
fact,
don't like this. What they say now. This was kind of true. They was like they don't like the fact that they taking the fights out the states. Well, guess what?
yeah, yeah,
Guess what?
there you go.
We might it might gotta go. It might gotta be that way at first. But you would be crazy to think all these American fighters gonna sign with Turkey, and at some point they not gonna get Turkey to bring these fights back to the states.
Right. And look, and Judah, let me say this too. As a fan that done been to, man, I done been to fucking about 30 or 40 fights in the last 5 years, bro. I go to all the small. I live in Dallas, so I live in where the smallest fights to the biggest fights. I just was at Virgil and what's his name, Erickson Lubin, and I go to all
Yeah.
the fights. I've been to every Earl Spence pay per view when he went to L.A. All the motherfuckers. I go to all the fights, bro. I don't give a fuck if I can't go to no more fights if I get to see them motherfuckers. You
Right.
know what I mean? If I can
Right.
see the
right,
fight on
right,
TV, I'm
right.
fine with that. And this is
Right.
from
Yeah,
somebody that go to the fights all the time, bro. I don't care. Like if I can watch, if it's a fight that I know, okay, the only way I'm gonna get it is either get it in Saudi Arabia, or don't get it at all. I'm gonna
And
say,
all these niggas whining. Right, and all these niggas whining, bro. 97% of them ain't never been to a fight, period. But they whining about the fight not being in the States. You wasn't going anyway.
exactly, exactly. I go to all the fights, bro. I was at Bam fight when he fought in Dallas, Bam versus Tofu. I was at Virgil, Erickson Lubin. I went to Jerron Ennis in Philly. I went to Jerron Ennis versus Avanesian. Bro, I go to all these fights, bro, all the time. I'm always at the fights. I was gonna go to this fight, Shakur and Tio. You know what I mean? 'Cause I'm a driver. I know both of y'all, Pool and Judah, y'all drivers and shit. I'm a
Yeah.
hmm
driver too, so I'll be over this
Oh,
road,
that's what's
man.
up.
And
I ain't know you was a driver. Yeah.
yup, and I'll be over the road, bro. I'm doing the owner operator thing, and I just got me a little Sprinter van, man, and I'll just
Bro,
be
that's
doing
what's
my
up,
one
bro.
too.
Hey,
Yeah,
but let me tell you
so
something. You know another reason why they crashing out so bad? They crashing out, bro, because Tank doing all this at the same time that Devin and Shakur really making statements right now.
right.
Bro, Tank fans is really crashing right now, bro. Think about it. Like I told you, bro. I'm not down. How I want to say it. I'm not disregarding what Shakur doing right now by taking this fight. This shit big. It's big, bro. He making a statement. He's saying, you know what? I am one of y'all know I'm one of them ones, and now you can't deny it because for the longest I'm not. Even I was able to do it. Even I was able to say, "Well, Shakur, you've been fighting a lot of C+ fighters." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But this fight changed that narrative.
Right.
Now it's like
Go ahead.
yeah,
Finish your point.
yeah, it changed that narrative. It's like, no, I got T.O. on my resume now. I fought an elite fighter. I fought somebody who did something in the sport. So Shakur already did stuff, but now he has the name. Because I told you that's the way I look at, where you only as good as who you beat. Your resume to me is really tied to who you beat.
Right.
You're
So
only as
to
good as
that
your
point,
last
Judah,
fight.
because you wasn't on here when I was saying this. I don't know if you was listening or whatever, but that's what I was kind of trying to tell Poole, like, because I know I understand Shakur resume ain't where it's got a whole bunch of C-level fighters, a couple B-level fighters, whatever. But this is what you just said about this T.O. fight. I feel like this is the first time Shakur has been in a position to where he can get the fights, and that's because of Turkey. Because at first, with him being with Top Rank and him not being a draw, with him being a high risk, low reward type of fighter, that nobody was willing to take the chance with him because of his style and the fact that he
Right.
wasn't a draw. So now Turkey, like, I'm gonna get his bag and it don't matter. Like, y'all gonna fight, I'm gonna pay y'all good. And Shakur stepped up to the plate right away. You know what I mean? So that's why from this Turkey era on forward is how I judge Shakur and not before, because before the politic games wasn't in his favor. You know what I mean?
Devin offered him a
Everybody was
fight.
ducking him,
I mean, I don't want to go back
except for
over that.
Devin Haney. Let me preface my comments with except for Devin Haney. That's the only one. Outside of
But to be
that,
honest,
you know what I
to, to
mean?
be to be honest, Jay, though, I've been looking at what Shakur go from here after a win, right? To me, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. It gotta either be Mar Tyler, because Mar Tyler just called him out after he beat Cruz. It gotta be Mar Tyler,
That's a fact.
O'Shaquie, or Devin. I'm not gonna
Okay.
lie, if it's not them three, I'm gonna be looking at Shakur crazy, like, bro, those are your three fights, bro. You either going up to fight Devin, you going back to 135 to fight O'Shaquie or Mar Tyler, because them all the people that verbalized what Devin didn't really verbalize, it's just understood, it's implied between them two that they'll fight if the opportunity presents itself. But more than anything, because I done heard Shakur say two things. You done told us that you thinking about moving up, but you also told us that you're thinking about moving down. So those are the three fights for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. I look. So okay, let me ask you this then, because I agree with what you're saying. If he go down to 135, it got to be Muratalla. It got to be Muratalla or a champion. Like if it's Abdullah Mason, I'm okay with that. Or if it's who else got the other belts? That's it, right? Because the other one is
No,
vacant.
Abdullah Mason got the belt.
And
Uh,
Muratalla, because the tank
Martella.
belt is vacant right now. So yeah, it
Yeah.
got to be one of them two. Now, how you feel about the Conor Ben fight? Because I've been hearing about that fight
Fuck,
is
fuck
a
Connor,
possibility.
Bro, who is
Connor
Conor Ben?
Ben.
I hate that they
Connor
keep throwing his
Ben,
name in
bro.
there like he is somebody. He is a
That's
nobody.
I
he might
agree
as
with you.
well fight
I agree with you. And go ahead, go ahead.
Logan Paul. He might as well fight Logan Paul, bro. You know what I'm
Now, let
saying?
me
I
tell
mean,
you why he a nobody. I'm gonna tell you why he a nobody, bro. Because some people might call me a contradiction if I say this, but I'm gonna tell you why I say this. I feel like Conor Ben is more realistic for Devin, but let me finish why I say that. I'm not saying that he is somebody for Devin, but if you look at Devin's situation, they blocking Devin every which way. Devin isn't Bill is trying to get Manny Pacquiao to take a fight because what they trying to do is they trying to block Devin to force him up to 154. Devin want to stay at 147 because he's comfortable, but it's a concerted effort to block him out to make him go to 154 just to get a fight.
Yeah, I
So
agree
kind
with
of
that
Ben would
too.
no.
make
Let me
more
tell you what they
sense for
doing.
him.
They trying to make Ryan Garcia strong at 147. They trying to make him a star. It's not a whole bunch of competition at 147. So they're trying to make Ryan Garcia the shit. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, I don't know who
That
it is
rematch.
behind Ryan Garcia, but they trying to build his career and they trying to move all obstacles out the way for Ryan
Yeah.
Garcia. I just don't understand it. I just don't
And
understand it.
I
I hope
hate
Barrios whoop him.
me too.
Me too.
Well, no,
Because
you know what?
Barrios said he gonna
I
fight
don't.
Devin.
I
Barrios
don't.
said if he win, but listen, Barrios said if he beat Ryan, he is gonna fight Devin next. He said that
So you
he
don't
gonna
think
unify.
You don't think Ryan will fight him if he win?
I think Ryan
Bro,
to fight him. That's a
You think he
Oscar
will
huge
don't want
too?
that
fight.
fight.
That's
Oscar
a
don't want that
big.
fight, bro.
That's a big fight.
Yeah, I
That
think he would. I think he confident in his style against Devin style. Even though I think he gonna lose in the rematch, I thought he was gonna lose in the first one, but I think he definitely gonna lose in the second one again. But I think Ryan is confident in his style against Devin. I honestly
nah,
feel like
I
that.
no,
don't think I don't
he
think
knew
he would
he
have
could.
took PEDs. I don't think he would have
Yeah,
took PEDs if he was confident.
exactly, exactly. I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
mean
he could have.
that's
And
true.
even with the PEDs, Devin was beating him until he got caught. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
mean,
So,
and okay, so how I'm glad you were saying that about Devin Haney and the whole, how they trying to freeze him out and move him to 54. I've been hearing the narrative, of the people that is trying to rush him out of 147, and they trying to use the same argument that they was using with Boots, as far as Boots didn't have nobody to fight at 147. He wanted to unify, and there wasn't nobody there, so everybody was telling them to move up. So people saying that Devin should do the same thing, and I just think it's a completely different situation. Like, I feel like
It
with
is.
and I was gonna ask you this when we was talking about Boots, when Poole brought up Boots. I'm not 100% sold that Boots is not trying to move like Tank Davis. And I say that because the reason why I was on the side of Boots move up to 54 is because it wasn't nobody there that can that was for his legacy, and he still was an unproven fighter to me. Devin Haney at this point is a proven fighter, so he has he can pick whoever he want to pick at this, not necessarily as far as like from a money standpoint and all that, but if he was to fight some no names that actually got titles, I wouldn't have no problem with that, even if they wasn't the best fighters. But you telling me
Right.
somebody like Jerron Ennis doing that, I'm looking at that sideways, because you still have yet to fight a A-level fighter. So now,
Right.
like, you should be on the quest to prove yourself. Devin Haney has already proven himself. You know what I mean? So now at 147, he can fight whoever's there with the belts, and go for legacy.
Yeah,
So
it's
well,
I just
let me
different.
feel
tell
It
like,
you
is
like this.
different.
But let me tell you like this. 154 is so packed with such talent. It really don't matter if Boots fight a champion or not. He could fight Majranov. He could fight what's his name is a champion. He could fight Baccarum. He could fight Fundora. He got a lot of options to go. He can
and,
go either which way. He gonna hit gold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But his problem right now is everybody want to see that Virgil Ortiz fight. He can't escape it. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So one
That's
thing I
got
learned
to be.
about this, when you asked me,
Mhm.
was it? You said it was different what they trying to do to Devin. Yeah, Brent, because I'm a Devin fan, but I told you Devin don't duck no smoke, right? But the only time I ever heard Devin being cautious about anything where he showed me he is worried about something is the weight he fight it. I think he realized that 135, bro, it was hard for him. That's why you heard when they said, you remember he wanted to fight Boots, right? When he first moved up, he tried to fight Boots before he actually got the Norman Jr. fight. But
right,
Boots said, yeah, I'll fight you at a catchweight. Devin was like, man, look, I'm just getting to 147. Why you want me to come to 152? So Devin is really conscious about his weight and where he feel comfortable. Devin do not want to be fighting uncomfortable no more. In his mind, I'm paraphrasing what I think. I think he done had enough of that fighting uncomfortable. Like I think Devin going to spend the rest of his career wherever he comfortable at. So the fact that he didn't want to go to 152, he is not going to be in a rush to go all the way to 154. He didn't want to go to 152.
right. Yeah, I agree with that.
Mhm. Well, y'all, my damn computer about to damn go out, man.
Oh
I got
yeah,
about
man.
5%
Oh
left.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All
We're gonna
Okay.
right,
get on to
man.
about six steps.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we'll be back tomorrow, man. Stuff come up. Who's this? If he says I don't care who wins, he said I don't care
All
who
right,
wins.
cool.
All right, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Saying see you guys in the next one, man. So I don't think it's gonna be a lot of fitness, famous. Okay, we'll be back. Mhm.